Before we begin, settle in. Find a comfortable position, close your eyes if you wish, and let the soft rhythm of this story carry you away from the concerns of the day. This is a classic tale of mystery, a slow-burning puzzle set in the quiet English countryside, with curious clues, dark secrets, and a clever solution waiting at the end. Tonight, you'll follow the footsteps of Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson as they unravel one of their most peculiar and chilling cases. There's no need to worry. The pace will be gentle, the tone will remain calm, and every detail will unfold with care. So, allow yourself to drift, and let your mind wander through foggy country roads, creaking old houses, and quiet rooms filled with unanswered questions. This is the story of the adventure of the speckled soft gray light of early morning settled over London like a gentle fog, blurring the sharp edges of rooftops and softening the sounds of the waking. Baker Street, usually bustling with the footsteps of passers-by and the distant rattle of carriages, remained unusually quiet at this hour. The mist still clung low to the cobblestones, wrapping itself around the base of street lamps and creeping along the edges of shopfront. Inside the modest but warmly lit sitting room of 221B Baker Street, the familiar scent of pipe tobacco hung in the air, mingling with the faint aroma of morning tea. The small fireplace offered a weak but steady glow, casting long, slow-moving shadows against the faded wallpaper. Sherlock Holmes sat in his well-worn armchair, his long, slender fingers resting thoughtfully on the armrest. His eyes, sharp and calculating as always, drifted lazily toward the window as if tracking the movement of invisible thoughts. Nearby, Dr. John Watson, still dressed in his thick dressing gown, sat with a folded newspaper on his lap and a steaming cup of black tea cooling on the small table beside him. The clock on the mantelpiece marked the time with its slow, rhythmic ticking, barely audible beneath the muted sounds of the city beyond the glass. They had settled into what seemed to be another quiet morning, one that promised little more than idle conversation and perhaps an unsolved puzzle from the daily news. Yet both men knew well that in this particular corner of London, peace rarely lasted long. It was Mrs. Hudson, their ever-attentive landlady, who broke the silence. Her footsteps could be heard approaching with urgency, her usual measured pace reached by something brisker, almost anxious. Without waiting for a formal knock, she appeared at the doorway, her face betraying a mix of concern and curiosity. "Mr. Holmes, there is a young lady downstairs," she said, her voice low and steady, but edged with something unspoken. "She insists on seeing you immediately, says it's a matter of life and death." Holmes sat up straighter, the lazy morning mood instantly. With a small nod, moments later, the door to the sitting room opened again, and a woman entered, slow, hesitant. She was young, perhaps in her late 20s, but the signs of exhaustion had aged her features far beyond her years. Her complexion was pale, almost waxen, as though the color had drained from her face entirely. Dark shadows circled her eyes, and her thin lips trembled despite her obvious effort to appear composed. Her clothing, though modest, was of fine material. A dark woolen cloak covered her shoulders, and a simple but elegant scarf was wrapped tightly around her neck, as if strands of dark hair had slipped from under her bonnet, framing her face with an air of quiet desperation. Watson observed the small tremor in her. She pulled her shawl tighter, as though even indoors she could not escape an unseen. Holmes rose to greet her, his tone soft but deliberate. "Please come in and sit by the fire. Safe here." The young woman hesitated for just a moment before crossing the room and lowering herself to the armchair nearest them. The warmth of the fire seemed to do little for her trembling. For several moments she sat without speaking, her gaze fixed on the carpet beneath her feet, her fingers entwined so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Watson exchanged a glance with Holmes, recognizing the unmistakable signs of fear, genuine, deep-rooted fear. When she finally found her voice, it was thin and cracked, as though her throat had been dry for days. "My name is Helen Stoner," she began, pausing to... I live with my stepfather, Dr. Grimesby Roylott, at Stoke Moran in Surrey." Her voice faltered again. Holmes remained perfectly still, giving her the space she needed to continue. "For weeks now I am plagued by a terrible sense." her eyes now shifting. The two men see every night. I fear, truly fear, that I am in mortal danger. Her hands trembled again, and Watson noticed how tightly she held the fabric of her cloak, as though afraid it might slip away and expose her vulnerability. Holmes, ever observant, leaned forward slightly, his tone low and measured. "There is no need to be afraid here, Miss Stoner. Take your time. Tell us everything you can." She nodded, breathing deeply as though fighting back tears or perhaps a wave of nausea. Her voice steadied just enough for her to continue. "It is difficult to speak of this, but I no longer feel safe, even in my own home. I lie awake, listening to the walls, to the silence, and to the sounds I cannot explain." Her gaze drifted toward the window as if seeing something far away, lost in memory. 2 years ago, my sister Julia, she died in that very house, in her bedroom, and now I have been forced to sleep in that same room. Holmes and Watson exchanged another glance, both men understanding immediately that this was not an ordinary consultation. There was a heaviness in her words, a weight of personal tragedy that lingered in the air like a faint but stubborn fog. Helen's shoulders slumped as she drew in another shake. "I didn't know where else. I came as soon as I could. I left before sunrise. I've barely slept, but I had to speak with you." Holmes regarded her carefully, his eyes narrowing slightly as he observed her tone, the tremors in her voice, and the pale color of her skin. All of it told him that she was not merely she was living under constant, unbearable pressure. Watson, too, felt a quiet sympathy. Years of service in the military and time spent as Holmes's companion had taught him to recognize true fear when he saw it. Holmes leaned back slightly in his chair, steepling his fingers beneath his chin, his gaze never leaving their visitor. "Rest for a moment, Miss Stoner," he said gently. "You are no longer alone in this. When you are ready, we will hear the full account." The fire crackled softly in the hearth. Outside, the fog continued to roll through the streets of London, wrapping the city in its gray, familiar shroud. But within the walls of 221B Baker Street, something important had begun. A troubled young woman had crossed their threshold, bringing with her the first threads of a mystery yet to be unraveled, a mystery tied to fear, to death, and perhaps to something far more sinister than either man could yet imagine. Holmes closed his eyes briefly, already beginning to map the possibilities in his mind. Watson reached for his notebook, preparing to record every word. And Helen Stoner, sitting there beneath the soft glow of the morning light, took another slow, uneven breath, gathering the strength she needed to tell the rest of her story. The atmosphere inside 221B Baker Street had grown noticeably heavier. As the first words of Helen Stoner's story lingered in the air, the crackle of the fire seemed sharper, each pop of the wood sounding like an unwelcome interruption. Holmes sat perfectly still, his fingers lightly pressed together beneath his chin, while Watson leaned forward, his notebook open, pencil poised just above the page. Helen gathered herself. There was a fragile determination in her eyes now, as though she had crossed a threshold from fear to necessity. For a few seconds her gaze drifted across the room, taking in the small details of her surroundings, the worn edges of Holmes's Persian rug, the line of books stacked unevenly on the mantel, the brass coal scuttle resting near the fireplace. All of it seemed a world away. Oak Moran. Her voice went as if drawn from the very act. 2 years ago, she began, my sister Julia and I were living alone with our stepfather at our family home. Our mother had passed away many years before, but she had left behind enough of a fortune to secure our futures. According to the terms of her will, each of us would receive a considerable sum upon marriage. Until then, we remained under Dr. Roylott's guardianship. Holmes made no comment, but Watson noted the slightest upward shift of his eyebrows at the mention of the inheritance. Helen continued, her hands now resting limply in her lap as though drained of tension by the simple act of telling the story. Julia and I were close. As twins, we shared a bond that went beyond ordinary sisterhood. We spent most of our time together, especially since our home was so isolated. Stoke Moran is situated deep in the countryside. The house itself is large but neglected. Portions of the estate are crumbling, with overgrown gardens and empty, decaying. Only a few parts remain habitable. Her gaze lowered slightly as if the memory weighed heavy on her. On the night Julia died, there had been nothing unusual during the day. We had spent the afternoon walking along the edge of the property, talking about her upcoming marriage. She had recently become engaged to a naval officer stationed at Portsmouth. She was so happy for the first time in many months. Helen paused, and Watson could see her fighting to keep her composure. That evening, after dinner, she retired early to her bedroom. Her room was adjacent to Dr. Roylott's. Mine was at the other end of the corridor. It was a habit of ours to talk through the wall before falling asleep, exchanging small stories or laughter in the dark. But that night, there was no laughter. Her hands clenched tightly now, knuckles pale again. Around midnight, I was awakened by a strange, low whistling sound. It was soft, almost too faint to be real, but unmistakable. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but then it came again, clearer this time, a high, reedy note, as though someone were signaling, or perhaps calling something. Holmes shifted slightly in his chair, but said nothing. A few minutes later, I heard Julia scream. Helen's words stopped abruptly, as if her throat had closed. The room fell into stillness again. Even the ticking clock on the mantel seemed to slow in that moment. It was a terrible, piercing scream. She continued after a breathless pause. I ran to her room as fast as I could. When I reached her door, I found her, standing in the center of the room, swaying, her face white with terror. Her eyes were wide, full of panic. She clutched at her throat, gasping for air, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Watson, with all his years of medical experience, could almost visualize the scene, Julia's failing body struggling against some unseen force. Helen's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. She managed to speak only a few words before collapsing. She said, "It was the band, the speckled band." Watson looked up sharply at this, but Holmes simply nodded, as though confirming some internal theory that had not yet been spoken aloud. After that, she fell to the ground, convulsing. Within moments, she was gone. Helen's eyes glistened, but she held her tears back with sheer force of will. We called for the local doctor, but there was nothing to be done. No sign of poison, no visible wounds, no explanation for her sudden death. Holmes tapped his fingers slowly against the armrest, each tap deliberate and measured. His mind, Watson knew, was already dissecting the sequence of events with ruthless efficiency. Helen's breathing remained shallow as she finished recounting the moment. Since that night, I have never slept peacefully. The memory of her final words, of that scream, and that strange whistle, it haunts me. Holmes leaned forward, his voice as calm and controlled as ever. "And you say you have now been moved into that very room?" Helen nodded, her expression shadowed with dread. "Renovations in the other part of the house left me with no choice, and already I have heard the same sound coming from." The room fell silent once more. Holmes remained deep in thought, his gaze fixed on some invisible point beyond the walls of the sitting room. For Watson, the pieces of the story were both troubling and incomplete. The unexplained death, the cryptic last words, the strange nocturnal sounds, and now the forced return of Helen to the very bedroom where tragedy had struck. All of it painted the early outlines of a mystery that felt both delicate and dangerous. Holmes stood at last, walking slowly to the window, looking out into the pale morning fog that still clung to Baker Street. Watson closed his notebook and set it aside, knowing instinctively that this case would demand their full attention. Without turning, Holmes spoke again, his voice soft but firm. "Miss Stoner, I will take your case." Helen let out a slow breath, her shoulders sagging slightly as though the weight she carried had lessened, if only by a fraction. Holmes turned back toward the room, his eyes sharper now. "But before we proceed, I will need every detail. Nothing is too small, nothing is unimportant." And with that, the wheels of deduction began to turn in earnest. The adventure, though none of them could yet realize, was already well underway. The room remained still for several minutes after Helen finished, as though the walls themselves were absorbing the weight of her words. Holmes stood near the window, his tall frame silhouetted against the gray light filtering through the thin curtains. His eyes, and distant, remained fixed on some invisible point far beyond the fog-covered streets of London. Watson observed his friend with quiet familiarity. This particular posture, hands clasped lightly behind his back, one foot slightly forward, head tilted ever so slightly to the side, was one he had seen countless times before. It meant that Holmes's mind was already racing through possibilities, testing and discarding theories at lightning speed. Helen sat motionless in her chair, the tension in her shoulders had, even as she rested her hands in her lap. Watson noticed the way her fingers twisted the fabric of a small but relentless gesture, betraying her inner turmoil. Holmes finally turned, moving toward the fireplace with slow, deliberate steps. Without preamble he spoke, his voice calm but edged with precision. "Miss Stoner, I need you to tell me everything you can about your stepfather. Spare no detail, no matter how small or unpleasant. Character, habits, mood, history, I want it all." Helen nodded to relive memories she had spent years trying to suppress. "My stepfather, Grimesby Roylott," she began carefully, "is a man both feared and hated by nearly everyone who has crossed his path. Before my mother married him, he was a doctor, practicing in Calcutta, in India. I was very young then, but I remember hearing stories of violent outbursts, of his unpredictable temper, of how easily he could shift from charm to cruelty." Watson reached again for his notebook, sensing the importance of every word that followed. "After our mother's death," Helen continued, "he changed, or perhaps the truth is that he revealed his true self. Isolated from society, surrounded by nothing but the crumbling walls of Stoke Moran and his own dark thoughts, he became difficult, impossible." Her voice wavered. "His temper is legendary in our village. There's not a single person within miles who does not fear him. Even the local magistrate avoids unnecessary dealings with him. The last time someone from the village crossed him, a blacksmith who refused to shoe one of our horses on credit, my stepfather flew into a rage and broke the man's arm in 2 places." Watson instinctively flinched at the description. The tone of her voice suggested that this was not an isolated incident. Holmes, unmoved on the surface, studied her closely. "Go on," he prompted. "His violence is not limited to strangers," Helen said. "Even within our home, we live in fear of his mood swings. Servants refuse to stay longer than a few weeks. Most leave within days. For the past year, we've had no staff at all. Julia and I had to manage everything ourselves, the cooking, the cleaning, even the maintenance of the house, all because no one dares work under the same roof as him." She paused, pressing her fingers to her temples as though warding off the return of some troubling memory. "And then there are his eccentricities." Watson looked up from his notes, curious. "Exotic and dangerous ones. He brought them back from India. A cheetah and a baboon roam freely on the grounds of Stoke Moran. They're not caged, not restrained. They wander day and night, making it impossible for anyone to approach the house without extreme caution." Watson frowned. "A cheetah and a baboon in the English countryside?" Helen gave a small, humorless nod. "Yes. The villagers sometimes catch glimpses of them at dawn or dusk, slipping through the mist near the woods. There have even been reports of livestock disappearing, but no one dares confront him. Everyone knows that provoking Dr. Roylott is unwise." Holmes tapped one finger slowly against the mantelpiece, deep in thought. "And his relationship with you and your sister?" Helen hesitated, the muscles in her jaw tight, strained, to say the least. "After our mother's death, there was no affection, no kindness, only control, surveillance, and intimidation. He kept us isolated, discouraged visitors. Any sign of independence, he crushed it." Watson watched her closely now, trying to understand the full psychological weight this woman had in. Holmes turned to the small writing desk. Pulling out a map with practice, he unfolded it and began tracing the roads that led to "Miss Stoner," he said without looking up, "describe the layout of the house. Where exactly are your bedroom, your stepfather's room, and the other key parts of the estate?" Helen's eyes remained fixed on her hands as "The house is old, very old. One wing has fallen into complete disrepair. We occupy the eastern section. My bedroom, Julia's old bedroom, is at one end of the corridor. My stepfather's room is directly next to it. There is a ventilator that connects the two rooms, though it serves no real purpose as far as I can tell. And there's a bell pull beside the bed, but it doesn't work. Holmes froze for just a fraction of a second at that last detail, his fingers pausing mid-motion on the map, but he said nothing. And there are other peculiarities, Helen added, almost as an afterthought. The bed? It's fixed to the floor, bolted. It cannot be moved. Holmes exchanged a brief glance with Watson, but again offered no comment. Is there anyone else living at Stoke Moran? Holmes asked. No one. Only myself and my stepfather, and of course the animals. Holmes finally stepped away from the desk, crossing the room with quiet purpose. He stood near the fireplace again, arms folded, eyes narrowing as he pieced together the puzzle forming before him. Miss Stoner, your stepfather, is a man of science, yet, by your account, a man of extreme violence, unpredictability, and, perhaps most dangerously, one driven by financial motive. Helen's head lifted, startled. Financial motive? Holmes allowed himself the faintest nod. Your mother's will, you and your sister stood to inherit a considerable sum upon marriage. Your sister's death, and now your impending engagement, seem to place you in unfortunate proximity to that inheritance. For the first time, Helen's expression shifted. A flicker of realization crossed her face, as though this was the first time she had connected those particular dots. Holmes stepped closer, his tone soft but unmistakably firm. Miss Stoner, under no circumstances are you to return to that bedroom until I've had the opportunity to examine it. Helen's lips parted to speak, but she said nothing. There was something in Holmes's voice, an authority that allowed for no debate. You have shown great courage by coming here, Holmes continued. Now, let us see what we can do with the information you've... He turned toward Watson. Prepare yourself. It seems we will have business in Surrey very soon. Helen closed her eyes briefly, exhaling a breath that seemed to release just a fraction of her fear. The morning light brightened slightly as the fog outside began to lift. But inside 221B Baker Street, the air remained dense with the promise of danger. Holmes resumed his seat, reaching for his pipe with slow deliberation. The game, though still in its early moves, had unmistakably... As the late morning light pushed its way more confident through the thin lace curtains of the 221B Baker Street, Sherlock Holmes sat motionless in his chair, eyes half closed, his fingertips pressed together in that familiar gesture of deep contemplation. Dr. Watson, seated nearby, remained alert but silent, respecting the rhythm of Holmes's mental process. Helen Stoner, though visibly worn from the emotional weight of her confession, sat with renewed attention. There was something in Holmes's manner, perhaps the quiet intensity of his focus, or the subtle shift in his breathing, that told her he was nearing a pivotal point in his reasoning. Without opening his eyes, Holmes spoke, his voice low but perfectly. Miss Stoner, let us now examine with great care the financial arrangements surrounding your late mother's estate. I believe the key to this mystery may lie there, buried beneath legal documents and family expectation. Helen nodded slowly, her fingers still fidgeting with the hem of her shawl. My mother, she began, left behind a considerable fortune upon her death. Most of it was invested in government securities, managed by a trust. Under the terms of her will, the principal was left intact, generating annual interest. This income was provided for the maintenance of our home and to cover our basic needs. Holmes opened his eyes and gestured. However, Helen went, there was a specific clause, one that stipulated that upon the marriage of either myself or my sister Julia, a large portion of the estate, nearly a third, would be released directly to the bride as her personal inheritance. Watson, who had remained quiet up to this point, scribbled this detail quickly. Holmes's voice remained steady, though his expression had darkened slightly. And how would this redistribution affect your stepfather's financial standing? Helen hesitated, but only for a moment. Dr. Roylott would lose control over that portion of the estate, she answered. Upon Julia's marriage, and now with my own engagement, a substantial sum would shift from his management to ours. Holmes nodded as though this confirmed something he had already suspected. Watson looked up from his notes. May I ask, Miss Stoner, Was your stepfather ever known to express dissatisfaction with this arrangement? Helen let out a small, humorless laugh, dry, bitter, and edged with the kind of resignation that comes from years of quiet suffering. Dissatisfaction? She did softly. It was a constant source of tension. He rarely spoke of it directly, but there were moments, glances, sudden outbursts when money was mentioned. After Julia became engaged, there was a marked change in his behavior. He grew more unpredictable, more volatile. Small disagreements became violent episodes. Furniture overturned, doors slammed, sometimes worse. Her voice trailed off, and Watson resisted the urge to press further. The bruises of emotional trauma were still fresh, and there was no need to reopen them prematurely. Holmes leaned forward now, resting his elbows on his knees, his tone taking on a new urgency, still calm, but sharpened with intent. Miss Stoner, when your sister was engaged, was there any indication, any warning at all, that she sensed she was in danger? Helen's brow furrowed in thought. Not at first, she said slowly. Julia was hopeful, excited for the future, but in the final weeks, she grew anxious, restless. She began locking her bedroom door at night, something she had never done before, and there were times, just before she died, when she spoke of hearing strange noises. That same whistle I heard. Holmes stood now, crossing the room to retrieve a small folder of blank paper. Sitting at his writing desk, he began to sketch something, a rough floor plan of Stoke Moran, marking bedroom locations, corridors, and the points of entry and ventilation. Helen had without looking at Stoner. How long after your sister's? Helen answered with barely 2 weeks. Holmes' pencil. And you, Miss Stoner, how recently did you become engaged? Just a month ago. And she hesitated, lowering her voice barely above a whisper. Already. I've been hearing the same sounds. Holmes set the pencil down, rising from the desk with deliberate slowness. Miss Stoner, I do not believe in coincidence, especially not when it aligns so conveniently with both motive and opportunity. Watson noticed the intensity gathering in Holmes's features, the transition from contemplation to decision. The case, which had previously been a puzzle of scattered facts and unsettling events, was now, in Holmes's mind, beginning to take the shape of something far more sinister and calculated. Holmes paced the room once, pausing briefly by the fireplace before turning back toward Helen. One final question, Miss Stoner. Does your stepfather have access to your room at night? Helen's response came without pause. Yes. The lock on my door is faulty, by design, I suspect. I've taken to placing a chair under the handle, but if he wished, he could easily force entry. Holmes nodded grimly. Then we shall waste no more time. He moved toward the coat rack near the door, retrieving his long overcoat with practiced ease. Watson, prepare yourself for a journey. We leave for Surrey this afternoon. Helen looked up at him, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and relief. Holmes turned to her one last time before leaving the room. Miss Stoner, I advise you, do not return to that bedroom tonight, not under any circumstance. And with that, he swept from the room, Watson following closely behind. The quiet that settled in their absence was not a peaceful. It was the kind of silence that suggested the approach of something inevitable, something dangerous, and perhaps something deadly. By the time Holmes and Watson returned to their sitting room that afternoon, the atmosphere in 221B Baker Street had shifted from quiet observation to determined action. The city outside continued with its usual rhythm, but inside there was a controlled urgency in the way Holmes moved about the room. The decision to leave for Surrey had already been, yet Holmes insisted on reviewing every piece of information Helen had provided. He stood near his writing desk, carefully reviewing the rough floor plan he had drawn earlier. Watson watched as Holmes traced the layout of Stoke Moran with the tip of his pencil, pausing thoughtfully over the placement of each bedroom, the shared wall between Helen's room and Dr. Roylott's, and the curious position of the ventilator, the small detail, almost to him. They are where truth hides, always in the small detail. Helen Stoner sat quietly by the fireplace, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, glancing occasionally toward the window as though expecting her stepfather to appear at any moment. even from this distance. Watson noted her restlessness, the way her foot tapped nervously against the floorboards despite her obvious attempt to remain still. Holmes finally set the pencil down and turned toward her with a steady gaze. "Miss Stoner, time is not on our side. The fact that you've been moved into your sister's former room and that these unsettling sounds have already begun means that we must act swiftly." Helen's voice was low, barely above a whisper. "I can return to Surrey today, but I'm terrified to go back." Holmes shook his head firmly. "No, you will not return unprotected. Dr. Watson and I will accompany you. I want to see this room for myself, examine the house, and assess the situation firsthand." He walked toward the window, pulling aside the curtain to check the shifting weather. The gray London sky remained heavy with low clouds, though the earlier fog had begun to lift. "We'll take the afternoon train to Leatherhead," Holmes said, his tone decisive but calm. "From there, we can arrange for a carriage to Stoke Moran." Watson rose from his chair. "Should I pack my revolver?" he asked, already knowing the answer. Holmes's reply came without hesitation. "Yes. This case has the potential to turn unpleasant." Helen's shoulders tensed at those words, but she said nothing. Holmes crossed the room again, retrieving a slender walking stick from the umbrella stand near the door. With a swift movement, he checked its weight and balance, giving Watson the clear impression that the stick would serve a purpose beyond its appearance as a simple cane. Watson left briefly to prepare a small travel bag, collecting a few essentials: a medical kit, a notebook, and, as Holmes had advised, his revolver. By the time Watson returned, Holmes was giving Helen final instructions. "For your safety, you should avoid any direct confrontation with your stepfather. When we arrive, allow me to take the lead in conversation. Offer no explanations for our visit. If he questions your absence, simply tell him that you were in London attending to personal matters. Do not mention me." "Not yet." Helen nodded quickly, clearly willing to follow whatever guidance. As Holmes donned his overcoat, Watson noticed a brief but telling pause in his friend's movement. Holmes stood still for a moment, staring at the fireplace as if playing through an invisible sequence of possible. Watson had seen this pause before, moments when Holmes's mind leapt far ahead of the present, assembling logical pathways, eliminating errors, and preparing for confrontation. When Holmes finally moved again, his composure was unchanged, his voice as calm and measured as ever. "Miss Stoner, let us be on our way." They descended the familiar steps of Baker Street and climbed into a waiting hansom cab. The streets of London rolled past them in a blur of motion, shopkeepers calling to one another, children weaving between carts, the clatter of hooves on cobblestones filling the air. Inside the cab, Helen remained mostly silent, staring down at her gloved hands, occasionally glancing nervously at the shifting skyline as the city faded behind them. Watson, seated across from her, caught Holmes's eye once. The look between them was brief but significant. They both understood that what awaited them at Stoke Moran was no simple puzzle. There were too many warnings, too many patterns suggesting imminent danger. At the train station, they boarded the next available train bound for Leatherhead. As the engine began to pull them southward through the English countryside, the urban landscape gradually gave way to rolling green fields, scattered farmhouses, and distant woodlands that seemed to grow darker as evening approached. Watson used the time to review his notes, carefully sketching out the timeline Helen had provided. Holmes, meanwhile, sat gazing out of the window, seemingly detached, yet Watson knew full well that his mind was anything but idle. From time to time, Holmes would murmur quietly to himself, repeating certain phrases: the band, the speckled band, and again the ventilator, the fixed bed, the useless bell pull. Helen dozed fitfully in her seat, her head leaning against the window pane, her sleep interrupted by frequent starts and nervous glances toward Holmes and Watson. By the time they arrived at Leatherhead Station, the sun had dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows. The air had turned cool, with a dampness that suggested more fog might roll in by nightfall. They quickly arranged for a small hired carriage to take them the remaining distance to Stoke Moran. As the wheels of the carriage turned along the uneven country road, Holmes sat straight-backed, eyes forward, one hand resting lightly on the handle of his cane. Watson kept his revolver close at hand but concealed from view. The landscape grew more desolate with each mile, open fields giving way to tangled woods, and the occasional glimpse of a stone wall or a dilapidated fence, barely visible through the thickening twilight. When the dark outline of Stoke Moran finally appeared ahead of them, the house stood like a forgotten relic against the darkening sky. Its stone walls seemed to absorb the last traces of daylight, and several of the windows remained shuttered, giving the appearance of a house that wished to remain unseen. Helen swallowed hard as she looked upon her home. Holmes reached out briefly, resting a reassuring hand on her shoulder, before speaking in a tone that was both quiet and resolute. "Miss Stoner, whatever the truth may be, we will find it." And with that, the carriage pulled to a stop before the entrance to Stoke Moran. Holmes stepped out first, surveying the grounds carefully as the cool evening air settled around them. Watson followed close behind, already on alert. They had arrived, and the real investigation was about to begin. The evening air around Stoke Moran felt heavier than the journey had suggested. A damp chill settled across the grounds as the last colors of twilight disappeared behind the distant line of trees. The house itself stood brooding and still, its tall, narrow windows like dark eyes set deep into the weathered stone. The structure bore the marks of neglect, crumbling masonry along the corners, patches of moss clinging stubbornly to the walls, and wooden shutters hanging askew as if forgotten by time. As the hired carriage departed down the long, uneven driveway, its wheels crunching over gravel, Holmes, Watson, and Helen stood for a brief moment near the main entrance. The wind stirred the overgrown hedges around them, and in the distance, a faint cry, high-pitched and guttural, rose from the trees. Helen flinched at the sound, instinctively drawing her shawl. Holmes remained still, his sharp gaze sweeping across the property with clinical precision. He took in every detail, the state of the grounds, the shape of the chimneys, the width of the gravel path, even the peculiar silence that seemed to cling to the air. Standing just behind him, watched as Holmes's eyes narrowed toward the upper windows of eastern wing, the very section of the house where Helen's room lay. Before anyone could speak, the front door of the house swung open with startling force. A tall, broad-shouldered figure filled the doorway, his outline framed harshly by the dim interior light spilling from within. Dr. Grimesby Roylott stood before them. Even without being introduced, Watson recognized the man instantly. The description Helen had given was accurate, but in person, the doctor's presence was even more unsettling. He was massive in build, with long limbs that seemed almost too large for the worn fabric of his clothing. His face, though lined with age, retained a brutal strength. Deep-set eyes, heavy brows, and a jaw that seemed perpetually clenched. Coarse, gray hair fell untidily over his forehead, and his thick neck strained against the collar of his stained shirt. The most striking feature, however, was the expression he wore. There was no pretense of civility. The look he directed at Holmes and Watson was pure hostility, sharp, burning, and undisguised. Without stepping aside or offering any greeting, Roylott's eyes locked directly onto Helen. "So," he growled, his voice low and guttural, "you've finally returned." His words dragged heavily through the air, coated with suspicion. Holmes stepped forward slightly, positioning himself between Helen and her stepfather. "Good evening, Dr. Roylott," in a tone that was neither friendly nor provocative, but steady and controlled. Roylott's gaze shifted abruptly to Holmes, and for a long, tense moment, the two men simply stood there, measuring each other with silent calculation. "And who might you be?" Roylott demanded, his tone sharpening. "A friend of Miss Stoner," Holmes replied, "here for a brief visit." Roylott let out a harsh, humorless laugh, though there was no humor in his eyes. "A friend?" he repeated, sneering. "I don't recall giving permission for visitors." Holmes remained unmoved. "I wasn't aware that such..." The tension thickened instantly, as though the very air between them had congealed. Watson, watching closely, placed his hand casually, resting it. Roylott, towering over. "Let me make something clear," he said, his voice dropped. "I do not welcome interference, not from strangers, not from London Met, and certainly not from some consulting detective." Holmes's eyes narrowed, the first hint of sharp focus replacing his earlier So, Roylott's lips curled into something resembling a smile, though it was a cold and humorless. "Of course I know who you are. I've heard of your little investigations." For a brief second, Watson caught a glimpse of something almost dangerous in Holmes's expression, a flicker of calculation, a tightening of posture, and then, just as quickly, it vanished. Holmes stepped back slightly, giving the appearance of concession, though Watson knew better. "Very well," Holmes said. "We won't trouble you long." Roylott's glare shifted toward Helen, his stare laced with silent threats. "See that you don't," he growled. Without waiting for a reply, Roylott turned on his heel and disappeared back into the house, slamming the heavy wooden door behind him with such force that the sound echoed across the entire courtyard. For a moment, none of them spoke. The night seemed to reclaim the silence with unnatural speed, as though absorbing the confrontation into the very soil. Helen's hands trembled again, and she took a small step closer to Holmes and Watson, as if drawing strength simply from their presence. Holmes adjusted his coat and turned to her. "We'll find lodgings nearby for the night, Miss Stoner. You should not stay here, not tonight." Helen nodded quickly, relief mingling with residual fear. As they walked away from the house, Watson cast one last glance over the silhouette. A single dim light flickered behind one of the upper windows, but otherwise the house remained a dark and silent mass beneath the deepening night. In the distance, the strange cry of one of Roylott's exotic animals sounded again, carried across the fields like a warning. Holmes walked ahead, his steps purposeful and swift. "Tomorrow," he said softly to Watson, "we inspect that room." And with that, the three of them disappeared into the night, leaving behind the looming presence of a house, filled with secrets yet to be revealed. The following morning broke with a dull gray light spreading slowly over the Surrey countryside. A low mist clung to the hedgerows, curling through the fields and drifting lazily across the small village roads. The air carried the scent of damp earth and wood smoke from distant cottages where early risers had already lit their fires. Holmes and Watson had spent the night in modest but comfortable lodgings at a small inn in Leatherhead, just a few miles from Stoke Moran. Though the rooms were simple, Holmes insisted they remain close enough for swift action if needed. Watson had slept lightly, as was his habit on nights before an investigation, waking several times to find Holmes still awake, seated near the window, staring out into the fog as though rehearsing the possibilities that awaited them. By sunrise, Holmes had already arranged for a light breakfast, toast, tea, and little more. Watson noticed that Holmes barely touched his plate, focusing instead on a single sheet of paper where he had been sketching again. More floor plans, perhaps, or maybe calculations that only he could understand. Shortly after 8 o'clock, the two men left the inn and walked to the small stable nearby, where a hired dog cart waited for them. The vehicle was modest and open, its wooden wheels slightly worn from years of country roads, but it was serviceable enough for the journey ahead. As they climbed aboard, Holmes paused for a brief moment, glancing up at the thick layer of clouds gathering overhead. There would be no sun that day, just the promise of cool air and the kind of overcast sky that seemed to press down against the earth itself. The horse, a sturdy bay gelding, moved at a steady trot as they set out. The road from Leatherhead to Stoke Moran wound through gentle hills, past stone walls and small patches of woodland where crows lingered in the trees, their calls breaking the morning quiet. Watson sat beside Holmes, his eyes scanning the passing landscape with quiet curiosity. The countryside, though peaceful in appearance, held an undercurrent of isolation. Fields stretched out in all directions, but there were few signs of life. A distant shepherd with his flock, an elderly farmer guiding a plow, the occasional drift of smoke rising from unseen hearths. Holmes, for his part, remained mostly silent during the journey, his gaze fixed ahead, but Watson knew his friend's mind was working at full speed. Every aspect of the case, the strange architecture of the house, the curious details of the bedroom, the financial motives, and, of course, the unpredictable violence of Dr. Roylott, ran like an endless procession through Holmes's thoughts. They passed through a small village, no more than a cluster of stone cottages with thatched roofs. A few villagers stood near the well, turning to glance at the unfamiliar dog cart as it rattled past. Watson caught snippets of conversation as they rode through, noting the wary expressions on their. The reputation of Stoke Moran's master seemed to cast a long shadow even here. Holmes guided the horse with steady hands, his expression unreadable. As they approached the estate, the road narrowed, flanked on both sides by dense hedgerows that grew wild and unchecked. The trees leaned inward, their branches forming a kind of natural tunnel that blocked much of the daylight. Finally, after a sharp bend in the road, the house itself came into view. Stoke Moran stood as it had the previous night, gloomy, neglected, and imposing. Even in daylight, the stonework looked dark and damp, as though the building absorbed every trace of moisture from the surrounding air. The chimneys rose crookedly against the sky, and patches of ivy clung to the walls like veins on pale skin. Watson noted how parts of the western wing were visibly decayed. Sections of the roof sagged, and the upper windows were cracked or missing entirely. Yet the eastern wing, the portion still inhabited, remained intact, though no less foreboding. Holmes brought the cart to a slow halt near the entrance. For a few moments, neither man moved. Holmes sat surveying the grounds with the kind of still intensity Watson had come to recognize as the calm before deliberate action. Watson followed Holmes's front lawn. In the distance, something stirred near the edge of the garden, a flash of movement, low to the ground and unnervingly fast. Watson's hand instinctively tightened on the edge of the cart. A large, sleek shape slipped between the overgrown shrubs near the wall. Even from this distance, Watson could see the distinct mark, a cheetah, prowling along the property, visual menace. Holmes watched the animal speaking, his voice low and composed. A curious choice of pet for a country estate. Watson nodded, keeping his eyes fixed on the animal as it disappeared around the corner of the house. They dismounted carefully, leaving the horse tied near the gate. Holmes retrieved a small leather bag from under the seat, its contents unknown to Watson, but likely containing tools of examination or defense. Together, they walked toward the front door. The gravel crunched beneath their boots, and as they approached, Holmes paused, studying the exterior closely. He stepped toward the wall of the house, examining the window frames, the condition of the masonry, and even the angles of the drainpipe. His fingers brushed lightly over the stone, searching for inconsistencies, for anything that felt out of place. Watson stood watch, glancing nervously toward the dense hedges where the cheetah had vanished. Somewhere within the house, he knew, Dr. Roylott was likely aware of their. After several minutes of exterior observation, Holmes finally straightened and turned to Watson. "We'll begin with the inside, but tread carefully, my dear Watson. I suspect our host will not welcome our." With that, Holmes approached the front door, lifting the heavy iron knocker and letting it fall with a slow, deliberate bang that echoed through the stone corridors beyond. They waited. Somewhere deep inside the house, footsteps stirred. The investigation at Stoke Moran had begun in earnest. The heavy oak door opened slowly, revealing a dim hallway lined with faded wallpaper and cracked wooden paneling. The air inside Stoke Moran was thick with the scent of damp stone and old wood, mingled with something less definable, a stale, oppressive stillness that seemed to settle into every corner. Holmes stepped inside first, moving with quiet confidence. Watson followed, taking care to observe every detail as they passed through the entrance. The floor beneath their feet creaked with each step, the boards uneven from years of neglect. Dust lingered in the air, stirred by their arrival. The hallway stretched long and narrow, with doors on either side, leading to rooms whose contents remained hidden behind darkened thresholds. Small framed pictures hung crookedly along the walls, mostly faded landscapes, their colors drained by time. A cracked mirror near the staircase reflected their forms in a distorted, ghost-like manner. Helen appeared moments later, emerging from one of the side rooms. Her expression was anxious, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and cautious hope. She moved quickly to meet them, keeping her. "He's out on the grounds," she walking with He does that most mornings before breakfast. Holmes gave a small, approving nod. Good. That will give us a narrow window to inspect your bedroom. Without wasting time, Helen led them down the hallway toward the eastern wing of the house. The air grew noticeably colder as they moved further from. The walls here showed signs of recent attempts at maintenance, though only minimal. A patch of fresh plaster here, a new coat of paint there, small efforts to mask the underlying. At the far end of the corridor, Helen paused before a closed door. This is it, she said. Julia's old room, and now mine. Holmes motioned for her to stay by the door. He and Watson stepped in. Watson's first impression of the bedroom was one of discomfort, not from any physical aspect, from the atmosphere. The space was, but there was something unnatural in the arrangement, something calculated. The ceiling was low, the walls papered in a dull floral print, now peeling at the edge. A single narrow window let in what little daylight the overcast sky allowed. Holmes moved immediately toward the center of the room, standing perfectly still as he surveyed the space. His eyes scanned from floor to ceiling with slow, deliberate precision. Watson noted the bed first. Positioned against the wall, it appeared sturdy at a glance, but as he stepped closer, he noticed the oddity that Helen had mentioned. Holmes was already crouching at the bed's corner, examining the base.
As suspected, Holmes murmured. The bed is secured to the floor, bolted through the wooden planks. Watson knelt beside him, confirming the observation. There were clear metal brackets at each corner, firmly screwed down. The bed was immovable. Holmes rose and turned his attention to the bell pull mounted just above the bedhead. At first glance, it appeared typical of many found in country homes, a thick cord hanging from the ceiling designed for summoning servants. Yet, as Holmes reached up and gave it a firm tug, there was no response. No distant bell sounded. No movement from any pulley system above. Non-functional, said quietly. Watson. Notice the placement. Watson stepped closer, seeing now what Holmes had already observed. The bell pull hung directly over the pillow, its lowest tassel dangling within easy reach of someone lying in bed. Holmes traced the cord upward, following its path to the ceiling, and then across to a small brass plate mounted high on the wall. From there it disappeared into a small opening near the ventilator. Speaking of which, Holmes turned his focus to the ventilator next. It was a square opening, no more than 6 inches across, placed unusually high between the adjoining walls. Holmes approached it, standing on the bed to peer closely at its edges. Watson joined him, tilting his head to observe the curious detail. The ventilator doesn't lead to the outside, Holmes said after a brief inspection. It connects directly to the next room. Dr. Roylott's room, Helen whispered from the doorway. Holmes stepped down from the bed and looked at Watson, his expression unreadable, but his mind clearly moving quickly. A ventilator between 2 interior rooms, Holmes said quietly, as if summarizing for a bell pull that does not function.
And a bed fixed permanently. Watson felt the tension rise within him. The alignment of these elements was too deliberate to be accidental. Holmes moved to the window, testing the latch and inspecting the sill for signs of tampering or forced entry. It was secure. The shutters outside, though weathered, appeared functional enough to block light or air when closed.
Turning back to the room, Holmes crouched once more near the floor, running his fingertips lightly along the baseboards and corners as though searching for traces invisible to the casual. Satisfied, he stood and retrieved a small magnifying lens from his coat pocket, examining the rope of the bell pull more closely. The fibers showed of wear, but not the kind caused by years of use. This was something different or purposeful.
Watson, he said, let us examine the adjoining room. Helen's eyes widened slightly, but she said nothing as the two men stepped out and into the neighboring space, Dr. Roylott's bedroom. This room, though similarly furnished in a sparse and outdated style, carried a different air. The large wooden bed stood near the opposite wall, its mattress unkempt.
The floor was scattered with personal belongings, a walking stick leaning against a chair, a collection of crude tools atop a small table, and, most notably, a large iron safe situated near the corner. Holmes approached the safe first, running his hand over the exterior. The metal was cold to the touch, and the lock appeared sturdy. Watson moved toward a small saucer on the bedside table. It contained traces of milk, dried at the edges. Holmes noticed it immediately. Curious.
Next to the saucer sat a small length of cord, short, but with a knot tied at one end. Holmes lifted it carefully, holding it between 2 fingers. Watson gave him a questioning glance. A leash, perhaps, for the cheetah? Holmes's expression remained neutral. Perhaps, or perhaps something else entirely. Holmes returned the cord to the table and took one last slow glance around. We've seen enough for now, he said. Returning to Helen's bedroom, Holmes stood near the door, gathering his thoughts. Watson could see the concentration building behind his friend's eyes, the silent assembly of facts, deductions, and possibilities, all coming together in intricate layers. "Miss Stoner," Holmes said at last, "you must follow my instructions precisely." Helen nodded, her fear momentarily overshadowed by determination. "Tonight," Holmes continued, "we will conduct a small experiment." He exchanged a brief look with Watson, who understood immediately that whatever Holmes had in mind, it would take place under the cover of darkness. The trap was being set, and Holmes, with the precision of a chess master, was already moving toward checkmate. The day passed slowly at Stoke Moran, the hours dragging on with a weight that seemed to settle over the entire estate like a gathering storm.
The overcast sky never lifted, and from time to time, a light drizzle misted the windows, leaving fine droplets that traced slow, uneven lines down the glass. Holmes and Watson remained near the house, but kept out of Dr. Roylott's sight. Holmes insisted they avoid unnecessary contact with the man until nightfall. Helen followed his instructions with unwavering obedience, staying mostly in the drawing room with a book open in her lap, though Watson doubted she had read more than a single page. Holmes, meanwhile, made use of every spare moment. He walked the perimeter of the house several times, taking particular interest in the location of the bedrooms relative to the garden walls and nearby outbuildings. At one point, he paused near the eastern wall of the house, standing motionless beneath Helen's bedroom window, eyes fixed on the second floor as if measuring distances invisible to anyone else. Watson watched all of this with a growing sense of curiosity.
There was a rhythm to Holmes's movements that suggested something urgent, something dangerous, but Holmes kept his thoughts to himself, only offering the occasional cryptic remark when Watson pressed him for details. As the late afternoon shadows deepened, the air turned colder. A thin mist crept across the lawn, rolling in from the nearby woods like a slow, silent wave.
By the time evening approached, Holmes called both Watson and Helen together in the small side parlor near the back of the house. "Miss Stoner," he began, his tone steady but serious, "tonight you will not sleep in your bedroom. That much is clear." Helen nodded quickly, as though the idea of returning to that room willingly had never crossed her mind. Instead, Holmes continued, "You will sleep in a room at the far end of the corridor."
Lock yourself in and do not open the door for any reason until morning, unless you hear from us first. Watson leaned forward slightly. "And where will we be?" Holmes turned toward him with the faintest suggestion of a smile. "In Miss Stoner's bedroom, of course." Watson's brow furrowed. "You intend for us to hide there? All night?" Holmes nodded. "Precisely. We'll remain hidden, silent, in total darkness, until the time comes." He turned back to Helen. "Miss Stoner, I must emphasize this point.
"No matter what you hear tonight, do not return to your bedroom and do not attempt to investigate. Let us handle whatever happens." Helen swallowed hard but agreed. "I understand." Holmes reached for the small leather bag he had brought from London. From it, he withdrew a few items: his revolver, a dark lantern with a sliding shutter to control the beam of light, and a short, sturdy cane. Watson recognized it immediately, a tool Holmes often used for both walking and, when necessary, self-defense.
After reviewing their plan once more, they waited until the last traces of daylight had vanished. The house grew still. The sound of Dr. Roylott moving about in his own room drifted faintly down the corridor. Footsteps, the scrape of furniture being dragged across the floor, and once, the unmistakable clink of metal against metal. Watson noticed how Holmes grew even more focused with each passing minute.
Every small sound from Roylott's room seemed to register with him, as though each creak and shift was another clue being laid out for inspection. Shortly after 10 o'clock, Holmes signaled that it was time. Helen, pale but resolute, gathered a blanket and quietly slipped away down the corridor to the distant guest room. She moved like a shadow, making no noise, closing the door behind her. Watson and Holmes entered Helen's bedroom. Holmes closed the door behind them and extinguished the single lamp, plunging the room into complete darkness. The only source of light now came from Holmes's lantern, its shutter drawn tight so that not even a sliver escaped. They took their positions at the far side of the room, near the corner where the shadows were. For a time, neither man spoke. Watson sat on the floor, his back against the cold wall, revolver resting loosely in his lap. Holmes remained crouched near the bed, his eyes fixed upward toward the ventilator. The minutes stretched into hours. Outside, the night deepened. The occasional cry of an owl filtered in from the woods. Somewhere far off, the cheetah let out a low, guttural call, breaking the stillness for a moment before silence returned. Inside the room, the atmosphere was stifling. The air felt heavy, unmoving. The darkness pressed in from all sides, making the space seem smaller, tighter, more oppressive. Watson's senses heightened in the absence of sight. Every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves against the window pane, every distant footstep took on new significance. Holmes remained motionless, every muscle tense, listening with absolute concentration. Without warning, the faintest sound broke, followed by an almost imperceptible rustle, like something sliding slowly across. Holmes's breathing slowed.
Watson held his own breath, straining to listen. The noise repeated, a low, drawn-out sliding sound, and then the softest, high-pitched whistle, barely audible, but unmistakable. Watson's heart began to race. Holmes shifted position silently, raising his cane with slow, controlled precision. With his other hand, he released the latch on the lantern's shutter, preparing to flood the room with light at a moment's notice. The air in the room seemed to thicken, every second stretching painfully long, every nerve in Watson's body poised for what might come next. Holmes glanced briefly at Watson, his expression grim but determined. Whatever was about to happen, they were ready. The trap. The darkness within Helen Stoner's bedroom felt almost unnatural, as though the air itself held its breath, alongside the two men concealed within. Holmes remained crouched near the side of the bed, his lean figure barely distinguishable in the pitch black, his movement so measured and silent that Watson, sitting only a few feet away, could hardly sense him there. For what felt like an eternity, neither man moved nor spoke. The faint whistle that had drifted through the ventilator minutes before seemed to hang in the room like an unresolved note, as if the house itself waited to see what would happen next. Holmes, always attuned to timing, seemed to calculate each passing second. From where Watson sat, revolver steady in his grip, he could see only the barest outline of Holmes's hand resting on the handle of the lantern, ready to throw light into the room at the precise moment. The air had turned colder. The small bedroom, with its nailed-down bed and useless bell pull, had become a crucible of silent tension. Then there was another sound, soft at first. A gentle, almost inaudible scrape, like fabric brushing against wood, followed by a subtle rustling near the bedpost. Watson's senses sharpened. His eyes, long adjusted to the dark, darted toward the source of the sound, but there was nothing to... Holmes did not speak. His breathing had slowed to an almost imperceptible rhythm, his muscles drawn tight, every part of him focused on the single point just above the bed. The whistle came again, this time slightly louder.
And immediately after, a low, sinister hissing sound drifted from the ventilator. Without hesitation, Holmes acted. With a swift and powerful swing, he lashed out at the bell pull with his cane, striking it with controlled, violent force. The crack of the impact echoed through the room, loud and jarring against the earlier stillness. In the same instant, Holmes pulled open the shutter of the lantern. A sudden flood of bright light burst across the room, illuminating the walls, the bed, the ventilator, and every corner where shadow had once lingered. Watson's eyes instinctively narrowed against the sudden glare, but he kept the revolver steady, ready for anything. For a breathless moment, nothing appeared. Then, a faint, almost sickening movement caught Watson's attention.
Just above the head of the bed, slithering rapidly back toward the ventilator opening, a thin, pale, and unmistakably speckled form disappeared into the dark cavity in the wall. Watson's breath caught in his throat. A snake, small but unmistakably venomous. Its body, though slender, moved with unnatural speed, vanishing into the hole before either man could make another move. Holmes did not waste a second. He extinguished the lantern quickly, plunging the room back into darkness.
Rising to his feet with swift determination, he gestured to Watson. "Come," he whispered, his tone low but urgent. "Bring your revolver." Without further explanation, Holmes opened the bedroom door and both men slipped silently into the corridor. They moved quickly, but with practiced stealth, down the hallway toward Dr. Roylott's bedroom. Holmes paused only once, placing a hand against the wall near the ventilator's location, as though judging the distance between the two rooms. From behind Roylott's closed door, they heard movement, the scrape of furniture, the unmistakable creak of floorboards, and then, without warning, a sudden, guttural scream. It was unlike any human sound Watson had ever heard before. A chilling, animalistic cry, sharp, pained, and cut short by an abrupt silence that fell as quickly as it. Holmes did not hesitate. With one swift motion, he turned the doorknob and pushed the heavy door open.
Watson followed, revolver raised, heart pounding. The room before them was dimly lit by a single oil lamp resting on the floor near the bed. Against the far wall, beneath the ventilator, lay Dr. Grimesby Roylott. His massive frame was sprawled awkwardly across the carpet, his limbs contorted as though frozen mid-struggle. His face, previously so hardened and full of menace, was now fixed in a terrible expression of agony and fear, his eyes wide open, staring at nothing.
Coiled tightly around his forehead and neck was the same snake they had seen moments before. Its speckled body, pale and marked with dark bands, twisted and writhed lazily across the doctor's skin, as though still seeking an escape route. Watson froze, but Holmes moved quickly. With calm efficiency, he reached for the poker resting near the fireplace, and with a single, decisive blow, struck the snake, sending it tumbling across the floor where it lay still.
For a long, heavy moment, neither man spoke. Watson lowered his revolver slowly, struggling to catch his breath, the sudden violence of the scene burning itself into his memory. Holmes stood over Roylott's body, Surveying the grim scene with a cold, analytical stare, then, with deliberate care, he used the poker to lift the snake's lifeless form, placing it inside a nearby metal coal scuttle. He turned toward Watson, his voice low and steady. "The deadliest snake in India," he
The swamp adder. Watson's eyes widened in realization. That was it, he murmured. Holmes nodded once, already moving to examine the remaining objects in the room. His gaze settled on the small saucer of milk still resting on the floor, the short length of leash with its looped knot, and the heavy iron safe near the wall. It was all here. The full apparatus of a carefully constructed murder method turned fatally back upon its creator. Holmes crossed to the window, opening the shutters to allow the cold morning air inside. Light streamed through, casting harsh shadows across the floor. Dr. Roylott lay still. The house at Stoke Moran now silent for the first time in days. Holmes turned back to Watson, his expression unreadable, but his voice calm and final. "We'll explain the details to Miss Stoner shortly, but for now, there's nothing more to be done here." And with that, Holmes extinguished the lantern flame and stood in the doorway, already turning over in his mind the precise words he would use to explain to Helen Stoner how her life had been spared by a mixture of chance, observation. The air inside Stoke Moran remained heavy, even after the immediate danger had. The bedroom where Holmes and Watson had kept their silent vigil only hours before still held the tension of the night's events. The overturned furniture, the still warm lantern, and the unmistakable impression of fear left in every corner of the room created a scene that neither man would forget easily. Holmes stood near the open window, gazing out over the damp and misty grounds. The first pale light of dawn had begun to filter through the low-hanging clouds, softening the landscape, but doing little to lift the oppressive atmosphere that clung to the estate. A thin layer of fog settled low across the garden, making the trees and hedges appear like shifting gray figures against the pale sky. Watson remained seated on the edge of the bed, holding the revolver loosely in his hand, though the immediate threat was gone. Despite the adrenaline that had surged through him only an hour before, he now felt the slow creep of exhaustion working its way into his limbs. The long night watch had taken. Neither man had.
From the moment they had concealed themselves in the dark, both had remained in a state of tense alertness, every nerve sharpened by expectation, every small sound magnified by the silence around them. Holmes had sat cross-legged on the floor for much of the night, his gaze fixed steadily on the ventilator, barely moving except to adjust his position or check the time by the faint glow of his pocket watch. Watson, positioned closer to the door, had kept one ear turned to the hallway, fully prepared for the possibility that Dr. Roylott might attempt to enter the room. But it hadn't been Roylott's footsteps they needed to fear. As the hours stretched between midnight and dawn, both men had heard the subtle warning signs, the faint scratch of something shifting in the ventilator, the gentle swish of scales moving over wood and plaster, the almost imperceptible whistle, soft, brief, and chilling in its simplicity. Holmes had been ready for it. His reaction had been instant, calculated, and precise. Now, in the early light, with the swamp adder's lifeless body secured inside a covered coal scuttle, Holmes finally allowed himself to breathe in a more relaxed. Watson stood at last, walking over to where Holmes stood near the window. "It's hard to believe," Watson said quietly, his voice rough from fatigue, "that something so small could cause such terror." Holmes gave a small, grim nod, his eyes still fixed on the distant line of trees beyond the garden wall. "The most dangerous things, Watson," he replied, "are often the least expected." For several minutes, they stood in silence.
Holmes seemed lost in thought, as if replaying every step of the investigation in his mind, reviewing each clue, each observation, and each deduction that had led them to this inevitable and tragic conclusion. Finally, Holmes turned away from the window and crossed the room to where Watson had left his revolver on the nightstand. "You handled yourself well tonight," Holmes said, his tone calm but sincere. "Your steadiness was essential." Watson gave a small nod of acknowledgement but said nothing more. He knew that from Holmes, such praise was rare and never offered lightly. A soft knock came at the bedroom door, breaking the stillness. Holmes moved to open it. Helen stood there, her face pale, her eyes wide with anger. She had dressed quickly, her hair loosely pinned, her shawl pulled tightly around her shoulders as though shielding herself from more than just the... "Is it over?" she voiced, trembling. Holmes nodded gently. "Yes, Miss Stoner, it's over." Helen's gaze flickered past him toward the room behind, as if expecting to see something terrible waiting there. Holmes stepped outside, gently closing the door behind him to spare her the sight. "Come with us. Let's go downstairs. There are things you need to know." Helen nodded quickly, following both men down the narrow staircase to the lower sitting room. The air downstairs felt no less oppressive, but at least there was distance between her and the scene above. Watson poured her a small glass of water, which she accepted with shaking hands. Holmes seated himself opposite her, folding his hands neatly. His tone remained measured, never harsh, always direct. "You were in grave danger last, far greater than even you realized." Helen's eyes filled with tears, though she blinked them back, unwilling to give in completely to the wave of emotion that threatened to overtake. "Your stepfather," Holmes continued, "had devised a method of murder so quiet, so subtle, that no physical evidence remained. It was only through careful observation, and perhaps a small measure of luck, that we were able to prevent tragedy from repeating itself."
Watson sat nearby, listening as Holmes began to explain in precise detail the full scope of the method, how the swamp adder had been trained to respond to a low whistle, how the ventilator had been intentionally constructed between the two bedrooms, and how the bell pull, appearing decorative, had served as a direct path from the opening to the victim's pillow.
Holmes described how the bed's fixed position ensured that any person sleeping there would remain vulnerable, unable to shift away from the danger descending from above. Helen listened in horrified silence, one hand pressed to her mouth as if to contain a gasp. "And tonight," Holmes concluded, "when your stepfather sent the snake once more through the ventilator, he did not anticipate that we would be waiting for it. By attacking the creature, we drove it back toward him."
Startled, it turned on him, and the result. Holmes's voice lowered, was both immediate and faint. Helen's face turned pale again at the finality of the words. Watson stood, moving toward the fireplace, staring into the weak glow of the morning coals as Holmes finished the explanation. "Your safety is assured now, Miss Stoner," Holmes said. "There will be no further threat, and the law will have little interest in pursuing matters further. Nature has already delivered its verdict."
Helen sat motionless, tears silently trailing down her cheeks. Yet, even in her grief, Watson could see the smallest trace of relief softening her features. Holmes rose, retrieving his coat and gloves from the nearby chair. "We'll return to London shortly, but first, some fresh air, I think." Without waiting for a reply, Holmes stepped outside into the gray morning, leaving Watson to gather their belongings and Helen to process the full weight of what had just passed. The night watch at Stoke Moran had ended, but its shadow would remain with them for a long time to come. The morning fog lingered across the estate as Holmes and Watson stepped cautiously back into Dr. Roylott's bedroom. Though dawn had brightened the sky outside, the interior of the room remained dim, lit only by the cold gray light filtering through the narrow window. The air inside felt stagnant and heavy. The once silent witness to Roylott's carefully constructed plot now stood exposed for what it truly was, a calculated scene of deadly intention. Holmes moved first with slow, deliberate steps. His gaze swept over the furnishings, noting once again the crude simplicity of the doctor's belongings. Nothing in the room gave the impression of comfort or domesticity. Everything here was functional, cold, and chosen with a singular focus: control.
The heavy iron safe in the corner immediately drew Holmes's attention again. It stood against the wall, solid and unyielding, its door now partially ajar. Holmes knelt before it, inspecting the interior with clinical detachment. Watson moved to stand behind him, peering over his shoulder. Inside the safe was little more than a shallow basket lined with soft material, layers of coarse wool and old cloth, arranged loosely as if to form a resting place. A faint, lingering odor clung to the lining, something musky and distinct, unmistakably reptilian. This, Holmes said softly, was the snake's lair, kept secure during the day, released only at night. Watson exhaled slowly, the realization settling fully now that he could see the physical evidence before him. Holmes rose, dusting off his hands, before crossing to the small table near the bed where Watson had previously noted the saucer of milk. Holmes lifted the saucer, examining the dried residue around its edges. A curious detail, isn't it? Milk? Not typically a dietary choice for snakes, but useful as part of a conditioned routine, combined with the whistle, a signal for the creature to return to its... Watson stood in silence, absorbing every word. Holmes next picked up the short length of cord, tied with a small loop at one end. The leash, Holmes used to secure the snake when not in use. The knot, tight enough to hold, loose enough to release. He paused near the bedside, running his fingers along, then tracing the route from the ventilator across to where the bell pull hung on the opposite wall. Holmes's attention lingered on the small brass plate that concealed the entry point to the adjoining bedroom. The construction of the ventilator was no accident, speaking more to himself now than to Watson. Too small for a person, but perfectly designed for something slender, something dangerous to pass through. Watson found himself glancing toward the now empty coal scuttle where the snake's body had been placed earlier. Even with the creature dead, the memory of its brief appearance above Helen's bed sent a residual chill through him. Holmes stepped back to the center of the room, taking in the entire scene with one final sweeping glance. All the elements in perfect alignment: financial motive, architectural manipulation, a creature both silent and lethal, and a method so subtle that it left no trace. Until now.
Watson closed his notebook, the final pieces. Holmes moved toward the door, pausing only once to glance at the lifeless figure of Dr. Grimesby Roylott, still sprawled on the floor. They had found him.
There was no pity in Holmes's gaze, only the detached recognition of cause and effect. A man consumed by greed and violence, undone by his own cruel design. With one last glance at the room, Holmes turned, signaling to Watson that it was time to leave. Together they stepped back into the hallway. Behind them, the door to Dr. Roylott's room swung slowly shut, the sound of the latch echoing softly through the empty corridor. The mystery of the speckled band had been revealed.
As the carriage rumbled away from Stoke Moran, carrying Holmes, Watson, and Helen Stoner back toward Leatherhead Station, the oppressive weight that had settled over them for the past 2 days began to lift, if only slightly. The early morning light spilled softly across the rolling fields, casting pale gold over the misty countryside. Yet, despite the calm scene outside, the mood inside the carriage remained subdued.
Helen sat nearest the window, her face turned toward the passing landscape, but her gaze unfocused. Her hands, still trembling faintly, remained clasped tightly in her lap. Watson observed her with quiet sympathy. The events of the previous night had drained her completely, and the gravity of her narrow escape was only now beginning to settle on her. Holmes sat across from them, leaning slightly forward, hands resting on his knees, his face composed.
The train back to London would depart soon, and Holmes seemed to use these last quiet moments to bring clarity to the sequence of events that had led them all here. Turning slightly toward Helen, Holmes spoke with the same steady, analytical tone Watson had come to associate with the final stages. "Miss Stoner, I think it would be best, for your peace of mind, if I explain precisely how this dreadful plan was devised and carried out." Helen nodded without speaking, signaling her agreement with a small touch. Holmes began, his words calm but deliberate. "It was clear to me from the start that your sister's death was no accident. There were too many inconsistencies. The absence of any visible cause of death, the references to a mysterious speckled band, the strange nocturnal whistles, and, of course, the architectural peculiarities of your bedroom." Holmes paused, glancing out the window for a brief moment, continuing. "Your stepfather's motive was simple: money. Upon your marriage, or your sister's, he stood to lose a significant portion of your mother's estate. Given his increasingly erratic behavior and his known financial troubles, I had little doubt that he was willing to go to extreme lengths to..." Watson watched Helen's face as Holmes spoke. Her eyes remained fixed on her hands, but her expression shifted slightly, as if each word brought both clarity and new waves of horror. Holmes continued, "After observing the features of your bedroom, I became certain that the method of murder relied on your bed's fixed position, the ventilator connecting the 2 rooms, and the bell pull that, in truth, served no functional purpose." He leaned forward slightly now, speaking with quiet intensity.
"Your stepfather had trained the swamp adder, the most venomous snake of its kind, to pass through the ventilator opening, down the bell rope, and onto the bed below. The snake would slither across the covers until it found exposed skin, delivering a single, deadly bite." Holmes let the information settle for a moment before continuing.
Once the snake had done its work, it would return to the safety of the doctor's room, drawn back by the sound of a low whistle and the promise of food, perhaps the milk he left in the saucer. Watson felt a cold chill as he recalled how close Helen had come to meeting the same fate. Holmes resumed, his voice steady but edged with grim satisfaction. The brilliance of the plan, if one dares to call it that, lay in its subtlety. A natural cause of death, with no poison detectable by typical post-mortem examination, no fingerprints, no marks of struggle, nothing to link your stepfather directly to the crime. He paused, his gaze sharpening, but there were human flaws, overconfidence, and reliance on routine. Holmes glanced at Watson. "When I struck the snake with my cane last night, I did so with the intention of driving it back.
I knew it would return the way it had come, straight through the ventilator, to the only person it recognized as its handler." Watson nodded, remembering the look of shock and horror on Roylott's face as they had found him, lifeless on the floor, the snake still coiled around his neck. Holmes's expression darkened. It was poetic in a way. The method he had used to silence others turned upon himself. Helen raised her head now, her eyes glistening, but she held back her tears.
"I don't know how to thank you both," her voice soft. "You've saved my life." Holmes shook his head gently. "No thanks are necessary, Miss Stoner. Justice has a way of finding its course, even in the darkest of circumstances." The carriage began to slow as they approached the station. The distant whistle of the incoming train sounded across the fields. Holmes reached for his coat, adjusting his gloves with quiet efficiency. "Come, Watson," he said. "Let's be on our way."
Watson gathered his things quickly, sparing one last glance at Helen, who managed a faint, grateful smile. As they stepped onto the platform, Holmes paused briefly, gazing back over the countryside toward the distant outline of Stoke Moran, now partially obscured by mist. A house full of shadows, secrets, and now silence. Holmes turned toward the train without another word. The method behind the murder had been exposed. The case nearly complete.
The rhythmic clatter of train wheels filled the air as Holmes and Watson settled into their compartment, leaving Leatherhead behind and speeding toward London. The gentle rocking of the carriage, usually a source of comfort during travel, did little to ease the heaviness lingering over both men. Watson, seated opposite Holmes, gazed out at the blurred countryside flashing past the window.
Fields and small cottages drifted by in muted colors, but his mind remained fixed on the grim events they had just witnessed. Holmes, as was his habit after a successful case, had settled into a position of thoughtful stillness. With his hands pressed together beneath his chin and his eyes partially closed, he appeared almost, but Watson knew. Holmes's mind, even in apparent rest, was turning over the case one last time, reviewing every detail with meticulous care. After several minutes of shared silence, Watson spoke, his voice low but direct. "There's one thing I still find difficult to reconcile, Holmes. Julia Stoner's final words, the speckled band. At the time, we could only guess what she meant. But now, in hindsight, it seems clearer. Still, I'd like to hear your interpretation." Holmes opened his eyes slowly, fixing them on Watson with a look that suggested he had been expecting the question. "Ah, the speckled band," he began, his tone reflective but steady. "Yes, Watson. Her last words hold particular importance. In fact, they were the only clue she was able to leave behind. A desperate attempt to identify her killer with her dying." He sat forward slightly now, his gaze sharpening. "We must remember, Holmes, that in the final moments of life, especially following a sudden and violent event such as a venomous bite, the mind often grasps for immediate sensory detail." The room would have been dark, her vision likely impaired by shock and the effects of the poison. But even in that disoriented state, Julia caught one vital image. Watson nodded, recalling Helen's description of the scream, the convulsions, the last whispered words. Holmes resumed. "The snake, the swamp adder, bears distinctive markings, pale scales interspersed with darker, irregular bands across its body." To someone unfamiliar with snakes, especially seeing it in poor light in a moment of panic, the creature could easily be described as a speckled band. Watson leaned back in his seat, considering this. So her final words were, in fact, an accurate observation. More accurate than any of us realized at the time. Exactly. It was a dying woman's attempt to convey what she had, the only physical evidence she could offer in that fleet.
Holmes paused, then spoke again, this time with a quiet finality. Her words, had we understood them sooner, might have spared her sister the terror of these past weeks. But as it stands, they led us to the truth in time to prevent a second tragedy. Watson felt a strange mix of relief and sadness settle over him. The riddle that had haunted Helen Stoner, the riddle that had lingered over Julia's death for 2 long years, is now solved. Holmes sat back again, his gaze drifting to the window as the landscape of Surrey faded into the distance. "It is a curious thing, Watson, how the smallest details, a faint sound, a misplaced rope, a dying whisper, can unravel the most carefully laid plans." Watson closed his notebook, tucking it safely into his coat pocket. "And yet," he said with a faint smile, "it seems that even the most cunning of murderers cannot anticipate Sherlock Holmes." Holmes allowed himself a brief, almost imperceptible, but said nothing more. The train continued its journey toward London, leaving behind the dark history of Stoke Moran, the memory of Julia Stoner's final words, and the echo of a mystery fully understood. The train continued its steady journey toward London, each mile placing greater distance between Holmes Watson and the dark history of Stoke Moran. The countryside rolled past in muted tones of green and gray, blurred by the soft drizzle that had begun to fall against the carriage windows. Inside, the air was warmer, but a thoughtful quiet lingered between the two men. Watson sat with his notebook closed on his lap, staring at the faint reflection of his own face. His mind replayed the images of the previous night, the silent vigil in Helen's bedroom, the sudden strike against the bell pull, the scream from Dr. Roylott's room, and the grim discovery that had followed. Even now, knowing the danger had passed, the echoes of that night clung to him. Holmes, seated across from him, had not spoken for several minutes. His gaze drifted toward the window, but Watson knew his friend well enough to recognize the signs of internal reflection. Holmes was not one to dwell on emotion, but after a case of such weight and consequence, even he seemed momentarily subdued. Finally, Watson broke the silence. "There's something strangely fitting about it all. The method Dr. Roylott devised, the same method that ultimately destroyed him." Holmes turned his eyes toward Watson, nodding slowly. "Indeed, Watson. Nature, in her own impartial way, delivered the sentence." Holmes leaned forward slightly, folding his hands together with deliberate care. Dr. Roylott was a man of violence and cruelty. His physical strength was formidable, his temper uncontrolled, and his capacity for calculated malice undeniable. Over the years, he became isolated by his own actions, alienating neighbors, driving away servants, and terrorizing his stepdaughter. In the end, it was that same isolation, that same arrogance, that allowed him to craft a plan so audacious and reckless. Holmes paused for a moment as though weighing his next.
He chose the most dangerous tool imaginable, a creature that even the most experienced handlers would fear, and he believed, perhaps foolishly, that he could control it. Watson shifted in his seat. And yet, Holmes continued with a faint, ironic smile, in his final moments, Dr. Roylott discovered what countless others have learned before him. Nature does not obey human ambition. It does not bend to financial motive or personal vendetta. It acts and it reacts with absolute indifference.
Watson let the words settle. Outside, the train rattled over a small bridge, the sound echoing beneath them. Holmes's expression softened slightly as he glanced out at the misty fields. Miss Stoner will now have peace. Almost to him, the shadow that hung over her life has been lifted, though the cost was tragically high. Watson nodded, sharing the unspoken understanding between them. As the train neared the outskirts of London, Holmes reached into his coat pocket and withdrew a small notebook of his own. Flipping through its pages with a short pencil, he made a few brief notes, likely the final reflections he would later transfer to his records. Watson smiled faintly. Already preparing your case? Holmes looked up, a glimmer of humor returning to a habit I'm unlikely to break, my dear.
Documentation is the foundation of clarity. The two men exchanged a look, one that spoke of shared experience, danger overcome, and justice served, not by the courts but by the silent and unstoppable force of nature itself. As the train pulled into the London station, Holmes stood adjusting his coat and retrieving his hat. "Come, Watson," he said with quiet satisfaction. "There's a cold wind this morning, and I believe Mrs. Hudson will have the fire lit for us by the time we return."
Watson rose, following Holmes onto the platform, the chill of the London air greeting them as they stepped out. The case of the Speckled Band, with all its darkness, cruelty, and unexpected justice, was finally behind them. And somewhere, far from the noise of the city, Stoke Moran sat quiet once more, its secrets now laid to rest. It is the story of a clever woman, a royal secret, and the one time Sherlock Holmes found himself outwitted in the most unexpected way. So, find a comfortable place, let your breathing slow, and allow your thoughts to drift to the foggy streets of Victorian London, where the great detective faces a mystery unlike any other. This is A Scandal in Bohemia. On one particularly cool and overcast afternoon in London, as the gentle hum of distant carriage wheels rolled across the wet cobblestone streets, Dr. John Watson found himself seated near the window of his small, well-furnished sitting room on Kensington Road. The air carried the soft scent of rain, a mix of damp stone and budding spring leaves, the kind of London air that encouraged quiet reflection. Watson had finished attending to his last patient of the day, a merchant with a mild case of bronchitis, and now rested with a modest glass of port in his hand. The lamp beside him offered a soft, amber glow that gave the entire room a comforting warmth, contrasting with the gray chill pressing against the glass panes. Outside, gaslights flickered to life one by one, illuminating the passers-by hurrying to find shelter before another round of rain began. As Watson gazed absently at the street below, his thoughts drifted, as they often did during such moments, to the series of unusual adventures he had shared with his former roommate and closest friend, Sherlock Holmes, the tall, sharp-minded detective who had, in so many cases, proven himself almost superhuman in intellect and observation. Memories of foggy nights spent chasing suspects through alleyways, of late-night debates over unsolved riddles, and of quiet mornings at Baker Street flooded back with vivid detail. But on this particular evening, Watson's mind focused on a very specific figure from those days, not a criminal, not a victim, nor even an inspector from Scotland Yard. His thoughts settled on a woman, the only woman who had ever, in Watson's memory, made Sherlock Holmes hesitate, made him pause, made him speak with something that resembled admiration. Irene Adler. For anyone else, she might have been described as simply clever, or perhaps manipulative, as many women of society were said to be during that time. But for Holmes, she was always referred to in a way that carried weight. She was the woman, never by her full name, never with embellishment, just that simple, singular phrase. Watson had witnessed Holmes dismiss countless women over the years. He had watched him remain emotionally unmoved even when confronted with tears, desperation, or beauty. Holmes seemed immune to charm and untouched by sentimentality, while Watson himself had fallen in love, married, and adjusted to the ordinary joys and difficulties of domestic life. Holmes had remained firmly in his self-constructed fortress of logic and intellectual detachment, and yet, despite all of that, there was Irene. Watson leaned back in his chair and allowed his mind to reconstruct the chain of events that had begun it all, a sequence that had started, as so many of their cases did, at 221 B. Baker Street. It was, if memory served correctly, a late morning in early April, some years before. The spring air had just begun to lose the bite of winter, and sunlight slanted lazily across the sitting room floor. Inside, the familiar scene unfolded as it always had. Holmes, in his worn but comfortable dressing gown, sat cross-legged in his favorite armchair, his lean frame bent forward in concentration as he examined the pages of at least 3 newspapers that lay scattered around him. On the side table stood a flask of strong black coffee, untouched but still steaming faintly. The smell of pipe tobacco drifted through the room, curling in the air like silent ghosts of earlier conversations. Watson had been there too, seated opposite, pretending to read a medical journal but mostly observing Holmes. There was something fascinating in simply watching Holmes think. His eyes moved quickly, scanning articles, pausing occasionally to jot a brief note or emit a soft, almost inaudible hum of his mind worked like a finely tuned machine, never truly at rest, always searching for a new problem to solve. It was during one such quiet morning that Mrs. Hudson, the ever-patient landlady, entered with her usual knock and her unmistakable air of practiced calm. Balanced carefully on a silver tray lay a small visiting card. Holmes barely glanced up, gesturing for Watson to take a look at the card himself. The card was simple, elegant, and carried a name that neither of them recognized at first glance: Count von Cram, a name that sounded foreign, aristocratic, and faintly theatrical. Holmes, now interested, adjusted himself in his chair and directed that the visitor be shown in. When the door opened moments later, Watson's curiosity deepened. The figure that stepped into the room was tall, broad-shouldered, and dressed in a rich, dark cloak that swept behind him as he moved. His face was partly concealed by a heavy black mask that covered his upper features, allowing only his mouth and jaw to remain visible. Despite the concealment, it was clear from the tone of his voice and the way he carried himself that this man was no ordinary guest. The air in the room shifted slightly, the way it always did when a case of importance was about to unfold. Holmes, never one to let an opportunity for observation slip past him, leaned forward slightly, resting his fingertips together as he often did when a puzzle presented it. Watson, from his seat nearby, took note of the stranger's gloved hands, his polished boots, and the faint gold embroidery visible along the lining of his cloak. Small details, but telling ones. The visitor began to speak, his voice low and edged with nervousness. He explained that he had come on a matter of utmost privacy and discretion. He emphasized the need for absolute confidentiality. It was only after Holmes, with his usual calm and measured tone, assured the man of his professionalism that the visitor hesitated, then reached up and removed the mask. What followed was a moment of quiet surprise. Standing before them without any further concealment was the King of Bohemia himself, a man whose face was known in political circles across Europe, yet who now stood humbly in the London apartment of a private detective, seeking help with a personal matter. The king began to recount the situation, choosing his words carefully, yet unable to hide the deep concern in his expression. He spoke of a time several years before when he had resided in London under a different identity, during which he had become romantically involved with Irene Adler. At the time, she had been one of the most celebrated opera singers in Europe, enjoying both fame and social standing. Their relationship, though brief, had been intense. However, time had moved on. The king now stood on the verge of a politically important engagement to a Scandinavian princess. The alliance between the two royal houses was delicate, and any hint of scandal could result in diplomatic consequences far beyond personal embarrassment. Unfortunately for the king, Irene Adler possessed a single photograph of the two of them together, a photograph that, made public, could prove disastrous. The king had attempted various methods to recover the monetary offers had been made and refused. Attempts to retrieve it by force had ended in failure. Irene Adler, it seemed, was not easily intimidated, nor Watson recalled the way Holmes listened to this account, not with judgment, nor with any, but with the quiet intensity of a man already considering the layers of the problem presented. Once the king had finished, silence filled the room for several long seconds. Holmes stood, walked slowly to the window, and gazed out onto Baker Street. The late morning sun had fully emerged by then, casting patterns of light across the crowded sidewalk below. He remained there for a while, hands clasped behind his back, lost in thought. Then, without turning, he spoke in a tone that was both soft and unmistakably certain. "This is an intriguing puzzle." Watson had seen that expression before. It meant Holmes was already accepting the case, already visualizing outcomes, already mapping the strategy that would unfold over the coming day. From that moment forward, there was no doubt that Sherlock Holmes would take on the challenge of outwitting Irene Adler. But what Watson did not realize then, as he watched Holmes prepare for the first steps of the investigation, was just how unique this case would become, and how, in the end, it would mark one of the very few times that the great detective would find himself matched, move for move, by someone who understood the game just as well as he did. The story, full of subtlety, intelligence, and unexpected turns, was only just beginning. The following day dawned with the quiet promise of rain, the kind of soft, steady drizzle that Londoners had grown to expect and accept as part of daily life. The streets below Baker Street were alive with the muted sounds of hooves on wet stone, the occasional crack of a coachman's whip, and the distant hum of morning commerce. Inside the sitting room of 221B, the atmosphere remained thick with the lingering scent of Holmes's pipe tobacco, mingled now with the crisp aroma of freshly brewed coffee. Sherlock Holmes stood near the fireplace, lost in his tall figure, dressed in a dark morning coat, seemed perfectly still except for the slow, rhythmic tapping of his fingers against the mantelpiece. Watson observed him from his usual chair, pretending to read the morning newspaper, but allowing himself frequent glances toward. Holmes had been like this for nearly half an hour, contemplating the case in silence, his gaze fixed not on any one object, but rather on some distant point of reasoning known only to him. The events of the previous day still played in Watson's mind. The King of Bohemia, standing in their modest sitting room, had spoken with a mixture of desperation and pride, revealing both his station and his vulnerability. Rarely had Watson seen a man of such political stature reduced to seeking help in this manner, yet here they were, with a royal scandal resting squarely in Holmes's. Holmes finally moved, turning with sudden but measured energy. He walked to the small writing desk by the window, retrieved a thin notebook, and began to write. The scratch of his pen against paper was steady and deliberate. When he finished, he tore the page free, folded it with precision, and slipped it into an envelope. Without a word, he rang the bell for. When she arrived, wiping her hands on her apron after completing a small chore, Holmes handed her the envelope. "Please see that this reaches the address without delay." Mrs. Hudson, accustomed to Holmes's unusual errands, nodded and left without question. Watson waited for Holmes to speak, knowing better than to interrupt. Finally, Holmes turned toward him. "I have sent a note to a certain acquaintance of mine, a man well acquainted with the movements and social calendar of London's more theatrical personalities." Watson nodded, understanding at once. Holmes was referring to his network of informants, individuals scattered across the city, each possessing a unique ability to observe without drawing attention. Holmes continued, his tone as calm and measured as always. "Before we proceed, I must familiarize myself further with Miss Adler's habits, where she goes, when she returns, whom she receives as visitors. Timing will be crucial." Watson leaned forward, now fully engaged. "How do you intend to gather such information without drawing suspicion?" Holmes allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. "By blending into the very streets she walks. Disguise, my dear Watson, remains an art I take considerable pride in perfecting, and with that, Holmes disappeared into his bedroom. For several minutes, Watson heard the faint sounds of drawers open, the subtle rustle of fabric, and the occasional clink of small metal containers being set aside. When Holmes emerged again, Watson found himself momentarily taken aback. Before him stood not the sharply dressed detective, but a shabby-looking workman. Holmes's complexion appeared roughened, his posture slightly stooped, and his clothing, worn and ill-fitting, gave him the unmistakable air of a London laborer. Even the smell of cheap spirits seemed to cling to him, an effect achieved, Watson suspected, with deliberate application. Without ceremony, Holmes took a battered cap from the table, placed it on his head, with a final glance toward Watson, slipped out the door and down the stairs. Watson remained seated, pondering the strange turn the case had already taken. He spent the next few hours lost in paperwork, occasionally drifting toward the window in hopes of catching sight of Holmes's return. But as the clock hands moved past midday and into late afternoon, there was still no sign of him. When Holmes finally did return just before dusk, he carried with him not only the marks of the street, mud on his boots, dust on his sleeves, but also a notebook filled with neatly written observations. Without removing his disguise, he seated himself across from Watson and began to speak in a low, steady voice. Miss Adler resides at Bryony Lodge, Serpentine Avenue, St. John's Wood. He paused, flipping through his notebook with fingers darkened by artificial grime. She lives alone, though she keeps 2 staff members. One is a middle-aged woman who serves as her maid and general housekeeper. The other is a groom who handles her modest carriage and horse. Watson listened carefully, knowing from experience that every detail Holmes shared was deliberate and important. Her daily habits are as follows. She rises no later than 8 o'clock each morning and is often seen walking in Regent's Park by 9. She returns home shortly after 10, where she remains for most of the day, receiving few visitors. However, there is one gentleman of note. Holmes paused again, as if savoring the build-up to the next piece of a barrister by the name of Godfrey Norton. Watson raised an eyebrow. A lawyer? Indeed. Mr. Norton visits almost daily, sometimes more than once. Their conversations are held in private, and his manner suggests familiarity rather than formality. Holmes closed the notebook and leaned back. I followed them both today, purely out of professional interest. Their meeting this afternoon took an unexpected turn. Watson leaned forward, eager for the next piece of the story. Holmes continued. I observed Mr. Norton arriving at Bryony Lodge just after 3 o'clock. The conversation lasted less than 10 minutes. Then, quite suddenly, both Miss Adler and Mr. Norton emerged together, appearing in some haste. They hailed a cab and proceeded directly to St. Monica's Church on Edgware Road. Holmes's expression darkened slightly, though his voice remained even. I followed. Upon arrival at the church, I overheard their brief but urgent exchange with the clergyman. It appeared they required an immediate ceremony. There was some issue regarding the presence of a witness. Watson blinked in surprise. A wedding? Precisely. Holmes's eyes narrowed with the precision of a man analyzing. Before I could fully process the situation, Mr. Norton spotted me near the church door. Without hesitation, he asked me to serve as their legal witness. I agreed naturally, wishing to remain close to the developments. Watson could not suppress a small laugh at the image of Holmes in his laborer's disguise, serving as a witness to a hurried wedding. And so, Holmes said with a slight shrug, Miss Adler became Mrs. Norton. He stood and began removing the layers of his disguise, restoring himself to his usual appearance with practiced. This complicated. Her legal status has changed, and with it, her immediate plans may also. Whatever she intends to do with the photograph, time is now. Holmes washed his hands carefully at the basin, removing the last traces of dirt and theatrical. We must act swiftly, Watson. I suspect she has already begun preparations of her own. As the evening deepened, Holmes retired to his bedroom, emerging some time later with a clean suit and a quiet determination in his He lit his pipe and stood by the window once more, gazing out over the quiet streets of London. now slick with rain and glowing softly under the gaslight. The game, it seemed, had begun in earnest, and Watson, fully aware that the coming days would bring even stranger developments, sat quietly, waiting for Holmes's next move. The following morning arrived with a heavy fog rolling in from the Thames, wrapping the city of London in thick layers of mist that blurred the sharp lines of buildings and softened the noise of early traffic. The sounds of hooves striking cobblestones, the shouts of street vendors setting up their carts, and the distant clatter of milk deliveries all reached Baker Street as though muffled by layers of Inside 221B, the sitting room was unusually quiet. Holmes sat by the hearth, elbows resting on the arms of his chair, fingertips pressed together in that familiar posture of deep concentration. The coal fire crackled softly, sending occasional sparks into the iron grate, but Holmes seemed utterly oblivious to its warmth or its light. His pipe lay untouched on the mantelpiece, and the untouched breakfast tray beside him revealed just how distracted he had become. Watson observed his friend from across the room, pretending to focus on the Times, but finding it increasingly difficult to ignore the tension that filled the air like static before a storm. Holmes had said little since recounting the sudden wedding of Irene Adler to Godfrey Norton. The development had clearly introduced variables Holmes had not anticipated, and the detective's silence this morning reflected a mind fully engaged in recalibration. Finally, as the clock struck 9, Holmes stirred. He rose from his chair with deliberate slowness and crossed to the writing desk, pulling out a fresh sheet of paper. With quick, neat strokes, he began drafting several notes, pausing only occasionally to tap the pen against his chin as new thoughts entered his mind. Once finished, he summoned Mrs. Hudson and gave instructions for the messages to be delivered at once. Watson folded his newspaper and set it aside. "Do you anticipate another move from her?" Holmes did not look up without question. "The situation has shifted, and I must assume she will take steps to protect herself." There was a pause before Holmes added, more to himself than to Watson, "In her position, I would." The detective then began gathering materials from various corners of the room. From a small locked cabinet near the fire, he retrieved 2 disguises, one a simple dark overcoat and cap, favored by London the other a clergyman's. Watson watched with growing curiosity as Holmes laid them carefully across the back of the sofa. "You intend to observe her again?" Holmes gave a short nod. "Observation, my dear Watson, is the first principle of successful deduction. I need to learn more about her patterns now that she is married, whether her movements change, whether Mr. Norton becomes more present at her residence, and, most importantly, whether there's any indication of her preparing to..." Holmes paused for a moment before adding, "or worse." The mention of the photograph shifted the mood of the room. It remained the singular object upon which this entire case balanced. Holmes's research the previous day had already revealed critical details about Miss Adler's household. She employed minimal staff, which suggested privacy was something she valued. Her maid, a woman of about 50, appeared fiercely loyal and discreet, rarely leaving the house for more than necessary errands. The groom, a short and broad-shouldered man named John Lane, managed the stabling of her modest one-horse brougham and acted occasionally as a messenger, but seemed otherwise uninvolved in household. Watson recalled how Holmes had spoken of Lane with mild amusement. A man of few words and fewer thoughts, Holmes had said, but watchful in his own. Holmes's next step was to resume his surveillance, this time in the guise of a working-class cabman. His attire, weathered and stained from previous use, transformed him into just another anonymous figure blending into the steady flow of traffic on Serpentine Avenue. By mid-morning, Holmes had positioned himself with expert care at the corner of the street, pretending to rest on the driver's box of an empty hansom cab. From this vantage point, he observed the entrance of Bryony Lodge with uninterrupted attention. For several hours, Holmes watched as a quiet rhythm unfolded. A greengrocer's boy arrived with a small basket of fresh produce. A seamstress delivered a parcel of mended garments. An elderly neighbor paused briefly at the gate, exchanging a few words with the maid before continuing down the street. There was no sign of Godfrey Norton. Then, just after noon, Holmes's patience was rewarded. A covered carriage pulled up outside the residence, and from within emerged a man Holmes instantly recognized as a former associate of Norton from the Inns of Court. The two men exchanged only a brief word at the door before the visitor was admitted inside. Less than 15 minutes later, he departed with a step. Holmes, noting the unusual haste, flagged down a nearby messenger, pressed a shilling into his hand, and instructed him to follow the departing man discreetly to his next destination. As Holmes resumed his vigil, the realization began to take hold that Irene Adler might be consulting legal counsel. Whether it was about property, inheritance, or the damning photograph itself, Holmes could not yet say with certainty. When Holmes finally returned to Baker Street that evening, his appearance bore the marks of a long day spent among the city's grit. Dust from passing carriages clung to his coat, and his boots showed fresh traces of mud from hours on the pavement. Watson greeted him with barely concealed eagerness for news. Any developments? Holmes dropped heavily into his chair, reached for his pipe, and lit it with slow deliberation. She received a legal visitor today, one of Norton's colleagues from Lincoln's Inn. The visit was brief but urgent. Watson tilted his. Could it concern the photograph? Holmes exhaled a long trail of smoke before answering. It could. Or it could pertain to her marriage settlement. Either way, it confirms that she is making legal preparations. It tells us she's thinking several moves ahead. Holmes rose and paced the length of the sitting room, his steps light but deliberate. The photograph must still be in her possession. If she intended to use it immediately, she would not have consulted legal counsel first. She would act swiftly and without warning. Holmes paused near the window, staring out at the gaslights flickering in the thick fog. However, if she intends to protect it, hide it, or leverage it later, she will soon take steps to ensure it remains out of reach. Watson could sense the detective's mind accelerating, processing possibilities with the same ruthless efficiency that had solved so many cases before. After a moment of silent calculation, Holmes spoke again. Tomorrow we initiate Phase 2. Watson raised an eyebrow. And what does Phase 2 involve? Holmes turned, offering a small, satisfied smile. A little theater, Watson, carefully staged, and with just enough drama to reveal the location of that photograph. With that, Holmes extinguished his pipe, set it aside, and retreated to his bedroom, leaving Watson alone with the low crackle of the fire and the distant rumble of carriages disappearing into the London. Watson knew enough of Holmes's methods to understand that something elaborate, and as he sat there, staring at the fading embers in the hearth, he wondered just how Irene Adler would respond when the next move in this silent battle for control finally unfolded. The next morning broke with a hesitant light, filtered through layers of fog that clung stubbornly to the streets and rooftops of London. The air was thick with moisture, and from the windows of 221B Baker Street, the city appeared as a landscape drawn in soft charcoal, with only the occasional glow of a gas lamp breaking through the pale grayness. Sherlock Holmes was already awake and fully dressed by the time Watson emerged from his room. The detective stood by the small breakfast, carefully folding a map of St. John's Wood, the area where Irene Adler's residence, Bryony. His movements were slow, deliberate, the gestures of a man who had already considered every step of the day. Without any formal greeting, Holmes gestured to join him near the window. Spread across the table beside the folded map was an assortment of small tools and accessories, items that Watson recognized immediately as the essential instruments of Holmes's artful disguises. There was a collection of false beards, several types of wigs varying in length and color, and a small wooden box containing powders and grease paints for altering skin tone. A few bottles of eye drops sat neatly alongside these, capable of dilating pupils or reddening the whites to complete the effect of illness, fatigue, or drunkenness. Watson observed these preparations in silence, accustomed by now to Holmes's meticulous attention to detail before undertaking fieldwork. Holmes picked up a well-worn mirror and examined his own face closely, turning it side to side, assessing his profile, the line of his jaw, the sharpness of his cheekbones. Then, reaching for a pot of dark cream, he began working the substance into the skin along his hairline and neck, gradually transforming his pale complexion into one more sun-weathered and rough, the look of a common working man who spent his days outdoors. Watson knew better than to interrupt. He simply watched, waiting for Holmes to speak when he felt ready. Finally, after securing a coarse brown wig onto his head and adjusting a loose, ill-fitting jacket over his lean frame, Holmes looked at Watson through narrow, darkened eyes. "Today I become part of this street," he said. With that, he gathered a small notebook and pencil, slipped them into an inside pocket, and, with a last glance towards the clock on the mantelpiece, left the flat, his steps light and unhurried as he descended the stairs. For the remainder of the morning, Holmes positioned himself at a quiet corner near Serpentine Avenue, within clear view of Briony Lodge, but far enough away to avoid attracting attention. Leaning against the iron rail of a neighboring garden gate, he settled into the mannerisms of a casual observer, a man with no particular destination, passing time as countless others did in London's restless streets. Holmes watched carefully as the day unfolded. The city moved around him with its usual rhythm. Delivery carts rattled along the avenue, their drivers shouting greetings to familiar faces. Children in simple school uniforms hurried past, clutching lunch tins and notebook. An elderly woman, wrapped in a shawl too thin for the season, paused to inspect a street vendor's display of second-hand. Holmes took note of each figure who approached or left Briony Lodge. The maid emerged twice, once to fetch milk from the corner dairy, and again to collect a small parcel from the post office. The groom, John Lane, spent the better part of the morning polishing the wheels of Miss Adler's brougham before leading the horse down the lane to stretch its legs. Shortly after 10 o'clock, Holmes observed Irene Adler herself. She stepped out of the house dressed in a tailored walking suit of dark gray, with a small feathered hat perched at an angle atop her carefully styled hair. A veil partially concealed her features, but Holmes had already memorized the delicate shape of her jawline and the distinctive poise of her walk. She carried herself with an air of quiet confidence, moving without hurry but with undeniable purpose. Holmes followed at a discreet distance, slipping easily through the crowds, blending with ease among street sweeps, newsboys, and clerks on their morning breaks. Irene Adler made her way toward Regent's Park, where she proceeded to take a slow, solitary walk along the tree-lined paths. For nearly an hour she wandered the park, pausing occasionally to feed pigeons near a fountain or to sit briefly on one of the iron benches. At no point did she meet or engage with anyone in particular. Her solitude appeared intentional. Holmes observed her from multiple vantage points, using a variety of a man reading the headlines from a kiosk, a laborer adjusting the straps of a passerby, pausing to light a cigarette. Each position allowed him to keep her within view without creating suspicion. As the hour approached noon, Irene Adler returned home, moving with the same unhurried grace she had displayed throughout the morning. Holmes remained stationed nearby for another 2 hours, studying the flow of visitors to the residence. There were none. Only routine deliveries arrived: groceries, a basket of laundered linens, and a small bouquet of flowers, presumably for Mr. Norton. By mid-afternoon, Holmes changed his disguise, trading the laborer's clothes for those of a modest country clergyman. The transformation was complete within minutes, and the effect was remarkable. Now he appeared stooped and gentle, with soft eyes and an air of mild absent-mindedness. A thin layer of powder gave his skin the pallor of someone more accustomed to quiet rooms and parish halls than to the open. In this new role, Holmes moved closer to the entrance of Briony Lodge, lingering near the garden wall under the pretense of searching for a lost address written on a scrap of paper. He needed to test the reaction of the household staff, to learn how quickly they responded to unexpected visitors and whether they had standing orders regarding strangers. As expected, the maid was the first to notice him. She opened the door a fraction, offering a cautious glance. Holmes approached slowly, his voice soft and apologetic, asking for directions to a neighboring but firm, provided the information without delay, and closed the door. Holmes smiled to himself as that single brief exchange. First, the household remained watchful of strangers. Second, Miss Adler's instructions to her staff were clear: no extended conversations with unknown visitors. And third, The level of discipline inside the house suggested that Holmes would need to employ something more dramatic if he hoped to gain access to the interior. Returning to Baker Street later that evening, Holmes removed his disguise carefully, washing away the layers of dust, makeup, and false identity as Watson sat nearby, listening. The detective described every detail of the day's observations with clinical precision: Miss Adler's walking patterns, the frequency of her staff's outings, the appearance and behavior of her groom, and the state of comings and goings at Bryony Lodge. Watson, absorbing the information, finally asked the question that lingered most in his mind. "Do you believe the photograph is inside the house?" Holmes paused as he dried his hands, his eyes narrowing in thought. "It is the most probable location for now, but its exact hiding place remains unknown. That, my dear Watson, is the next puzzle to solve." Watson nodded, already sensing that Holmes's mind was shifting to the design of his next strategy. As the gaslights flickered against the night sky outside, Holmes settled into his armchair once more, steepling his fingers beneath his chin. "Tomorrow," he said quietly, "we shall turn observation into action." Watson, knowing full well what that meant, closed his notebook and prepared himself for whatever unusual event Holmes had planned next. The next morning, the fog that had hung so heavily over London began to lift, revealing streets slick with rain and rooftops glistening under a pale, reluctant sun. The air remained damp, but there was a renewed energy in the city. Carriages moved briskly through intersections, and merchants set out their wares with the hope that improved weather might bring more customers. At 221B Baker Street, Sherlock Holmes stood at the center of the sitting room, adjusting the cuffs of his overcoat while speaking with a level of focus that indicated the shift from passive observation to active intervention. Watson watched him with a mixture of anticipation and concern. Over the years, he had witnessed Holmes execute countless intricate plans, each more peculiar than the last. Yet there was something about Holmes's quiet intensity this morning that suggested a unique and delicate operation lay ahead. Without offering much explanation, Holmes gathered a small bundle from his desk drawer, a roll of fine wire, a small tin of dark pigment, and a pair of thin leather gloves. Placing them carefully into the inner pocket of his coat, he turned to Watson and announced his intention to spend the next few hours near Bryony Lodge once again. His goal was simple but crucial: to observe any deviation from Miss Adler's established routine. Watson offered to accompany him, but Holmes declined with a faint smile, assuring him that solitary observation would be more effective. With that, he descended the stairs and disappeared into the late morning bustle of Baker Street. For the next 2 hours, Holmes blended into the streets around St. John's Wood as easily as one might blend into the background noise of a busy cafe. Dressed in the simple attire of a city tradesman, he positioned himself near a lamppost across from Bryony Lodge, appearing to any casual observer as nothing more than a man passing time between jobs. Miss Adler's morning began as expected. At precisely 9:30, she emerged dressed for her usual walk in Regent's Park. Holmes followed at a respectful distance, watching as she strolled along the familiar path with measured. She paused to feed breadcrumbs to a cluster of pigeons near the fountain, and then sat briefly on one of the iron benches to read a small, leather-bound book. At 1:15, she returned home, moving with the same unhurried elegance she displayed each day. Holmes resumed his station across the street, eyes narrowing. Shortly before noon, a familiar figure arrived. A cab pulled up at the curb, and out stepped Mr. Godfrey Norton. The barrister appeared more agitated than Holmes had seen him before. His pace quickened as he approached the door of Bryony Lodge, and though Holmes could not hear the exchange, it was clear that Mr. Norton was speaking with urgency. The conversation at the doorway lasted less than a minute before Mr. Norton entered the house. Holmes felt a flicker of interest. This was not a routine social visit. For the next 20 minutes, Holmes remained perfectly still, watching the upper windows of the house for any sign of activity. Curtains shifted once, suggesting someone moving quickly inside. Then, at precisely 12:30, the front door opened again. This time, both Miss Adler and Mr. Norton emerged together. What caught Holmes's attention More than anything was the unmistakable sense of haste that hung in the air around them. Mr. Norton's movements were brisk and purposeful, his face tense. Miss Adler, though composed, walked with a certain decisiveness Holmes had not previously observed. Together they stepped into the waiting cab. Holmes's instincts reacted immediately. Something had changed. Without hesitation, Holmes flagged down a passing hansom cab and instructed the driver to follow at a discreet distance. As the two cabs made their way through the crowded streets of London, Holmes kept his eyes fixed on the vehicle ahead, mentally noting every turn, every pause at traffic crossings, every glance exchanged between the occupants when they were briefly visible through the small rear window. After nearly 20 minutes of weaving through side streets and main roads, the first cab came to a stop in front of St. Monica's Church on Edgware Road. Holmes paid his driver and dismounted swiftly, positioning himself near the churchyard gate where he could observe without being seen. To his surprise, Holmes watched as Mr. Norton and Miss Adler hurried inside, engaged in what appeared to be a rapid discussion with the clergyman, a middle-aged man with thin spectacles and a slightly bewildered expression. Holmes's curiosity deepened. The body language of both parties left little room for doubt. This was no ordinary church visit. There was urgency here, words exchanged with raised voices, gestures toward a registry book, and the unmistakable shifting of documents on the table near the pulpit. Moments later, Holmes's suspicions were confirmed. A wedding was about to take place. With characteristic speed, Holmes moved to a side entrance of the church and slipped inside. Keeping to the shadows of the back pews, he positioned himself where he could both observe and, if necessary, intervene. The small chapel was mostly empty. A single elderly sexton worked quietly near the altar, arranging hymnals. The clergyman stood with pen in hand, flipping through the pages of the parish registry. Miss Adler and Mr. Norton stood near the lectern, exchanging words that, though too soft for Holmes to hear in full, carried an undeniable intent. Then came the moment Holmes had not anticipated. Norton turned sharply and, spotting Holmes standing nearby, still dressed in the simple clothes of a tradesman, called out in a loud and urgent voice, "You there! We require a witness!" Holmes, startled but quick to adapt, responded with an eager nod, adopting the deferential tone of a working man suddenly thrust into unfamiliar circumstances. "Yes, sir. Glad to be of help." Without giving himself overthink, Holmes approached the front of the chapel and stood beside who appeared equally relieved to have. The ceremony that followed was swift. The vows were exchanged with minimal ceremony, the legal documentation signed, and Holmes, now an official witness to the marriage of Godfrey Norton and Irene Adler, signed his own name on the registry with an almost theatrical. As the ink dried on the final page, Miss Adler cast a single glance in Holmes's. It was brief, no more than a flicker, but for that one instant, Holmes felt a subtle awareness pass between them. Whether it was recognition, suspicion, or simple curiosity, he could not tell. The newlyweds offered polite farewells to the clergyman and exited the church without delay, climbing back into their waiting cab and disappearing down the street as quickly as they had. Holmes remained behind for a few moments, using the time to gather his thoughts and consider the implications of what had just transpired. A wedding, sudden, unannounced, and carried out with such speed that Holmes could not help but wonder what had driven them to act so quickly. Returning to Baker Street later that afternoon, Holmes recounted the entire sequence of events to Watson, describing every detail with the crisp clarity Watson had come to expect from him. Watson, listening intently, leaned back in his chair, absorbing the unexpected turn the case had taken. "So she is now Mrs. Norton," Watson said slowly. "Does that change your approach?" Holmes lit his pipe, taking several thoughtful draws before replying. "It introduces new variables. Her legal status has changed, and with it, her rights regarding property and privacy. But her intelligence remains constant. The photograph is still out there. And now, I believe, she will take steps to secure it more carefully than ever." Holmes paused, gazing into the middle distance, as though already envisioning the next phase of his strategy. "Tonight, Watson, we prepare for the next act. And with that, the room fell quiet, the only sound the soft crackle of the fire and the distant rumble of late afternoon carriages moving through the streets of London. The following day dawned with a muted silver light creeping across the rooftops of London, as though the city itself remained undecided between morning and mist. From the window of 221B Baker Street, the streets below appeared subdued, softened by the lingering fog that curled through the alleys and along the shore. The city was waking slowly, reluctant but steady, like a giant shaking off. Inside the flat, Sherlock Holmes moved with practice. His breakfast tray remained untouched on the small dining table, the toast cold and the tea long since gone bitter. Holmes's focus had narrowed entirely to the preparations unfolding before him. On the mantelpiece, a small collection of props had been assembled: a simple black walking stick, a pair of wire-rimmed spectacles, a faded clerical collar, and a small metal flask. Nearby, Watson observed in quiet fascination as Holmes tied a modest white bandage around his left forearm, carefully securing it to suggest an injury that, though minor, might still evoke sympathy from a stranger. The sitting room had taken on the air of a backstage theater just before curtain rise. Holmes adjusted the collar of a plain gray suit, worn enough to appear convincingly second-hand, but still respectable enough for a modest London clergyman. Watson, seated near the hearth, could not help but speak. "You intend to meet her today?" Holmes nodded, his gaze sharp as he examined his reflection in the small oval mirror above the fireplace. "But not as myself." His voice was steady, almost casual, but Watson detected the undercurrent of calculation that always preceded Holmes' most elaborate plans. Holmes's reasoning had crystallized overnight. The sudden marriage between Irene Adler and Godfrey Norton had altered the timeline. Holmes knew that, with her legal status now secured, she would soon take action regarding the photograph, the very item at the heart of this entire affair. There was no more room for passive observation. The time had come for action. Holmes's plan was simple in concept, but would require flawless. He would create a disturbance outside Bryony Lodge, a staged accident, something sudden but controlled, enough to draw attention, to compel Miss Adler to reveal, through instinct, the location where she kept her most valuable possession. Holmes turned now to Watson with the first clear set of instructions. "You, my dear Watson, will wait just outside the gate of... I will approach the house in disguise. Once I'm inside, you will recognize the agreed-upon signal, a shout followed by the breaking of a window. When that happens, you are to throw." Holmes held up a small glass sphere no larger than a child's marble. It glowed faintly amber in the light, the liquid inside swirling with an oily, metallic sheen. "A smoke rocket," Holmes explained. "When it breaks, it will fill the room with enough harmless but thick smoke to create confusion. It will last no more than a few minutes, but it will be enough to cause alarm." Watson turned the small device over in his hand, feeling its unexpected weight. He had seen Holmes use similar chemical tricks during past investigations, but never inside a client's home, and certainly never under such delicate circumstances. Holmes, reading Watson's hesitation, added with a brief smile, "No harm will come to her or her house, but the disruption will serve a critical..." Watson, pocketing. With the plan now firmly in place, Holmes completed the final adjustment. A thin layer of powder dulled the natural sharpness of his facial features. His voice, when he practiced a few lines aloud, adopted the gentle, slightly breathless tone often associated with city clergy. Shortly before noon, Holmes and Watson departed Baker Street, traveling by separate routes toward St. John's Wood to avoid being seen together near the target location. Holmes arrived first, positioning himself near the corner of Serpentine Avenue. From there, he observed the front of Bryony Lodge. The house stood, as it always had, modest yet refined, its small garden enclosed by wrought iron fencing, the shrubs. Holmes approached the gate with the cautious steps of an unfamiliar visitor. He allowed his left arm to hang at an awkward angle, reinforcing the appearance of a recent injury. As he reached the front steps, he paused, producing a small silver flask from... With a practiced hand, he dabbed a few drops of a pungent herbal solution at the corners of his... Within seconds, His eyes reddened convincingly, adding to the illusion of Holmes knocked lightly at the door. After a moment, the maid appeared, her expression cautious but not unfriendly. "Pardon me," Holmes said in a strained, apologetic tone, "but I seem to have been caught in an unfortunate scuffle. Just a group of unruly youth. One of them pushed me into the railings." He gestured weakly to his bandaged arm. The maid, taken aback but sympathetic, opened the door wider and stepped forward. "Would you like to sit down, sir?" she asked, already guiding him toward the entryway. Holmes nodded gratefully, allowing himself to be led inside. The air within Bryony Lodge smelled faintly of lavender and with a trace of something floral, perhaps rosewater, lingering beneath. Holmes took everything in within seconds. The arrangement of furniture, the location of the staircase leading to the upper floor, the small writing desk near the window, and most importantly, the layout of the sitting room. Miss Adler herself appeared moments later, her expression shifting from mild curiosity to concern as she took in the appearance of the injured clergyman seated awkwardly on her sofa. "Are you hurt?" she asked. Holmes, continuing the performance, waved off her question with practiced humility. "It is nothing serious, I assure you. Merely shaken." As Miss Adler stepped forward to offer him a glass of water, Holmes caught a glimpse of the room's focal point, the mantelpiece above the fireplace. Along the wall just above it, he noted an unusual architectural feature, a narrow sliding wooden panel, barely visible unless one knew to look for it. A perfect place for concealing something small and valuable. Holmes did not allow his gaze to linger. The conversation continued for several minutes, with Holmes responding to Miss Adler's polite inquiries with vague explanations and soft reassurances that he would recover quickly. Then, at the agreed moment, Holmes executed the next step of rising unsteadily to his feet. He staggered backward, knocking over a small side table and sending a delicate porcelain vase crashing to the floor. Startled, Miss Adler called out for her maid. At that exact moment, Holmes let out a sharp, pained shout, the prearranged signal to Watson, waiting just beyond the garden wall. Almost instantly, the glass window near the side of the house shattered as Watson, from his concealed position, threw the small smoke device inside. A dense cloud of white-gray smoke erupted, filling the sitting room with startling speed. Cries of alarm rang out from both Miss Adler and her maid as they hurried to open doors and windows, coughing and shielding their faces. Holmes, using the moment of chaos, pressed himself near the wall, watching carefully. As predicted, Miss Adler's first instinct was to rush toward the mantelpiece. In one smooth, practiced motion, she reached behind the sliding panel and retrieved a small, leather-bound case. Holmes observed the location with absolute clarity, marking the exact point for future reference. Within seconds, he allowed himself to be swept out of the house with the others as the smoke dispersed and the air cleared. The neighbors began to gather outside, murmuring among themselves the strange incident. Holmes, maintaining his disguise, offered a few breathless apologies for slipping quietly down the street and disappearing into the fog. Later that evening, safely back at Baker Street and fully restored to his usual appearance, Holmes recounted the success of the operation to Watson. The photograph is hidden behind the sliding panel above the sitting room mantelpiece. She reacted precisely as I anticipated. Holmes allowed himself a brief, satisfied smile before adding, "Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock we return to Bryony Lodge. This time there will be no distractions and the photograph will be ours." Watson, marveling once again at the precision of Holmes's strategy, sat back in his chair and could only imagine what the final act of this delicate operation would bring. The following morning arrived with a soft, pale light spilling over the city. The air had turned crisp overnight, carrying with it the faintest promise of early summer, but still holding on to the cool dampness that Londoners recognized as late spring's lingering reluctance to fully emerge. Inside 221B Baker Street, Sherlock Holmes stood by the window, one hand holding the edge of the curtain, watching the street below with silent intensity. Watson, seated at the table, finished the last of his coffee while reviewing Holmes's handwritten notes from the previous evening. The details of yesterday's including the exact location of the hidden photograph, had been recorded with Holmes's usual precision. each observation written in tight, clean lines. Holmes, already dressed in a tailored black suit and carrying his cane with the casual air of a man out for a morning stroll, turned to Watson. "We shall proceed shortly." His voice was calm, but Watson recognized the undertone of focus that signaled Holmes's mind had rehearsed the next steps. Dozens of times, the plan was straightforward. At exactly 8 o'clock, they would arrive at Bryony Lodge. Holmes intended to present himself, this time as himself, accompanied by the King of Bohemia, to formally request the return of the photograph. There would be no need for further deception. The element of surprise, combined with the moral weight of a royal presence, would be enough, or so Holmes. At 7:30, a private carriage pulled up outside Baker Street. Inside sat the king himself, dressed in civilian clothes to avoid drawing public attention. His tall frame filled the seat. His expression bore the restless anxiety of a man unaccustomed to waiting or to the uncertainty of private affairs. This was a ruler who had spent years commanding armies and negotiating treaties, but now found himself utterly dependent on the success of one London detective. Holmes and Watson joined him, and together the three men set off through the quiet morning street. The city had not yet reached its full daytime bustle. Shopkeepers unlocked their doors, milk carts rattled through side alleys, and the occasional newspaper boy called out headlines with half-hearted enthusiasm. Inside the carriage, Holmes spoke little. He occupied himself with small adjustments to the cuffs of his gloves, occasionally glancing at his pocket watch with measured calm. Watson sat opposite, sensing the tension but knowing better than to break Holmes's concentration with unnecessary conversation. The king, however, found it harder to remain. "Do you truly believe she will surrender the photograph without resistance?" Holmes allowed himself a small, non-committal smile. "Miss Adler is intelligent, her actions, but by this hour we should find her at home and unprepared for our arrival." When the carriage turned onto Serpentine Avenue, the three men stepped down and proceeded on foot toward Bryony Lodge. The house appeared just as Holmes had last seen, quiet, orderly, and undisturbed. The garden gate swung open with a soft creak as they passed through. Holmes led the way up the front steps and knocked at the door with a firm, measured rap. They waited. For a long moment there was no answer. Holmes knocked again. Louder this. Still no sound came from within. The king exchanged a quick, uneasy glance with Watson. Holmes, without hesitation, turned the handle and pushed gently against the door. To his surprise, the latch gave way easily. The door swung inward. The sitting room lay before them, perfectly arranged, with not a single object out of place. The faint scent of lavender polish lingered in the air, and the early morning light slanted across the wooden floor in long, pale beams. The vase Holmes had toppled during the previous day's ruse had been righted, its flowers. Holmes stepped inside cautiously, his sharp gaze scanning every corner. Watson followed, noting the quiet stillness that seemed to hang over the house like a veil. The fireplace stood cold, its grate swept clean. The curtains remained half-drawn, letting in just enough light to expose the fine dust particles suspended in the air. Holmes moved directly to the mantelpiece. With practiced fingers, he located the small groove that signaled the hidden panel. A light push to the left, and the panel slid open with a soft mechanical click. The compartment was empty. Holmes froze, his hand resting against the wood, his gaze narrowing as he registered the absence of the photograph. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then, from the small writing desk near the window, Holmes noticed something new, a single envelope, carefully propped against the inkstand. His name was written across the front in a neat, feminine hand. Holmes reached for it, examining the paper briefly before breaking the seal. He unfolded the letter and began to read aloud. "My dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, you did very well. You performed your task most cleverly. I recognized you the moment you entered my house yesterday, though you came in such an excellent disguise. Even before that, I had begun to suspect that something was afoot when I noticed the sudden interest from strangers near my home these past days. Your staged accident was impressive. Your smoke device and your methods, though aggressive, were nothing short of ingenious. I must admit I admire your skill. However, I am not without skills of my own. Realizing your intentions, I took precautions. After your departure, I made arrangements to leave London with my new husband. Together, we have begun our journey to a place where neither you nor the King of Bohemia will find us. The photograph naturally travels with me, but rest assured, the king need not fear. I have no intention of using it to harm him or his future marriage. The photograph was kept only as protection against any further interference in my life. Now that I am safely beyond your reach, I see no further need for it. I leave this letter as a gesture of respect for your talents and to let you know that for once you have met your match. Yours, most sincerely, Irene Norton, née Adler. Holmes finished reading and stood in silence for several long seconds. His expression remained composed, but Watson, watching closely, could see the faintest tightening of his jaw. The king, on the other hand, reacted with a mix of astonishment and visible. She has gone and taken, but at least she's her word that it will not be. It seems that she has done exactly as she promised. The king turned to Holmes with an almost awkward gesture of gratitude, offering his hand. You have spared me a terrible scandal. Even though the result was not as planned, I am indebted to you. Holmes inclined his head but said nothing further. As the three men stepped out onto Serpentine Avenue, Holmes paused at the garden gate, turning for one last glance at the house that, only days earlier, had been the center of their attention. The streets of London stretched out before them, the morning light brightening with each moment. And somewhere far from this quiet corner of St. John's Wood, Irene Adler began a new chapter of her life, having outwitted the great Sherlock Holmes at his own game. As Holmes, Watson, and the King of Bohemia stood just outside the gate of Briony Lodge, the reality of the morning's discovery settled over them, like the thin mist still lingering in the London air. The king shifted nervously, tugging at the cuffs of his gloves and glancing back toward the house with a mixture of regret and relief. His personal scandal had not become public, and yet the photograph, his greatest vulnerability, remained somewhere beyond his reach. Holmes, however, lingered near the gate, his gaze lingering on the structure of the symmetry of the windows, the stonework framing the modest. There was a stillness about him, but Watson, standing close enough to observe this, knew Holmes's mind was anything. Holmes's hands remained deep in the pockets of his overcoat, but his eyes moved with slow calculation, as though mentally walking once more through the sitting room, retracing every step, every glance from the day before. Without a word, Holmes turned and stepped back through the open gate, leading the way inside. The king and Watson followed, though neither dared to speak. Holmes moved with quiet authority, pushing open the front door and crossing the threshold into the silent house. Once inside, the three men stood for a brief moment, though awaiting some unseen cue. Holmes headed directly to the sitting room. The morning light slanted across the polished floorboards, catching dust suspended like faint golden threads in the air. The fireplace stood as before, its mantel carefully arranged with a collection of small porcelain figures and a modest brass. The vase Holmes had knocked over 2 days earlier now rested in its proper place, filled with fresh white lilies. Holmes paused in front of the mantelpiece. He leaned in, examining the wall above the fireplace with slow, deliberate focus. With the same deftness that he might use when handling delicate evidence, he slid his fingers along the molding, searching for the seam that marked the sliding panel he had seen during the staged accident. Watson and the king remained just behind him, watching in silence. After a brief moment of searching, Holmes's fingertips found the slight indentation along the right-hand corner of the panel. With a gentle push and a subtle twist of his wrist, the concealed compartment opened. It was empty. The hollow space behind the panel was just large enough to accommodate a small box or envelope, perhaps the size of a folded photograph. Holmes examined the interior carefully. The wood showed faint scuff marks at the base, evidence that something had indeed rested there recently. The space smelled faintly of lavender and old paper. Holmes straightened, closed the panel again with quiet finality, and stepped back from the fireplace. Without turning, he spoke in a low, measured voice. The photograph was here. His tone carried no doubt. The certainty in his words left little room for question. Holmes moved then to the writing desk near the window. He opened the shallow drawers one by one, finding little more than stray paper and half-used sticks of sealing wax. In the top right drawer, he discovered a small tin box containing several envelopes, all empty and unsealed, likely used for casual correspondence. In the bottom drawer, he found a pressed flower between two pieces of notepaper. He paused briefly, examining the flower, a single dried rosebud, before replacing it carefully and closing the drawer. Watson watched the entire process, noting how Holmes's hands moved with practiced efficiency, checking every likely hiding place without the slightest hint of urgency. The room was yielding no further secrets, but Holmes remained patient, as if expecting the silence itself. Holmes finally turned toward the king. "Your Majesty, the letter Miss Adler left us confirms what the photograph was here, hidden just as I observed yesterday, but she anticipated my return. She removed it last night, our little demonstration." The king let out a long, low breath, folding his hands in front of him as though steadying himself. Holmes crossed to the window, pulling aside the curtain just enough to glance at this. The morning traffic had begun to thicken. Delivery carts, pedestrians, and the occasional mounted constable moved along the avenue. After a few seconds of quiet observation, Holmes turned back to the room, surveying it one last time. Watson expected him, perhaps to announce the next phase of, but instead, Holmes moved. "Come, there is nothing more for us here." The king hesitated for a moment, but followed without protest. As they stepped back onto the garden path, the door to Bryony Lodge remained ajar behind them, a silent testament to the swift, calculated departure of the woman who had outplayed them both. The three men climbed back into the waiting carriage. Inside, the king's thoughts seemed to catch up with him. He leaned forward, placing both hands on his knees. "Do you think she will keep her word?" he asked, his voice low and edged with uncertainty. Holmes replied without hesitation, "I do. Irene Adler has shown herself to be many things, intelligent, resourceful, and fearless, but she is not vindictive. If she says the photograph will never be used against you, I believe her." The king sat back, considering this. Watson watched Holmes closely during the ride back to Baker Street. Though the detective appeared calm, there was something different in his demeanor, a certain reflective stillness, not disappointment, but something closer to reluctant admiration. When they arrived, the king offered Holmes a small velvet box containing an emerald ring as a token of gratitude. Holmes accepted it, a polite nod, but made no move to open it. Instead, he gestured toward the door. "Your Majesty, you have been spared the scandal you feared. The matter, as far as I am concerned, is concluded." The king stood, thanked both Holmes and, left alone in the quiet sitting room, Holmes crossed to the window once. He stood there for a long time, looking out at the thinning fog, his hands resting behind his back. Watson remained seated, saying nothing. Holmes finally spoke, almost as though to himself. "She is indeed remarkable." And with that simple statement, he turned, picked up his violin from its stand near the bookcase, and began to play, a soft, low melody that drifted through the room, filling the air with something between reflection and acceptance. The day following their return from Bryony Lodge unfolded slowly, with the city of London settling into its familiar rhythm. The fog that had cloaked the streets for days finally began to lift, and for the first time in nearly a week, the sky showed patches of pale blue between the lingering clouds. The air carried the scent of rain-damp stone and the distant smoke of coal fires from chimneys across the city. Inside 221B Baker Street, the atmosphere had shifted noticeably. Gone was the restless pacing and quiet tension that had marked Holmes's every movement over the past several days. In its place, a calm focus had settled. Holmes sat in his armchair near one long leg crossed over a slender volume of poetry resting unread on his knee. His pipe sat unlit on the small table beside him, and though he appeared relaxed, Watson could sense that Holmes's mind remained fully engaged. Watson, seated at the writing desk, was reviewing patient, but his attention drifted repeatedly. Holmes had spoken little that, offering only brief remarks, he skimmed the day's newspaper. Yet there was something unmistakable in something Watson had seen before, a quiet, satisfied certainty that often preceded the final execution of one of Holmes's meticulously crafted plans. At 8:30, Holmes finally broke the silence. "The matter concludes today." Watson set aside his papers. "You intend to retrieve the photograph this morning?" Holmes nodded, rising from his chair with fluid grace. "Indeed. There is no further need for surveillance, no more discussion. The time for subtlety." He moved to the coat stand and selected his long, dark overcoat, pulling it over his lean frame with practice. From the small drawer near the door, he retrieved a pair of finely stitched gloves and slipped them on with careful deliberation. Watson, as Holmes adjusted the collar of it, "You seem remarkably confident." Holmes offered a faint, "Confidence, my dear Watson, is not born of hope. It is born of certainty." Before Watson could respond, there came a sharp knock at the door. Mrs. Hudson, responding quickly as always, opened it to reveal a uniformed messenger standing on the threshold, holding a sealed envelope. Holmes accepted it without ceremony, dismissing the messenger with a... He opened the envelope carefully, scanning its contents with a practiced eye. After a moment, he handed the note to Watson. It was from the King's private secretary, confirming that His Majesty would be waiting in a hired carriage near the corner of Baker Street at precisely 9 o'clock. Holmes glanced at the clock on the mantelpiece. "We have half an hour." During those remaining minutes, Holmes moved around the sitting room with quiet purpose. He gathered a small leather-bound notebook, a pencil stub sharpened to a precise point, and a slender metal case containing 2 carefully folded handkerchiefs. Watson, now fully drawn into the energy of the morning, fetched his own coat and prepared to accompany Holmes. They left the house just before 9, stepping out into the cool morning air. The streets had begun to stir with life. Newspaper vendors shouted the day's headlines, and the smell of freshly baked bread drifted from a bakery at the corner. Horses' hooves clattered against wet stone, and a group of children played marbles near the entrance to a neighboring alley. At the far end of the street, the King of Bohemia waited inside an inconspicuous black carriage. The vehicle blended well with the morning traffic, a deliberate choice to avoid drawing attention. The king sat upright, his expression strained but hopeful. Holmes climbed into the carriage first, followed by Watson. The king greeted them both with a brief, anxious nod. Holmes spoke with measured calm. "We proceed now to Briony Lodge. I recommend, Your Majesty, that you allow me to speak first when we arrive." The king agreed at once, clearly relieved to leave the details in Holmes's capable hands. As the carriage rolled toward St. John's Wood, Holmes sat with his gloved hands resting lightly on, gazing out the window as familiar streets. Though his eyes remained fixed on the scenery, Watson could tell his mind was focused entirely on the task. Turning briefly toward Watson, Holmes spoke in a low voice. "I expect no resistance. The advantage lies with us now." Watson nodded but said nothing. He had seen Holmes misjudge outcomes before, but rarely, and never when Holmes carried himself with this level of assurance. The carriage arrived at Serpentine Avenue with only a slight jolt as the wheels shifted on uneven cobblestones. Holmes stepped down first, then turned to assist the king and finally Watson. Together, the 3 men approached the front gate of Briony Lodge. Holmes led the way up the steps. Once more he knocked firmly at the door, and once more, no answer. The king glanced at Holmes with clear confusion. Holmes's brow furrowed slightly, though his composure remained intact. He knocked again, louder. Still, the house remained silent. Holmes tried the door handle. It turned easily under his hand. The 3 men stepped inside. Immediately, Holmes's eyes swept the sitting room, noting the precise arrangement of every object, the immaculate condition of the hearth, the scent of fresh polish in the air. Nothing had changed since the day before, except she was not here. Holmes moved to the mantelpiece without hesitation. In one motion, he pressed against the sliding panel he had identified during the staged accident. The compartment opened, empty. Holmes stood perfectly still for several seconds. Then, turning toward the writing desk, he noticed the letter addressed to him, his name written in Irene Adler's unmistakable hand. He crossed the room, picked it up, and opened it carefully. Watson and the king stood in silence as Holmes read. When he finished, he folded the letter once and slipped it into the inner pocket of his coat. Turning toward them both, Holmes spoke with quiet finality. "She is gone." The king's shoulders sagged visibly, though there was a trace of relief in his expression as he recalled Irene Adler's promise not to use the FAF against him. Holmes gestured toward the door. "There's nothing more to be done here?" As they stepped back into the morning light of Serpentine Avenue, Holmes allowed himself a small pride. Despite the unexpected turn of events, there was no bitterness in his tone, only a kind of reluctant admiration. Watson, watching closely, could see that Holmes's mind had already shifted to acceptance. The woman had played her hand well, and Sherlock Holmes, for all his calculation and foresight, had met in Irene Adler an adversary worth remembering. The carriage ride back to Baker Street was a quiet one. The King of Bohemia sat with his head bowed, gazing absently at the floor of the carriage, while Watson stared out the small window, watching the streets of London pass in a slow gray blur. Holmes, seated opposite them both, remained perfectly still, his gloved hands resting lightly on his lap, eyes fixed on some distant thought far beyond the physical confines of the carriage. The air inside felt dense with unspoken words. Watson could sense that the king was relieved that the scandal had been averted, yet there remained the unmistakable shadow of defeat lingering in the air, one that did not belong to royalty, but to Holmes himself. By the time they reached Baker Street, the morning mist had thinned, giving way to clearer skies. The faint blue peeking through the cloud cover offered a brightness that stood in stark contrast to the mood within the carriage. Holmes descended first, assisting the king and then Watson, and led them back up the familiar 17 steps to the sitting room. The king seated himself near the window, nervously removing and replacing his gloves, clearly struggling to find words that might convey both his gratitude and his frustration. Watson poured him a modest glass of brandy without being asked, setting it down with quiet discretion. Holmes, meanwhile, crossed to the mantelpiece where he stood with his back to the room, staring at the framed portrait of General Gordon that hung above the hearth. Finally, the king spoke, his voice low but steady. "I must confess, miss, I had hoped for a more complete resolution." Holmes turned slowly to face him. "Your Majesty, considering the circumstance, the resolution we have reached is the best possible." The king frowned. "The photograph remains at large." "True, but Miss Adler has given her word, and I believe she will honor it." The king nodded, though it was clear he remained uneasy. Then, as though reaching for some way to close the matter with dignity, the king stood and removed a small velvet case from the inner pocket. Inside lay a gleaming emerald ring, large and perfectly cut. Set in a band of delicate, the gem caught the late morning light, sending flight of green across, a small token of my gratitude to Holmes. Holmes regarded the gift for a long moment. Then, with a slight but courteous incline of his head, he spoke with quiet restraint. "Your Majesty is most generous, but I must decline." The king blinked, surprised. Holmes gestured toward the inner pocket of his own coat, where Irene Adler's letter now rested. "There is only one thing I wish to keep from this case." Watson, seated nearby, understood at once. Holmes had chosen the letter, not the ring, not the royal favor, only the carefully written words of a woman who had outplayed him. The king, after a brief hesitation, closed the velvet case and returned it to his pocket. "Very well," he said with a tone of reluctant acceptance. "I shall respect your wishes." The king offered his hand to Holmes, who shook it with the same measured formality. Moments later, the king departed, his footsteps on the staircase, leaving Holmes and Watson alone. For several long minutes, Holmes stood by the window, gazing out at the street below, watching the distant outline of the king's departing carriage until it vanished into the crowded flow of London traffic. Watson broke the silence first. "You handled that well." Holmes did not respond immediately. Instead, he moved to the small writing desk by the window and opened the drawer containing his coat. From inside his coat, he withdrew Irene Adler's letter, unfolded it carefully, and placed it alongside the others. He stood there, looking at it for a long moment. Watson studied him, noting the rare stillness in Holmes's posture. There was no frustration, no visible trace of wounded pride, only reflection. Watson cleared his throat. "If I may say so, she was remarkable." Holmes smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth curling with a mixture of respect and something almost resembling amusement. "Indeed, Watson, very remarkable." And with that, Holmes moved to his violin, lifting it from its stand with practiced ease. He positioned it beneath his chin, raised the bow, and began to. The melody that filled the room was slow and contemplative, rich with low, drawn-out notes that seemed to linger in the air long after each stroke of the bow. Watson settled back in his chair, listening without speaking. For the first time in all the years he had known Sherlock Holmes, Watson understood that this case, unlike so many others, would remain in Holmes's memory, not as a failure nor as a disappointment, but as an encounter with an equal, an unforeseen twist in a life otherwise defined by control, calculation, and conquest. And as the soft strains of music filled the quiet sitting room, Watson felt certain of one thing. The name Irene Adler would never be forgotten. The room remained filled with the soft, melancholic tones of Holmes's violin long after the King's carriage had disappeared into the maze of London. The music drifted through the sitting room like a final word left unspoken, lingering in the air and pressing gently against the stillness that followed. Watson, seated near the corner of the room, kept his gaze on Holmes, observing how the detective's each note seemed to carry with it a weight of memory, a reflection of calculation, and, more unusually for Holmes, a hint of sentiment. When the last note faded, Holmes lowered the violin with practice, returning it to its. The air between them remained thick with something unnameable. Watson cleared his throat, feeling the need to break the. You have her letter, motioning slightly toward the folded envelope still resting on the writing desk. Holmes nodded but said nothing. Watson hesitated, continuing. May I? Holmes gestured with a slight wave of his hand, signaling that Watson was welcome to. Watson rose, crossed the room, and lifted the letter carefully from its place. The parchment felt smooth beneath his fingers, the ink fresh but dry. The handwriting, he noted immediately, was elegant, with long, flowing strokes, confident without being ostentatious, the style of a woman accustomed to choosing her words. Watson began reading the letter slowly, absorbing each line. My dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, you are a clever man. There is no denying that. Your methods are precise, your observations sharp. You understand human behavior with an accuracy I have rarely seen, and yet, I must admit, when I first noticed your presence on Serpentine Avenue, I wondered who you were and what you wanted. It did not take long for me to connect the appearance of strangers, the carefully staged interruptions. I realized with some amusement that I had become the subject of your professional attention. I must confess, I found it flattering. Played your part well. The injured clergyman, the street scuff, the smoke device, all carefully arranged to trigger a reaction, and you succeeded. I showed you where I kept the photograph without meaning to. But, Mr. Holmes, just as you studied me, I studied you. By the time you left my home that afternoon, I knew the game had shifted. I understood that you would return. I imagined you standing at my mantelpiece the next morning, expecting to find the photograph where you had last seen it. That left me with a simple choice: stay and risk confrontation, or leave and take the decision. You will no doubt be pleased to know that I have chosen the latter. Last night, with my husband by my side, I left London for a destination known only to us. We carry with us the photograph you seek, but I want to reassure you and Majesty that I am not your enemy. The photograph was never intended as a weapon. It was, from the beginning, my only protection against further interference. Now that I am married and far beyond the reach of threats or persuasion, I feel free to offer my word. I will not use the photograph to harm the king. His secret remains safe with me. As a final gesture of respect, I leave this letter for you, knowing that you would expect no less than honesty from someone you pursued so skillfully. Should our paths cross again, I hope it will be under kinder circumstance. Yours sincerely, Irene Norton, née Adler. Watson finished reading and remained still for a moment, holding the letter loosely in his hands. He turned to Holmes by the window, gazing out at the slowly brightening streets below. Holmes's posture was relaxed, but there was something in his expression that revealed a deeper layer of thought, an introspective pause that Watson rarely witnessed. It is gracious, Watson said finally. Holmes gave a quiet, almost imperceptible nod. Indeed, gracious, and final. Watson returned the letter to its place. For a long while, neither man spoke. The soft crackle of the coal fire and the distant sounds of carriages moving along Baker Street were the only noises that filled the room. Finally, Watson rose from his chair and crossed to the window, standing just beside Holmes. "Do you regret it?" Watson asked gently. Holmes turned slightly, a faint trace of amusement touching his features. "Regret? No, Watson. She played the game well as I did, perhaps better." There was no bitterness in his voice, only a quiet acceptance. Holmes reached for his pipe, filling it carefully and lighting it with practiced ease. The scent of tobacco drifted into the air, mingling with the fading smell of lavender that seemed to linger from. After a few contemplative puffs, Holmes spoke again. "For once, Watson, I'm glad to have been bested." Watson smiled, surprised but pleased by Holmes's candor, and as the smoke curled upward toward the ceiling, the two men stood together at the window, watching the London morning unfold, each silently considering the extraordinary woman who had left them both with more than a mystery to solve. She had left them with a memory that neither would soon forget. The hours that followed were marked by a contemplative stillness within the walls of 221 B. Baker Street. Holmes returned to his chair by the fireplace, settling himself with a languid grace that suggested physical rest but not mental idleness. The open letter from Irene Adler rested on the table beside him, untouched since Watson had placed it. Its presence seemed to hang in the room like a final chord struck at the end of a complex symphony. Watson, seated nearby with his medical journals spread on his lap, found his attention drifting repeatedly toward Holmes. Despite years of friendship and countless cases shared, Watson recognized that something about this particular situation lingered in Holmes's thoughts in a way few cases ever had. The detective sat with his legs crossed, fingertips pressed lightly together, his gaze fixed on the unlit hearth as though staring through the brick and mortar into something beyond. At last, unable to contain his curiosity, Watson spoke. "You believe she's already left the country?" Holmes's eyes refocused slowly, as if returning from some distant train of thought. "Yes, Watson, I have no doubt of it." Watson closed his journal. "And the photograph?" Holmes leaned forward slightly, resting his forearms on with her. He paused for a long breath. It was her final move, a calculated retreat, executed with precision. She anticipated not only my return but my methods. She understood the sequence of my reasoning well enough to act before I could. Watson found himself both impressed and slightly unsettled by the idea that anyone could predict Holmes's actions so effectively. "Do you think she had help?" Holmes allowed himself a small, thoughtful smile. "Undoubtedly. Godfrey Norton is no fool. As her husband, he would have every reason to assist her in ensuring her safety and securing the photograph." Holmes rose from his chair and walked to the window, pushing aside the curtain with 2 fingers. The street outside was alive with the afternoon bustle, vendors calling out their wares, a flower cart moving slowly along the curb, a group of children playing marbles near the lamppost. But Holmes's gaze remained unfocused, distant. Irene Adler, as if speaking the name aloud, gave shape to the lingering puzzle. Her actions spoke of strategic awareness. The decision to marry Norton, the sudden departure, the letter left as both explanation and warning. It all pointed to a mind capable of anticipating multiple outcomes and preparing contingencies for each. Watson stood and crossed the room, joining Holmes at the window. "Will you pursue her?" Holmes shook his head. "No. That would be both pointless and ungentlemanly. She has made her intentions clear. The photograph will remain in her possession, but she has no desire to use it against the king. To chase her now would serve no purpose other than to satisfy curiosity. And I must admit, Watson, even my curiosity has its limits." Watson regarded Holmes with mild surprise. Rarely had he heard Holmes speak with such resignation, much less admiration for an opponent. "You admire her." Holmes turned, meeting Watson's gaze directly. "Admire her?" "Yes." Without hesitation, Watson smiled faintly. "That is saying something, coming from you." Holmes's expression softened, though the analytical sharpness in his eyes remained. It is rare to meet someone who understands the game so well. Rarer still to meet someone willing to play it on equal terms. Holmes returned to the table where he picked the letter once, folding it carefully before placing it inside the inner pocket of his jacket. "She has earned my respect," he said simply. Watson poured them each a small measure of brandy, raising his glass slightly in quiet acknowledgment of the peculiar outcome. "To Irene Adler," Watson said. Holmes raised his glass in return. "To the woman." They drank in silence. The day stretched on, the light outside shifting from pale afternoon gold to the softer, muted tones of early evening. Holmes resumed his usual seat, picking up the morning newspaper and scanning its pages with distracted interest, but Watson could tell that his friend's thoughts remained elsewhere. The fire crackled softly, casting a warm glow. And as the clock on the mantel struck 6, the atmosphere inside Baker Street remained reflective, subdued, and marked forever by the memory of a woman who had, with remarkable grace and foresight, taken control of her fate and left even Sherlock Holmes to contemplate the rare experience of being outmaneuvered. Evening descended upon London with quiet determination, washing the city in soft hues of gray and blue. Gaslamps along Baker Street, casting long, slender shadows from their vantage point inside 221B, Holmes and Watson could see past, wrapped in light overcoats, their footsteps brisk, their voices low, as they moved through the damp chill of the... Holmes sat by the window, one leg crossed over the other, a fresh pipe in hand, though it remained His gaze was distant, unfocused, as though his mind had wandered far beyond the familiar streets of London to places and moments known only to himself. Watson, seated at his usual place near the hearth, watched his friend with a mixture of curiosity and subtle concern. The case had concluded, at least by every practical measure. The King of Bohemia's secret remained safe. There would be no scandal, no international embarrassment, no diplomatic fallout. Yet there was an unmistakable air of unfinished thought that surrounded Holmes. For several minutes, Watson debated whether to speak. Finally, he set aside his medical journal and cleared his throat gently. "Holmes, if you do not mind me asking, how do you feel about this?" Holmes stirred, as if emerging from a long, slow trip. He turned his head slightly toward Watson, offering a small, knowing smile. "Defeated." The word hung in the air between them. "But not in the way one suffers from failure, Holmes. This was different." Watson waited for him to elaborate. Holmes rose from his chair and moved toward the mantelpiece, resting one elbow against it, gazing into the low-burning fire. The amber glow flickered across his sharp features, softening them, giving his face an almost contemplative warmth. "You see, Watson, most adversaries I face lack imagination. They are predictable, driven by greed, anger, jealousy, or desperation. Their actions follow patterns, formulas even. But Miss Adler, she was something else entirely." Holmes paused, choosing his words carefully. "She anticipated my methods not because she had prior knowledge of them, but because she understood the nature of deduction itself. She recognized the sequence of my logic and adjusted her own strategy to stay a step ahead." Watson leaned forward, intrigued. "You mean she thought like you?" Holmes's smile deepened, though there was no bitterness in it. "Precisely," she observed. "She adapted. She moved with decisiveness at the right moment, and perhaps most impressively, she did so without cruelty or malice." Holmes crossed the room, retrieving the letter once again from the inner pocket of his jacket. He unfolded it slowly, holding it in both hands as if weighing its contents not just as written words, but as evidence of character. She left no room for confrontation, no scene, no scandal, no melodrama. Only this, a letter. Honest, clear, and final. Watson observed how Holmes's eyes lingered on the delicate handwriting, how his fingers moved with an unusual gentleness along the folds of the paper. "You admire her," Watson said softly. Holmes glanced over, giving a brief nod. "I do." He replaced the letter carefully in the small wooden box, kept personal correspondence, alongside notes from former clients and the occasional cryptic telegram. After closing the lid, Holmes sat back down and began filling his pipe with slow, measured movements. Watson, sensing that Holmes had said more on this subject than he would usually allow himself, remained silent. He reached for the evening edition of the Times, opening it, not truly reading. The room settled back into its usual rhythm, the soft crackle of the fire, the occasional creak of the wooden floor as the house shifted slightly with the cooling night air. The faint, distant rumble of carriages beyond the glass window pane. Finally, Holmes spoke again, his voice quieter this time, almost reflective. "It is a rare thing, Watson, to meet an opponent who chooses discretion over victory, who walks away when they could triumph." He let the words drift for a moment. She could have ruined him. She chose not to. Watson closed his newspaper, glancing toward Holmes with a faint smile. "Perhaps that is what makes her remarkable." Holmes nodded in agreement. "Indeed." Without further words, he struck a match, lit his pipe, and leaned back in his chair, exhaling a thin stream of smoke that curled upward. For the remainder of the evening, Holmes sat in contemplative silence, the soft glow of the lamps illuminating the edges of them as London carried on outside, unaware that within these walls one of the greatest detectives of their time had met, and gracefully acknowledged the rarest of a woman who had understood the rules of the game and played them better. The following morning arrived with the pale gold of early sunlight filtering through the thin curtains of 221B Baker Street. The air had turned noticeably warmer overnight, carrying the first hints of late spring as it rolled gently over the city. Outside, the usual sounds of London began to stir, the clip-clop of horses' hooves, the distant cries of newspaper boys, and the occasional shout of a street vendor calling out the day's produce. Inside the sitting room, Sherlock Holmes sat at the small breakfast, a cup of black coffee cooling beside him untouched. The newspaper lay open but unread on the arm of his. He sat motionless, one hand resting lightly against his temple, his expression distant and reflective. Watson entered from the hallway, pausing when he caught sight of his friend's thoughtful pose. Before Watson could speak, a knock sounded at the door. Mrs. Hudson appeared in the doorway moments later, holding a small envelope on a silver tray. "It is for you, Mr. Holmes." "From the King's secretary," she announced. Holmes accepted the envelope with a slow, deliberate movement, as though already expecting its arrival. He broke the seal and read the brief contents, scanning the words with a calm efficiency. "The King will be arriving shortly," setting the note aside. Watson nodded, understanding the inevitable formality. Although the case had reached its unexpected conclusion days earlier, the King had yet to offer his gratitude in person. Watson suspected that royalty, no matter the circumstances, preferred to settle matters face to face when reputation and personal affairs were at stake. Less than half an hour later, the familiar sound of a carriage pulling up outside signaled the King's arrival. Holmes stood, adjusting the cuffs with practice. Watson positioned himself near the fireplace, fully aware that this would be an encounter Holmes would handle with measured The King entered the sitting room with a dignified, though Watson noted that beneath the royal bearing there remained a trace of lingering anxiety, perhaps a residue from the near scandal that had so recently threatened his. Holmes greeted him with a brief nod. "Your Majesty." The King extended his hand with more warmth than Watson had expected. "Mr. Holmes, I have come personally." Though the final outcome was different than anticipated, the scandal has been averted. Holmes inclined his head. "The photograph, but I believe Miss Adler's word." The King's expression tightened briefly at the mention of her name, but he nodded in agreement. "Man of honor." There was a short pause as the King's gaze drifted toward the window, as though reflecting on the strange twists of fate that had led him here. After a moment, he turned back to Holmes and retrieved a small dark velvet case from his coat pocket. "I had intended this as your reward." He opened the case to reveal an emerald ring of striking beauty. The gem, deep green with flashes of gold under the morning light, was set in an intricately worked band of platinum and gold filigree. The craftsmanship spoke of wealth and privilege, a royal token by every definition. Watson, near the hearth, watched the scene unfold with quiet interest. He knew Holmes well enough to anticipate the detective's response even before it was spoken. Holmes regarded the ring for a long moment, his gaze steady but desire. "Your Majesty is generous, but I must decline." The King blinked momentarily. Holmes's tone remained courteous but resolute. There is only one token from this case. Without further explanation, Holmes reached into the inside pocket and tapped lightly on the folded letter still resting, Miss Adler's farewell note. The king hesitated, then slowly closed the velvet case, slipping it back. Very well, Mr. With the air of a man accustomed to getting his way, but willing in this rare case. The king's expression softened. I do not often find myself bested, and certainly not by a woman. Holmes offered a brief smile. Nor do I, Your Majesty. There was a moment of shared understanding between the two men. Though their stations in life were vastly different, both recognized the skill and subtlety with which Irene Adler had navigated the situation. The king straightened his pot, preparing to take his leave. Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, my sincere thanks. With that, the king turned, descending the staircase with the same formal bearing that had marked his arrival. When the front door closed behind him, Holmes returned to his chair near the fireplace. He reached for his pipe, lighting it with a match from the small brass holder side table. Watson poured himself a cup of coffee and settled into the chair opposite. Another case closed, Watson said lightly. Holmes exhaled a slow plume of smoke, watching it curl toward the ceiling. Yes, though not quite as I had envisioned. Watson smiled. I would say it is one worth remembering. Holmes gave a slight nod of agreement. Indeed, Watson. Indeed. And with that, the morning settled back into its familiar quiet, the sunlight growing stronger as it streamed across the wooden floor, warming the worn rug and casting soft reflections the glass across Holmes's. The letter remained safely tucked inside Holmes's jacket, a small but enduring reminder of the woman who had, with dignity and intelligence, left her mark on the great detective. As the afternoon light shifted to gold, slanting low through the windows of 221B Baker Street, the familiar room seemed to hold a deeper quiet than usual. The sitting room, with its worn armchairs, scattered books, and the lingering scent of tobacco and paper, felt somehow changed, not by anything tangible, but by the residue of... Holmes sat at his desk, the leather writing surface strewn with open books and loose papers. A few clippings from the Times lay nearby, none of which had held his attention for long. Instead, he sat back with his eyes half closed, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin, lost in thought. Watson, seated opposite, watched him carefully. The case, though officially concluded, seemed to occupy Holmes in ways few others had. The King of Bohemia had departed London that morning, returning to his kingdom with his dignity intact and the scandal narrowly averted. There would be no headlines, no diplomatic backlash. Yet here Holmes remained, contemplative and uncharacteristic. After a time, Watson said, I imagine this will not be the last time someone tests your methods, Holmes. Holmes opened his eyes, focusing slowly, as though returning from some distant inner dialogue. Perhaps not. Watson studied him, but rarely with such skill. Holmes's lips curled into the faintest smile. True, Miss Adler was unique. The way he said it left no doubt that this was not casual praise. Coming from Holmes, whose admiration was rarely given and even more rarely spoken aloud, the words carried weight. Watson leaned forward, pouring himself a modest glass of port from the decanter on the side table. As he did, his eyes drifted to the small wooden box on Holmes's bookshelf, the box where Holmes kept his most personal papers, mementos from certain cases. It was already known to Watson that Holmes kept little sentimentality. Most objects of his profession were purely functional. Yet now, inside that box, rested a single folded letter written in a woman's hand. The letter had not moved from its place since the day it was delivered. After a sip of his drink, Watson broke the silence again. What will you do next? Holmes tapped his fingers lightly against the arm of his chair. Return to the business of observation, deduction, and perhaps find another puzzle to occupy my time. Watson smiled at the familiarity of the answer. Routine, then? Holmes nodded. Routine. Though I suspect some part of me will find other cases lacking by comparison for a while. He stood then, stretching slightly before crossing the room to the window. He looked down onto Baker Street, watching as carriages moved past and pedestrians hurried along their way, lost in their own small dramas, unaware of the battles of wit that had recently played out. After a few moments, Holmes spoke again, his tone softer. "It is not often, Watson, that I am—" But she did it with elegance. Watson joined him at the window, both men standing side by side, looking out over the city. "You never underestimate your adversaries," Watson observed. Holmes gave a small laugh under his breath. "Perhaps, but in this case, I underestimated something else." "And what was that?" Holmes turned slightly, offering a glance that carried both humor and the barest hint of admiration. "Her character." For a man so dedicated to logic and reason, Holmes's acknowledgment of something as intangible as character was, in itself, a rare The clock on the mantel chimed softly, marking. Holmes moved back toward his desk, picking up and tucking it. As the bow drew slowly across the strings, the notes that filled the room were low and smooth, carrying with them the full weight of thought and memory. Watson settled back into his chair, watching the play of light and shadow dance across the walls, and as the melody rose and fell, gentle and reflective, both men remained in that shared space of silence and music, each privately aware that the name Irene Adler would linger in their thoughts far longer than either would admit aloud. She had entered their lives for only a brief time, but her legacy, quiet, dignified, and unforgettable, would remain with Sherlock Holmes, always as the woman. If you're here, you're probably looking for a way to unwind, to leave behind the noise of the day and settle into something slower, something calmer. Tonight, let me take you back to London, to a winter evening wrapped in fog, where gas lamps flicker in the streets, and where, inside a quiet sitting room on Baker Street, a small and curious mystery begins to unfold. It's a story that starts not with a crime of violence, with a lost hat, a Christmas goose, and one of the most unexpected discoveries of Sherlock Holmes's career. So, take a deep breath, let your shoulders relax, and settle in. This is a story of gentle suspense, soft intrigue, and the kind of slow-burning mystery that keeps you listening while guiding you toward rest. The streets of London had taken on a peculiar stillness in the days following Christmas. It was the kind of cold that settled deep into the bones, lingering not only in the air, but in the stone walls, the cobblestones, and the heavy mist that curled low across the ground. The once bright snow had turned into a gray, slushy mix under the weight of horses and hurried footsteps, and the city, still draped in leftover ribbons and garlands from holiday celebrations, seemed to pause between one year and the next. At 221B Baker Street, the familiar sitting room stood as a quiet refuge from the outside chill. The scent of burning coal drifted softly through the air, mingling with the lingering traces of tobacco smoke and the faint aroma of old paper and ink from stacks of journals and letters left in careless piles on shelves and tables. The fire, though small, gave off enough warmth to create a comforting contrast to the cold world beyond the windows. It was mid-morning when Dr. John Watson arrived, his footsteps echoing lightly on the stairs as he removed his gloves and shook off the dampness of his coat. The hall had that distinct London winter smell, a mix of wet wool, smoke, and the metallic tang of cold air carried inside. As Watson entered the sitting room, his eyes were immediately drawn to the center table where Sherlock Holmes sat, deeply engrossed in quiet contemplation. Holmes was positioned in his usual armchair, legs crossed, body half slouched, in what appeared to be relaxation, but was, to anyone who knew him well, a state of acute mental focus. A thin stream of smoke rose from his pipe, curling toward the ceiling, a slow-moving goose. On the table between them rested an object that seemed, at first glance, entirely ordinary. An old, battered felt hat, its color dulled by years of wear and exposure to the elements, sat there as though it had a story to tell. Its once firm brim had lost shape, the band showed signs of fraying, and a faint oil stain marked one side, suggesting long contact with an equally worn head. Watson stood for a moment in the doorway, observing Holmes with a familiar mix of curiosity and amusement. There was something strangely fitting about seeing Holmes so absorbed by such a humble item. It was, after all, one of the detective's peculiar talents to find mystery and meaning where others would see only common clutter. Holmes, sensing Watson's arrival without looking up, finally shifted his gaze toward the doctor with a faint nod of acknowledgement. His voice, when he spoke, was low and measured, as though every word had been carefully chosen before being released into the air. "Good morning, Watson. I was hoping you might stop by. The day has brought me a rather small puzzle. Yet, as you know, the smallest details often reveal the most interesting truths." Watson smiled as he removed his coat and settled into the chair opposite. The room felt warm and inviting, the steady crackle of the fire providing a rhythmic background to their conversation. "And what do we have here?" Watson asked, toward the hat. Holmes picked up the object delicately, holding it between his slender fingers as though it were a valuable artifact rather than a discarded piece of clothing. "An inquiry brought to me by Peterson, the hotel commissionaire. You remember him, a man of good character, observant in his own way, though perhaps lacking the finer points of deduction." Watson nodded, recalling Peterson from a previous case. The man was tall, honest, and generally reliable in matters of simple observation. Holmes continued, his tone taking on a reflective quality as though he were already rehearsing the chain of events in his mind. "It seems that on Christmas night, as Peterson was making his way home along Tottenham Court Road, he came upon a small commotion. A gentleman, though I use the term loosely, given the state he was in, became involved in a brief scuffle with a group of rough youths. Nothing serious, more of a shouting match, but in the process, the man dropped 2 items of interest." Holmes paused, holding the hat. "This and a Christmas goose." Watson blinked at the unlikely pairing, the corners of his mouth lifting in mild amusement. "A hat and a goose," he repeated. "Hardly the combination one expects to hear together." "Quite so," Holmes, setting the hat down again with care. Peterson, seeing the situation escalating, approached to assist, but by then the gentleman had already fled the scene, disappearing into the night. The youths scattered soon after. Peterson was left holding both the hat and the goose. Watson let the information settle, picturing the scene in his mind. The streets bustling with late-night Christmas revelers, the pale glow of gas lamps illuminating drifting snow, and a lone hotel worker standing in the aftermath of a minor street brawl with a bird under one arm and a stranger's hat in the other. And Peterson's response? Practical as always. He took the goose home for his family's holiday meal. The hat, unsure of its value or ownership, he brought here to me. Holmes leaned back slightly, folding his hands in his lap as he allowed the quiet of the room to fill the space between them. "I must admit, Watson, the hat presents interesting characteristics, the kind of clues most would overlook, but which, when examined carefully, reveal small but telling details of the life and habits of it." Watson raised an eyebrow, both curious and entertained. "You intend to deduce the entire history of the man from that one piece of clothing?" Holmes allowed himself a small, knowing smile. "It is, after all, what I do." The distant chime of a church bell rang out through the mist, marking the hour. Outside, the muted sounds of London life continued. A passing carriage, the bark of a dog, the faint laughter of children still caught in the afterglow of holiday. Watson settled deeper into his chair, sensing that, as with so many quiet mornings at Baker Street, this simple beginning would soon unravel into something far more curious and unexpected. Holmes reached again for the hat, his eyes narrowing with concentration, already preparing to share the observations and conclusions that only he could. And thus, in the peaceful calm of a late December morning, with snow still gathered at the edges of the windowsill and the world outside moving at its winter pace, the first threads of the mystery began to unwind. The winter morning progressed with a slow, deliberate pace that seemed to characterize all of London during the days between Christmas and the New Year. The city, draped in fog and muffled by snow, carried the faint sounds of carriage wheels and distant footsteps, yet inside 221B Baker Street, the air remained still, except for the occasional crackle from the fire and the soft rustle of Holmes turning the old felt hat. Watson observed with silent curiosity as Holmes rotated lifting it toward, pausing occasionally to inspect small details invisible to the untrained. The detective's expression remained thoughtful, yet there was an unmistakable glint of anticipation behind his eyes, a quiet thrill at the puzzle beginning to... Holmes finally placed the hat carefully back on the table. His gaze drifted toward the window watching the slow movement of fog weaving through the street before he spoke again, his tone low and conversational. "I imagine you're wondering why I find such interest in this seemingly ordinary..." Watson, now comfortably seated with a cup of tea warming his hands, gave a soft chuckle. "It had crossed my mind, Holmes. After all, a man's hat is hardly the sort of object that usually warrants your particular attention, unless, of course, there's something unusual about it." Holmes allowed a small, satisfied smile. "Quite so. And there is indeed something unusual, not about the hat itself, but about the circumstances under which it arrived here, and what it might tell us about its owner." Holmes stood and crossed the room with slow, deliberate steps, retrieving a thin sheet of paper from the mantel. It was a small, handwritten note from Peterson, the hotel commissionaire, describing the events of the night before. Peterson was on his way home late on Christmas night, Holmes began, holding the paper loosely in one hand, when he witnessed an incident at the corner of Goodge Street and Tottenham Court Road. A gentleman was being pursued by a small group of rough young fellows. They had apparently taken issue with him for some minor slight, possibly a disagreement, at a nearby public house. It escalated into shouting and a brief scuffle. Holmes paused to light his pipe, letting the smoke curl lazily into the air before continuing. In the struggle, the gentleman, in his attempt to escape, swung his walking stick rather wildly. Unfortunately, the stick struck a nearby shop window. The sound of breaking glass startled both the man and his pursuers. In the confusion that followed, the gentleman dropped 2 items, this hat and a Christmas goose. Watson raised an eyebrow at the last detail, his curiosity growing. "A goose? That seems an odd thing for a street altar." "Indeed." Exhaling a thin "But let us consider the time and place. It was Christmas. The man was likely on his way home. The goose, dressed and ready for the oven, was presumably a prized purchase." Holmes turned back toward the table, glancing once more at the hat with a contemplative air. Peterson, seeing the man flee and not wishing to abandon the items in the street, recovered both. He took the goose home for his family's Christmas meal, an understandable choice given the late hour and the state of affairs. The hat, however, he brought to me, thinking perhaps I might discover something about its owner. Watson nodded slowly, appreciating the logic. "And the man? Has Peterson seen him again?" Holmes shook his head. "No sign. And no inquiries made by anyone matching the description of its events. It seems, for the moment, that the gentleman has disappeared as thoroughly as the snow that melted by morning." Watson leaned forward slightly, studying the hat himself now, though without the practiced eye of his companion. "And you believe this hat holds clues?" "Without question," Holmes answered, his voice soft but certain. "Every object carries with it the imprint of its owner's habits, lifestyle, and circumstances. This hat, for example, tells me far more than its owner would likely wish revealed." Holmes tapped his pipe gently against the edge of the mantel, letting the ashes fall neatly into the tray below. "Consider, Watson, the material. A fine felt originally, though now stained and worn. The band is frayed, the stitching loose in places, and yet it is of a size and shape that suggests it once belonged to a man of some standing, possibly even one of intellectual pursuits. The wear and neglect speak of recent hardship, a decline in fortune perhaps, but not necessarily in character." Watson tilted his head, absorbing the analysis. "A man fallen on hard times, then?" "Precisely." Holmes moved toward the window again, staring out into the thickening fog as though tracing the stranger's movements through the streets of London in his mind's eye. "But the hat is only the beginning. There is, of course, the matter of the goose." Watson smiled slightly. "I imagine there's little left to investigate. If Peterson's family enjoyed it for dinner, the evidence, as it were, has already been consumed." Holmes turned back, his expression unreadable. "Might think so. And yet life has a way of hiding unexpected truths in the most ordinary." Before Watson could inquire further, the sound of footsteps on the stairs broke the stillness. There was a soft knock at the door, followed by Mrs. Hudson's voice, muffled but distinct. "Mr. Fupp." Peterson to see you, sir." Holmes's gaze sharpened just slightly. "Show him in, please." As Mrs. Hudson withdrew, Holmes set his pipe aside and stood with renewed interest. Watson could sense the air in the room shift, the calm anticipation giving way to the early stirrings of a case that was about to deepen in ways neither of them could yet predict. Peterson entered the room moments later, his face flushed from the cold, his hands clasped nervously before him. There was an unusual tightness in his expression, as though he carried news too strange to speak outright. Holmes motioned for him to sit, studying him with quiet intensity. Peterson remained standing. "Begging your pardon, sir, but something's happened, something rather extraordinary." Holmes gestured for him to continue, his voice steady. "Go on, Peterson. Tell us everything." Peterson swallowed hard, casting a glance at Watson before fixing his eyes back on Holmes. "It's about the goose, sir, the one I took home." The room fell silent. Even the faint crackle of the fire seemed to pause in that. Watson leaned forward in his chair. Holmes remained perfectly still. But Watson knew his friend well enough to recognize the subtle shift in the way Holmes's focus, every muscle primed for whatever revelation was about to come. Peterson took a breath, steadying. "My wife, while carving the bird for our dinner, found something inside it." He hesitated again, as though struggling to believe the words he was about to say. "Something blue, shiny, like a jewel, sir?" For a long, suspended second, the room held its breath. Holmes's eyes narrowed, a faint but unmistakable spark of realization beginning to dawn. And with that single, quiet statement, the mystery surrounding an ordinary hat and a simple Christmas goose took a sudden, dramatic turn. The atmosphere inside 221B Baker Street had shifted noticeably. The air, previously filled with idle curiosity and casual observation, now pulsed with a quiet intensity. Holmes remained by the window, the soft gray light of the December morning filtering through the glass and illuminating the sharp lines of his face. He stood motionless, his eyes distant, as though seeing through the layers of London's fog into something much deeper, much more elusive. Dr. Watson, seated comfortably near the hearth, observed his friend closely. After years of companionship, he recognized the signs. Holmes was not merely thinking, he was entering that familiar state of silent, focused calculation. The discovery Peterson had just relayed, the appearance of a gemstone at a Christmas, had sparked something unmistakable. It was the same mixture of excitement and ruthless logic that had propelled Holmes through countless other puzzles, large and small. Peterson remained standing near the doorway, his cap clutched tightly in his hand, uncertain whether he should stay or take his leave. His eyes darted between Holmes and Watson, looking for guidance. Holmes finally turned, movement deliberate, and gestured toward the chair closest to the door. "Sit down, Pete." Though there was a firmness in quiet tone, "You have done well to bring this to—" Peterson obeyed, lowering himself into the chair with a slight air. Holmes moved back toward the center table, retrieving the hat once more and holding it. His eyes narrowed, scanning the battered fabric, the faint stains, the frayed lining, as though seeing each fiber for the first time. "Watson," said suddenly, breaking the... "Let us consider for a moment what we truly have. We are presented with three separate facts: an abandoned hat, an abandoned goose, and now the appearance of a gemstone inside that very goose." He paused, letting the words hang in the air for a moment. Each of these facts, by itself, might seem trivial, but together they suggest a connection that demands our attention. The warm comfort of the fire seemed to fade as he leaned forward, focusing entirely on Holmes's unfolding analysis. Holmes shifted the hat in his hands again, angling it so that the light caught the worn edges and the faint discoloration in the material. "Let us begin, as always, with what is observable," Holmes continued. "First, the size. It is a large hat, indicating that the owner has a larger than average head circumference. This often, though not always, corresponds with intellectual capacity. The hat's style, once fashionable but now outdated, suggests that the owner has not recently updated his wardrobe." Holmes paused, touching the interior band lightly with one finger. The lining is stained, suggesting that the man sweats freely. a sign of nervous disposition, or simply poor physical. Watson listened carefully, allowing each detail to settle in his mind before moving to the next. Holmes continued, his tone calm but unwavering. Notice also the absence of recent brushing. The felt is dusty and matted, indicating neglect. This suggests that the man is no longer concerned with his appearance. Either he has grown indifferent due to prolonged hardship, or he has become so absorbed in other worries that personal grooming has fallen by the wayside. Holmes's eyes flickered as though he were slowly peeling back layers of an unseen light. Furthermore, pointing to discoloration, the hat was once treated with. There are faint traces of varnish near the band. Someone who once took pride in keeping it clean and well maintained. This was not always a man of neglect, Watson interjected thoughtfully. So, once well-to-do, now fallen on difficult times? Holmes gave a small, approving nod. Precisely. The stitching at the back has been repaired by hand. Clumsily, I might add. This tells us that the man, unable or unwilling to afford professional services, has taken to making small repairs himself. The threads used are coarse, suggesting he used whatever material was available rather than purchasing proper hatmaker's supplies. Holmes turned the hat slightly, inspecting the inside more closely. "And here," he said, tapping gently at a faint mark on the inner lining, "there is a small patch of gray hair mixed with dust. The owner is middle-aged, likely past 40. The presence of lime traces in the fabric indicates exposure to building plaster or stonework. Perhaps his current residence is in poor repair, possibly a rented room, Watson, not well maintained." Watson glanced at Peterson, who sat wide-eyed, absorbing the deductions with silent astonishment. Holmes wasn't finished. "The hat's bow is broken on the left side, not torn by force, but simply worn away, indicating that the owner habitually removes it with his left hand. A small but telling detail." Holmes placed the hat back on the table, his movements unhurried. "So, what do we have?" Stepping back and clasping his hands behind a man of intelligence, formerly prosperous, now fallen into financial or personal difficulty. Middle-aged, living in modest or deteriorating accommodations, physically declining, and currently indifferent to personal appearance. Watson exhaled slowly, a look of both admiration and disbelief crossing his face. "Remarkable, as always." Holmes gave a small, almost imperceptible shrug, though dismissing the compliment. Merely observation and logic, nothing more. Peterson, still seated near the door, shifted uncomfortably. "If I may, sir, what do you think about the jewel?" Holmes turned to him, his gaze sharpening. "That, is the most curious element of all. But rest assured, we shall come to it soon enough." Holmes moved toward his writing desk, retrieving a small notebook and beginning to jot down a few short notes. Watson recognized the gesture as a sign that Holmes's mind was now fully engaged, the machinery of his deductive reasoning shifting into higher gear. As Holmes's pen scratched softly across the paper, the distant bells of St. Pancras chimed the noon hour, their sound muffled by the fog but clear enough to reach of Baker Street. That time was moving forward, even as the mystery deepened around them. In the quiet that followed, the city outside seemed, leaving only the gentle, the steady, relentless hum of Sherlock Holmes's analytical mind. The case had begun, in earnest. The afternoon light began to fade early, as it often did during the day, and by the time Holmes finished his notes, the sitting room at Baker Street had grown noticeably dimmer. The fog outside thickened, pressing against the window pane like a cold gray curtain. The air inside remained warm, but the mood had shifted entirely. Gone was the idle air of morning speculation. Now there was the sharp, silent presence of mystery, real and unfolding. Peterson sat still, his hands restless in his lap, glancing occasionally at Holmes with a look of expectant urgency. Even Watson, who had learned over the years to match Holmes's patience, found himself leaning forward, waiting for the next development. Holmes laid his pen down slowly and finally addressed Peterson with the deliberate calm of a man in complete control of the situation. "Now then, Peterson, you mentioned something unusual was found inside the goose." Peterson nodded quickly, his voice low, but filled with the weight of disbelief. "Yes, sir. I can hardly explain it myself. It was my wife who discovered it, sir. She was carving the bird for our Christmas dinner, just as she's done with every holiday goose for as long as I can remember. There was nothing strange about it until her knife struck something hard near the gullet. Holmes's eyes narrowed slightly, his posture straightening with quiet interest. Hard? Like a bone? No, sir, nothing like that. At first she thought it might be a bit of shot or stone, but when she pulled it out, well, sir, it wasn't anything ordinary. Peterson fumbled with his coat pocket, retrieving a small square package wrapped hastily in tissue paper. His hands trembled slightly as he placed it on the table before. There was a certain reverence, as though he were handling something both precious and dangerous. Holmes, with the care of a jeweler examining a rare artifact, slowly unwrapped the paper. Watson, unable to contain his curiosity, rose from his chair to lean closer. There, resting against the worn wood of the table, lay an object that caught what little light remained in the room and fractured it into cold blue flame. A gemstone, deep in color but sharp, clear, and dazzling even in the dim light. Its surface was cut with precision, every facet reflecting the smallest motion with electric clarity. It was unlike anything Watson had seen before. Holmes's face remained unreadable. He lifted the gem between his fingers, holding it against the fading daylight, turning it slowly. Watson spoke first, unable to restrain himself. Good heavens. Holmes, is that... Holmes's voice remained calm, but there was a controlled intensity beneath it. Indeed, Watson, if I am not mistaken, the blue carbuncle. The name itself seemed to carry weight, settling over the room like a dense fog. Peterson inhaled sharply, his eyes widening further. The blue carbuncle, sir? You mean the one from the newspapers? The very same. Holmes placed the gemstone gently back on the... Stolen just 5 days ago from the Hotel Cosmopolitan. It belongs to the Countess of Morcar, one of the most valuable stones in Europe. Watson blinked into ready racing. But Holmes, how could a jewel of such end up inside a Christmas goose? Holmes did not answer immediately. Instead, he stood and moved to the fireplace, reaching for his slow, deliberate move carefully, his mind clearly arranging facts and possibilities. After a few thoughtful, Holmes turned back to face the room. Let us pause and consider the facts we have so far. A priceless gem, stolen in broad daylight from a secure hotel. A hotel employee, James Ryder, currently under suspicion for the theft. No trace of the stone since the day it... And now, here it sits, discovered in the... Watson was already piecing it together. You believe there's a connection between the man who dropped the goose and... Holmes gave a small nod. It would seem inevitable. The chain of coincidence would be too great otherwise. He paused, tapping his pipe against the side of the hearth with slow deliberation. Consider the possibilities, Watson. This gentleman, unknown to us, drops both his hat and his Christmas. The goose ends up roasted and inside hidden from... It is a curious thing. Watson let the case, simple in appearance just that morning, had taken a turn towards the improbable, undeniably real. Peterson shifted nervously in his chair. What should I do, sir? He asked, voice trembling slightly. Should we notify the police? Holmes lifted a hand gently, signaling for calm. Not just yet, Peter. The police already suspect Ryder, and he is being held for questioning. But we possess something they do not, the stone itself. Holmes's gaze darkened just slightly, but there was still a controlled steadiness in his tone. Before involving the authorities, I should like to follow the trail a little further. The movements of this goose and of the man who owned it may tell us more than we can presently see. Peterson nodded, though it was clear from his expression that he felt deeply out of his depth. Holmes turned toward Watson now, his voice low but certain. Watson, our small case has grown. There is work ahead of us. With that, Holmes crossed the room to retrieve his coat and hat, his steps deliberate but unhurried. Watson instinctively rose, reaching for his own coat, knowing full well that when Holmes moved with this kind of calm determination, events were about to unfold at a pace and complexity that few could anticipate. As they prepared to leave the sitting room, Holmes paused briefly at the table, letting his fingers rest for a cool surface of... For the first time that day, his features tightened just slightly, not with worry, but with resolve. Outside, the fog deepened, swallowing the streets of London whole. Somewhere, Within that thick and endless gray was the answer, and Holmes was ready to find it. The late afternoon air outside Baker Street had taken on a biting chill, sharp enough to sting the cheeks of anyone daring to walk without her scarf and gloves. The fog had thickened considerably, curling in dense swirls around the gap, casting long, trembling shadows along the pavement. The streets hummed with muffled vendors calling out their final offers of carriage wheels grinding against damp the occasional. Inside the comforting warmth of 221 will be, Holmes stood by the window for a long moment, his sharp gaze fixed on the fog-covered street as though willing it to reveal its secrets. Behind him, Watson carefully folded the tissue paper around the blue carbuncle and placed the precious gem back in the center drawer of Holmes's writing desk, securing it with care. Holmes turned slowly, moving back toward the hearth where Peterson still sat, his hands nervously clasped. "Peterson," his tone low and contemplative, "I must say nothing of this discovery to anyone for the moment, not even to your family. This situation is delicate." Peterson nodded earnestly. "Of course, sir. Not a word. You have my word on that." Holmes gave a slight nod of approval, then gestured for Watson to join him near the fireplace. "Now, Watson, let us examine what we already know about the theft itself." Holmes leaned against the mantel, folding his arms and closing his eyes for a brief second, as though organizing the web of facts inside his mind. 5 days ago, he began, the blue carbuncle was stolen from the Countess of Morcar while she was staying at the Hotel Cosmo. The theft occurred in the late afternoon. The stone was kept in a small locked jewel case which had been placed inside her private dressing room. The lock showed no signs of forced entry. Watson nodded, remembering the details from the newspaper. The case had received considerable coverage in the days. Holmes continued. The immediate suspect was James Ryder. He is the head attendant at the hotel, a man with access to the Countess's chambers. According to police reports, he had behaved suspiciously then, appearing unusually nervous and disappearing for a short time during the critical window when the theft could have occurred. Watson recalled the name easily. Ryder had been painted in the press as an anxious, soft-spoken man with no prior criminal record, but described by colleagues as easily swayed by stronger personalities. Holmes crossed the room to his bookshelf, retrieving a slim, leather-bound volume containing clippings and police reports for the last few weeks. He opened the book to a marked page, scanning quickly before speaking again. Ryder was arrested shortly after the discovery of the theft, Holmes said, flipping the page with one hand while reaching for his pipe with the other. The evidence against him, however, remains largely circumstantial. The police found no trace of the gemstone in his possession, nor any clear witness to the crime. His behavior, while certainly suspicious, has yet to yield a confession. Holmes paused, pacing slowly across the room. Yet here, in our sitting room, lies the very object for which Ryder is being held in custody. The blue carbuncle, concealed inside a Christmas goose that found its way to Peterson. Watson's brow furrowed, the complexity of the situation deepening in his mind. "So then, Holmes, how do you propose we move forward? Should we not notify Inspector Bradstreet? Let him take charge of the jewel?" Holmes shook his head gently. "Not yet. The official investigation is moving blindly, as is often the case when the police operate without complete facts. If we present the stone now, Ryder may be charged and convicted on the weight of circumstantial evidence alone. But I have no interest in watching a man hang." Holmes stopped near the window again, gazing out into the mist, as if expecting the answers to form from the fog itself. "There is a path between this room and the Hotel Cosmopolitan," he said slowly, "a line of events that led from the Countess's dressing table to the gullet of a Christmas goose. Our task is to reconstruct that path, step by step." Watson glanced down at the now closed drawer containing the gemstone. "And where shall we begin?" Holmes turned sharply, his expression suddenly alive with energy. "With the goose, of course." Peterson, whose eyes had darted back and forth between the two men like a spectator at a tennis match, now sat forward. "Begging your pardon, sir, but the goose was just one of many sold in the market. How do you intend to trace it?" Holmes allowed himself the faintest of the kind Watson recognized as the prelude to action. "My dear Peterson, every object has a history, even a goose. Somewhere in the city, there is a chain of hands through which that bird passed before reaching you. And if we follow that chain carefully, we may find our mysterious gentleman, and, perhaps, the answer to how the blue carbuncle came to rest inside a holiday meal. Holmes reached for his coat and gloves, moving with newfound urgency. Come, Watson, there's no time to waste. We must follow the trail while it is still fresh enough to find. Watson grabbed his hat without hesitation. As he fastened the buttons of his overcoat, he could feel that familiar rush of anticipation building inside him. Another puzzle, another chase through the fog-laden streets of London. Holmes paused only long enough to turn back to Peterson. "Stay here," he instructed firmly, "and remember, say nothing to anyone until you hear from me." Peterson nodded obediently. Within moments, Holmes and Watson stepped out into the dense, cold air. The fog embraced them instantly, swallowing their forms as they disappeared into the late afternoon streets, heading toward Covent Garden Market, the first link in the chain that might lead them back to the heart of the crime. The hunt for answers had officially begun. The streets of London lay wrapped in a dense, almost tangible fog as Holmes and Watson stepped out of 221B Baker Street. The gas lamps burned low and dim, their flickering light barely cutting through the thick, damp air. Holmes moved with purpose, his long coat billowing slightly with each stride. Watson followed closely behind, adjusting his scarf as the cold seeped through his layers. The late afternoon crowds, though somewhat thinned by the weather, moved with their usual variety of haste and indifference. The sound of horses' hooves striking against cobblestones echoed faintly in the distance, mingling with the occasional shout of a street vendor or the rattle of a passing hansom. Holmes, without wasting a moment, hailed a cab at the corner. Once inside, he gave the driver a single, clear instruction: Covent Garden Market. The cab lurched forward, wheels slipping slightly over the wet pavement. The ride was silent at Holmes sat, eyes half closed, but his mind evidently deep in. Watson, familiar with these moments of concentration, respected the quiet, though his own curiosity burned stronger with. Holmes finally broke the silence as they neared their destination. "Our task, Watson, is straightforward in theory, but may prove more complicated in practice. We must trace the path of that particular goose from the market stall to Peterson's Christmas. Fortunately, we know that Peterson acquired it from Tottenham Court Road, but that is only the most recent link in the chain." Watson nodded. "And we're headed to Covent Garden because the largest and most diverse poultry vendors operate there. If the goose was sold through a market vendor, Covent Garden is the logic." The cab pulled to a stop with a sudden jolt. Holmes stepped out first, immediately striding toward the covered section of the market. Even at this late hour, the place remained alive with movement. Vendors stood behind their wooden stalls, shouting over one another to attract the attention of customers. The mingled smells of fresh produce, damp straw, and raw poultry filled the air. Holmes moved past stalls of vegetables and flowers without pause, heading straight for the poultry. Rows of geese hung by their feet from iron hooks, their white feathers ruffled and their beaks slightly open, as though frozen mid-call. The scene, though ordinary to the vendors, struck Watson as slightly surreal, given the treasure that one such bird had recently concealed. Holmes scanned the vendors quickly, until his eyes settled on a stout, broad-shouldered man with a red face and a cap pulled low over his brow. The man was busy rearranging a display of dressed birds, his large hands moving with practiced efficiency. Holmes approached, his voice smooth but carrying enough volume to rise above the market noise. "Good evening. I wonder if you could assist me. I'm inquiring about a particular consignment of geese sold from this market a few days ago." The vendor looked up, his expression shifting from business-like boredom to mild suspicion. "And why would that concern you, sir?" "Sold plenty of geese in the past week. Christmas rush? You know how it is." Holmes smiled faintly, the kind of smile designed to disarm without appearing insincere. "Indeed, that is precisely why I hoped you might help me narrow the field. I'm tracing the origin of a specific bird, one purchased by a gentleman from Tottenham Court Road." The vendor shrugged, already turning back toward his work. "You'll have to be more specific than that. I supply half the butchers and poulterers in that part of town. Can't keep track of every bird once it leaves my stall." Holmes's eyes narrowed slightly, but his tone remained polite. "Perhaps, but I believe your records might help. Do you happen to recall supplying geese to a man named Breckenridge?" At the sound of the name, the vendor paused, glancing sideways at Holmes. "Breckenridge, you say?" "Yes, I do business with him from time to time. Picks up his birds here, sells them from his own stall at Covent Garden, down the way." Holmes's expression remained unchanged, though Watson could sense the slight increase in focus. "Excellent. And would you happen to know where Breckenridge obtains his geese?" The vendor gave a short, dry laugh. "If you want to know that, you'd best ask Breckenridge himself. He's not the type to share his business arrangements freely. But he's over there, near the east gate. Big fellow, bad temper, and more stubborn than most." Holmes inclined his head in thanks. "Much appreciated." With that, Holmes turned on his heel, and Watson followed as they made their way through the narrow, crowded paths of the market toward the east gate. The fog had crept into the covered area, giving the lamps inside a muted, ghostly glow. As they reached the indicated spot, Holmes stopped in front of a tall, powerfully built man who stood behind a makeshift counter, arguing loudly with a dissatisfied customer. The man's face was flushed with irritation, and he waved a large, meaty hand in the air as he spoke. "I've told you once already, and I won't tell you again. The geese are sold as they are. If you're not happy, take your custom elsewhere." The customer grumbled and walked off, muttering. Holmes waited a respectful moment, then stepped forward with his usual blend of politeness and calculated directness. "Good evening, Mr. Breckenridge. I wonder if I might have a word with you regarding a small matter of some interest." Breckenridge turned, still clearly annoyed from the previous exchange. "If it's about geese, I've had just about enough questions for one day. You're the second person today asking after my stock. I've got better things to do than answer foolish questions." Holmes's eyes lit with subtle "Another inquiry, you say? That is the most curious." Breckenridge crossed his arms. "Some fellow earlier, just like you, badgering me about where my geese came from. I told him the same thing I'll tell you. I buy my birds fair and square, and what happens after that is none of my concern." Holmes let the information sink in, filing it away for later. "I quite understand your frustration, Breckenridge," Holmes said smoothly, "but I assure you, my reasons for asking are entirely practical. A matter of misplaced property, you might say." Breckenridge scowled but said nothing more. Holmes pressed gently. "If I may ask, were your geese purchased from a single supplier, or do you source from several?" Breckenridge grunted. "All came from the same lot this time, from a woman named Mrs. Oakshott. She keeps poultry over in Brixton, been supplying me for years." Holmes's eyes sharpened ever so slightly. "Mrs. Oakshott in Brixton? Thank you, Mr. Breckenridge. You've been most helpful." With that, Holmes turned to Watson, speaking just loud enough for the vendor to hear. "Come, Watson. It seems our next visit will be to Brixton." As they stepped away from the stall, weaving through the market crowds, Watson glanced sideways at Holmes. "Another man asking about the same geese," he murmured. "Indeed," Holmes repeated, his voice carrying just enough edge to suggest that the simple matter of tracing a Christmas goose had now grown into something far more interesting. And with that, they disappeared once more into the thickening fog, their steps directed toward the next link in the chain. The fog deepened as Holmes and Watson left Breckenridge's stall behind, threading their way back through the narrow passages of Covent Garden Market. The air smelled heavily of damp straw, wet stone, and the lingering traces of poultry and produce that had long since seen their best days. Vendors were beginning to pack away their remaining goods, stacking crates and sweeping the day's refuse into loose piles along the edges of the stalls. Holmes walked briskly, but without apparent hurry, his hands tucked into the deep pockets, his gaze drifting over the faces of passengers and merchants with a detached, clinical interest. Watson followed close behind, his boots clicking over the uneven stones. They stopped briefly near the main entrance of the market, just outside the poultry section, where Holmes leaned casually against a lamppost. His eyes narrowed slightly as he watched Breckenridge continue his business from a distance. "Watson," Holmes said in a low tone, "we must approach this next step with care. Mr. Breckenridge is not, by nature, a cooperative man. You heard how he spoke to the last customer. He is stubborn, quick-tempered, and, above all, deeply suspicious of anyone asking too many questions. Watson nodded, glancing back toward the large, broad-shouldered figure behind the counter. So how do you propose we get the information we need? Holmes smiled faintly, but there was little amusement in it. It was the expression Watson had come to associate with strategic mischief, a carefully calculated plan already taking shape behind those sharp gray eyes. We shall irritate him, precisely where it will hurt most, Holmes replied. Without further explanation, Holmes strode back toward Breckenridge's stall with renewed purpose. The poulterer looked up instantly, scowling at the sight of the returning figure. "You again?" Breckenridge barked. "I thought I made myself clear. I'm done answering questions about geese." Holmes approached the counter with exaggerated politeness, his tone light, but tinged with deliberate provocation. "My apologies, Breckenridge. I simply wanted to clarify. You see, I was speaking with a friend earlier who insisted that the geese you sold this Christmas were local birds, raised within the city limits." Breckenridge's scowl deepened instant. "Local?" He spat the word like a curse. "Every bird I sold this season came from Mrs. Oakshott in Brixton. That's a fact, and anyone who says otherwise knows nothing about the trade." Holmes said, innocent. I must have misunderstood." My friend was quite insistent. Said he could tell by the size and feathering that they were northern birds. Must have been bred up near Lincolnshire, according to him. Breckenridge's face turned a deeper shade of red. "Lincolnshire? Lincolnshire? The man's a fool if he thinks. I tell you, every last bird came straight from Mrs. Oakshott's pens in Brixton. I've been dealing with her for years. If there's one thing I know, it's where my stock comes from." Holmes leaned back slightly, feigning mild. "Well, I appreciate the clarification. You've certainly put the matter." Breckenridge, still fuming, wiped his hands on a stained apron and shook his head in disbelief. "Some people think they know everything," he muttered, "but they've never spent a day behind a market stall. Always quick to judge." Holmes offered a final courteous nod, then turned away, as if preparing to leave. But after taking only 2 steps, he paused as though struck by a sudden afterthought. Turning back to the stall, he called out with perfect casualness, "One more thing, Mr. Breckenridge. Would you happen to recall how many geese Mrs. Oakshott supplied you this year?" Breckenridge's brows knitted together in continued irritation, but pride over his knowledge of his trade finally overrode his desire to end the conversation. 24, and a fine lot they were, too. Clean birds, well fed. Picked them up myself last Thursday morning." Holmes smiled faintly, as though that settled it. "And you sold all of them?" "Gone by Christmas Eve, everyone. Not a single bird left." Holmes inclined his head in thanks, signaling that he had no more questions. As they walked away from the stall and re-entered the misty streets beyond the market, Watson turned to his friend, unable to hide his curiosity. "I must say, Holmes, that was a masterful performance. I thought Breckenridge might come over the counter at you." Holmes's expression softened into something close to amusement. "Sometimes, Watson, when people refuse to give you information, the best approach is to let their own pride and temper do the work for you." They turned onto Long Acre, the street alive with the distant sounds of street musicians and late shoppers hurrying home. "So now we head to Brixton?" Watson asked. Holmes answered without. "Mrs. Oakshott appears to be our next and perhaps most critical link in this curious chain. If we are to discover how the Blue Carbuncle made its improbable journey from the Countess of Morcar's jewel case to the inside of a Christmas goose, it is through her that we must proceed." And with that, Holmes increased his pace, his long strides purposeful and confident. Watson hurried to keep up, already sensing that the next stage of the investigation would bring them closer to the heart of the mystery, closer to the person whose hands had hidden the priceless gem, where no one was like. The fog thickened, swallowing the street. As Baker Street receded into memory and Brixton drew nearer, the journey from Covent Garden to Brixton took longer than usual. The heavy evening fog had deepened into something almost tactile, hanging low over the streets and dampening every sound. Horses' hooves clattered faintly in the distance, their echoes quickly swallowed by the thick air. Holmes and Watson traveled by cab, the vehicle moving slowly and cautiously through the near opacity. The driver hunched forward, straining to see the barely visible road ahead. Watson sat back in the seat, coat buttoned tight, glancing occasionally at Holmes, who sat silent and motionless, his eyes half closed, but not asleep. Watson had seen this look before, the intense inward focus that meant Holmes's mind was already moving 3 steps ahead, arranging facts, seeing possibilities, and discarding irrelevant details like a craftsman sharpening his tools. But just as Watson was about to ask Holmes whether he intended to question Mrs. Oakshott that same evening, Holmes opened his eyes and spoke with sudden clarity. "Before we trouble Mrs. Oakshott, there is another thread to tug, one that may tighten the whole fabric of this little mystery." Watson looked at him with curiosity. "And what thread is that?" "Mr. Henry Baker," Holmes, "the original owner of both the hat and the goose. It is time we met him." Watson frowned slightly, puzzled. "Do you think he knows anything about the jewel?" Holmes shook his head slowly. "Unlikely. If Mr. Baker had any inkling of the blue carbuncle's presence, he would not have abandoned the goose so readily, nor would he remain silent after its disappearance. No, I expect we will find him to be a harmless, if somewhat unfortunate fellow. But still, I should like to speak with him directly. Even small truths become important or fitting together a puzzle." By the time they arrived back at Baker Street, the fog had settled in thick, unbroken sheets, giving the gas lamps along the street a strange, blurred glow. The sitting room at 221B felt even warmer and more welcoming by contrast, the fire burning brightly, casting long, flickering shadows against the walls. Holmes wasted no time. Crossing to his writing desk, he opened a small ledger, flipping quickly through the pages until he found what he needed. Watson watched as Holmes selected a clean sheet of paper and began writing an advertisement in his sharp, efficient script. Found, at the corner of Good Street and Tottenham Court Road, a goose and a black felt hat. The owner may recover his property by applying at 221B Baker Street between 6 and 7 this evening. Holmes handed the note to Watson with a small, satisfied smile. "That should bring Mr. Baker to us if he is inclined to reclaim his lost possessions." Watson glanced at the note, then at the clock on the "It's already 5:30, Holmes. Do you really expect him to appear tonight?" Holmes lit his pipe and settled comfortably into his armchair. "People can be astonishingly prompt when food or property is involved, Watson, and hunger, as well as pride, have curious ways of motivating a man." He rang the bell for Mrs. Hudson and handed her the note with brief instructions to have it sent to the evening newspapers at once. Then he turned back toward Watson with a more contemplative tone. "In the meantime, let us prepare for our visitor. I would like you, Watson, to observe him carefully. His manner, his speech, even his clothing. Everything may offer clues." Watson nodded. "Understood." The next half hour passed with the usual quiet efficiency that Holmes preferred before an interview. He paced slowly around the room at intervals, occasionally glancing out the window to check for approaching footsteps on the street below. Watson poured himself a small glass of brandy, warming his hands by the fire as he waited. At exactly 10 minutes past 6, there was a knock at the door. Mrs. Hudson appeared, her face as composed as ever, though there was a faint look of curiosity in her eyes. "A gentleman to see you, Mr. Holmes. Says he's come about the lost goose." Holmes's eyes lit slightly. "Show him in, if you please." A moment later, a tall, thin man entered the room. His coat was shabby but not entirely threadbare, and his gloves were worn at the fingertips. His shoes, though polished, showed clear signs of age and long use. His face was pale, framed by thinning brown hair, and there was an unmistakable air of faded dignity about him, someone who had once known better days. Watson noted the man's nervousness. Mr. Henry Baker, as he would soon introduce himself, kept shifting his weight from foot to foot, clasping and unclasping his hands as though uncertain of how to present himself in such surroundings. Holmes rose with practiced courtesy. "Good evening, sir. Please come in and warm yourself by the fire. I assume you are here in response to my advertisement?" The man nodded quickly. "Yes? Yes, indeed. My name is Henry Baker. I believe the goose and hat you mentioned may have belonged to me. I had a most unfortunate incident on..." Holmes gestured toward the armchair nearest the... Please sit down, and perhaps you might tell us in your own words exactly how you came to lose them. Mr. Baker sank gratefully, extending his gloved hands toward the warmth of the flames. As he began to speak, his voice revealed the careful tones of a man once accustomed to better circumstance, his diction precise, though touched with the faint weariness of disappointment and hardship. It happened on Tottenham Court Road, Mr. Holmes. I had, perhaps, taken a little more drink than was wise given the occasion. I was carrying home a goose for my supper, a gift from a kind-hearted fellow at my club. Unfortunately, I became involved in a minor altercation with some street ruffians. In the scuffle, I lost both my hat and the goose. Holmes listened attentively, his expression sympathetic but neutral. I see. And did you make any attempt to recover them? Baker shook his head, a faint flush of embarrassment coloring his pale cheek. No, I was too shaken at the time, and by the time I gathered my senses, both items had... Holmes nodded gently, rising to retrieve the battered felt hat from the side table. I believe this belongs to you? Baker's eyes lit with recognition, and he accepted the hat with a mixture of relief and resignation. Yes, indeed, that's it. Poor old thing. Seen better days, as you can tell. Holmes smiled faintly but said nothing more about the hat's condition. Instead, he turned his attention to the matter of the goose. As for the bird, Holmes continued, I regret to say that it was consumed. But if you would accept it, I have another of equal weight and quality to offer you as a replacement. Mr. Baker blinked, his face registering mild surprise. That is exceedingly kind of you, Mr. Holmes. I would be most grateful. Holmes motioned to Watson, who quietly left the room and returned a moment later with a fine-looking goose that had been procured earlier for just such. Baker accepted it with both hands, rising awkwardly to his feet as though unsure whether he should say more or simply take his leave. Holmes, observing him carefully, offered a final question. You obtained the original goose from your club, you said? Yes, from the Alpha Inn. They had a small collection for the less fortunate member, a tradition at Christmas time. Holmes nodded once, filing the detail. Thank you, Mr. Baker. I believe that concludes our business for this evening. And I wish you a very happy New Year. With visible gratitude, Baker offered his thanks once more and disappeared down the stairs, the sound of his footsteps echoing lightly through the hall before fading into the night. Watson turned to Holmes the moment the door closed. Well, Holmes, is he involved? Holmes shook his head with certainty. Not in the least, Watson. Mr. Henry Baker's conscience is clear. His only crime is a fondness for drink and a somewhat careless nature. But his role in this affair ends here. Holmes crossed to the window, staring out into the fog-covered street, where Mr. Baker's figure soon vanished. Now, we must pay a visit to Brixton. Night had fully settled over London, and the fog outside Baker's thickened to the point where even the glow of the nearest gas lamp appeared as little more than a pale flickering blur through the sitting-room window. The air in 221B was comfortably warm, scented with coal smoke, tobacco, and the faint trace of old books and polished wood. Holmes, as always, seemed immune to the hour or the weather. He sat by the fire, fingers steepled beneath his chin, lost in thought. Watson, still seated near the hearth, found himself reflecting on the odd chain of events that had led them this moment. A simple lost and a discarded Christmas goose had opened the door to a mystery far larger than either man had expected. The quiet was broken by the soft knock at the door. Mrs. Hudson entered a moment later, speaking in her usual hushed. "There's a gentleman here," said something about the newspaper. Holmes's gift. Without hesitation, he motioned toward the door. "Show him in, please." A moment later, the door opened wider to reveal a figure standing uncertainly on the threshold. The man was tall but stooped, with narrow shoulders and thin, angular feet. His hair, once dark, was now showing streaks of gray, and his clothes, though brushed and presentable, bore the unmistakable signs of prolonged use. His overcoat, patched at the elbows, hung loosely from his frame. His gloves were worn thin at the fingertips. Watson took note of the man's hesitant posture, the way he lingered near the doorframe, as though unsure whether to enter or retreat. Holmes rose smoothly from his chair, his expression composed and inviting. "Good evening, sir. Please, come in. I believe you are responding to my advertisement concerning a lost goose and a black felt hat." The man nodded quickly, stepping inside with visible relief. Yes, indeed, I am Henry Baker. I saw the notice in the evening news. I hoped it might refer to my property." Holmes gestured toward the seat nearest the fire. "Please, make yourself comfortable." Mr. Baker removed his hat, revealing a thinning patch of hair at the crown, and settled cautiously into the chair. He held his hands close to the fire, rubbing them together as though to chase away the lingering cold of the foggy streets. Holmes studied him carefully, but without making the observation obvious. There was a certain faded dignity about the man, a manner of speech and movement that suggested better days long past. His voice was soft but articulate, with the unmistakable tone of education and refinement. "I must apologize for troubling you, Mr. Holmes. You see, I had something of a misadventure on Christmas night. There was, a bit of an incident in Tottenham Court Road. I lost both my hat and the goose I was carrying. A most regrettable affair." Holmes nodded as though hearing something entirely expected. "I'm familiar with the general circumstances, Mr. Baker. Perhaps you could recount the detail, just to ensure we are speaking of the same lost items." Mr. Baker hesitated for it, then continued. "It was late in the evening. I had stopped at a nearby tavern for a glass of port, perhaps one too many. On my way home, I became involved in a brief confrontation with some rowdy. In the confusion, I dropped the goose I was carrying and apparently my hat as well. When I turned back to look for them, both were gone." Watson noted the man's flushed expression and the way he avoided direct eye contact at the mention of his drinking. Still, there was no deceit in his voice, only embarrassment and mild resignation. Holmes retrieved the battered felt hat from the side table and held it out. "I believe this is yours." Mr. Baker's eyes lit with recognition, without doubt. "Poor thing. It has served me well for several winters." Holmes gave a slight understanding smile. "For the goose," continued, "I regret to inform you that it has already been prepared and consumed." Mr. Baker sighed, but gave a small, forgiving smile. "That is no matter. I cannot blame you for that. I had little hope of recovering it after all this." Holmes gestured toward Watson, who disappeared briefly into the adjoining room and returned moments later carrying a fresh goose, carefully wrapped and ready for the oven. "I took the liberty of securing another bird of similar weight and quality as a replacement," Holmes said calmly. "Please accept it with my compliments." Mr. Baker's eyes widened in surprise. "That is exceedingly generous, Mr. Holmes. Truly most unexpected." Holmes gave a small nod, but did not elaborate. "There is one other small matter, Holmes. May I ask where you obtained the original goose?" Baker, now rising to take the offered bird, replied without hesitation. "From the Alpha Inn. They were distributing birds as a Christmas gesture for the less fortunate members. I've been frequenting that establishment for many years." Holmes made a mental note of the name, but showed no change in his expression. "And did you by any chance notice where the Alpha Inn sourced their geese?" Mr. Baker shook his head. "No, I'm afraid I cannot help you there. I simply accepted the gift and went on my way." Holmes extended a hand. "Thank you, Mr. I believe that concludes our business." Mr. Baker offered his own hand in return, a thin, cool handshake, but given with genuine gratitude. "Thank you again, Mr. Holmes. Henry Baker gathered his new goose under one arm and disappeared down the stairs, his footsteps growing fainter until they were absorbed entirely by the night outside. Holmes stood silently by the window, watching as Baker's figure faded into the fog, then turned back toward Watson. There goes an innocent man. No knowledge of the jewel, no involvement beyond bad luck, and a tendency toward overindulgence. Watson nodded, glancing at the clock. "And now, shall we proceed to Brixton?" Holmes's eyes darkened with renewed focus. "Yes, what? To Brixton. I believe Mrs. Oakshott holds the next piece of this puzzle." And with that, Holmes reached for his coat once more, and the two men prepared to step back into the cold, fog-draped streets of London. By the time Holmes and Watson left Baker Street again, the fog had grown heavier still, thickening into a low, gray mass that hugged the streets and blurred the shapes of buildings and people alike. Even the flickering gas lamps struggled to push back the gloom. The air had that distinct London winter smell, a mixture of coal smoke, damp stone, and the faint metallic tang of frost that hinted at snow before morning. Holmes, walking briskly despite the chill, seemed invigorated by the shifting complexity of the case. Every new discovery had added another layer to the puzzle, and now, with Mr. Henry Baker's innocence confirmed, the path forward was clear. Watson hurried to keep pace, pulling his collar higher against the cold. "Do you truly believe, Holmes, that Mrs. Oakshott holds the answer?" Watson asked. Holmes's eyes glinted with focused intent as he stepped into the vehicle. "I believe, Watson, that she is the next link in the chain. Every bird sold by Breckenridge came from her pens in Brixton. If we are to trace the movement of that particular goose, we must begin at the source." The cab lurched forward, its wheels slipping slightly on the icy cobblestones as it made its slow way. The streets became quieter as they left the commercial heart of London behind. Gas lamps grew sparser, and the buildings took on a more worn and residential. After nearly an hour's journey, they arrived in Brixton, a district of small brick houses and narrow lanes. The cab driver pulled up alongside a modest two-story house with a low wooden fence and a garden behind, barely visible through the fog. Holmes stepped out first, pausing to study the house. The gate hung slightly askew, and in the faint light from the nearest street lamp, Watson could make out several large coops at the rear of the property. Though they were mostly obscured by mist, the occasional low cluck and shuffle of birds inside suggested that this was indeed the poultry yard. Holmes approached the front door and gave 3 firm knocks. After a brief pause, the sound of shuffling footsteps echoed from within. The door opened slowly to reveal a middle-aged woman with a weathered face and hands reddened from years of labor. Her hair was pulled back tightly, and her apron showed fresh smudges of flour, as though she had been in the midst of baking. "Yes?" she asked, her tone cautious but not "Good evening, madam," Holmes said with "My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson. We hope you might assist us with a small matter concerning some geese recently sold from your property." Mrs. Oakshott narrowed her eyes slightly, but did not close the door. "Geese?" she repeated. "What about them?" Holmes's tone remained even and respectful. "I understand you supplied a batch of 24 birds to Mr. Breckenridge at Covent Garden last week?" "That's right," she said, folding her arms across her chest. "Delivered them myself." Holmes nodded. "Would you mind telling us how those geese came into your possession, raised here on the premises?" Mrs. Oakshott gave a short laugh. "Hardly. I keep some hens for eggs, but I haven't the space for rearing that many geese here. No, I bought them from a dealer down at Fleet Street. I keep birds here until they're fattened and ready for market. Those particular geese were part of a larger lot I brought in just before Christmas." Holmes's gaze "A dealer on Fleet Street, you say? Do you recall the name?" Mrs. Oakshott wiped her hands on her apron, thinking. "Name was Wilson, Jabez Wilson. Supplies a lot of small sellers like me. Had a good price on that lot." Holmes made a mental note but pressed on. "And before Wilson, do you happen to know where he obtained them?" Mrs. O. "No idea. I don't ask questions beyond my end of the I take delivery, fatten the birds, and sell them on." Holmes smiled faintly, sensing that he'd reached the end of her useful knowledge. "You've been most helpful, ma'am. Thank you for your time." Mrs. Oakshott nodded, seeming both relieved and curious, but she asked no further questions as she closed the door. Holmes turned to Watson as they made their way back toward the cab. "It seems the trail extends further back still, Holmes, from Mrs. Oakshott to Mr. and perhaps beyond him yet." Watson climbed into the cab beside him. "Holmes, do you truly believe we track one goose through this entire city?" Holmes gave a rare, amused smile. "We are not tracking the goose anymore, Watson. We are tracking a man whose movements led him to hide one of the most valuable jewels in Europe inside a bird, thinking it would remain undiscovered." The cab pulled away from Brixton, its wheels splashing through puddles of melted snow as Holmes sat back, already planning their next move, already seeing the map of London in his mind, with one more destination still waiting on their path to the truth. The journey back from Brixton to Covent Garden was slow and uneventful, with the cab wheels rolling steadily over the slick London streets. The fog, though slightly lifted, still hung heavily in the air, muting the sounds of the city. Holmes sat deep in thought, his gaze far beyond the window, mentally retracing the path that had brought them to this point, from a battered hat, lost goose, to a hidden jewel and a new name, Jabez Wilson, the poultry dealer from Fleet Street. But as they neared Covent Garden once again, Holmes raised a hand, signaling the driver to stop short of their. "We'll proceed on foot from here, Watt. I want to observe Breckenridge's stall before we approach." Something tells me the next piece of this puzzle is already in motion. Watson climbed down from the cab, adjusting his coat against the cold, following Holmes through the dim streets back toward the market. When they reached the edge of the square, Holmes slowed his pace and gestured for Watson to remain just behind him. From their vantage point, partially concealed by a stack of empty crates, they had a clear view of Breckenridge's stall. Though it was well past the hour when most vendors would begin closing for the night, Breckenridge remained at his post, arguing loudly with a man standing before him. Watson studied the stranger carefully. He was thin and wiry, dressed in a cheap but respectable overcoat that hung awkwardly on his small frame. His face, pale and drawn, was marked by a nervous energy. His hands trembled slightly, even as he gestured in frustration toward Breckenridge. He wore no hat, and his thinning hair lay flat against his scalp, damp with sweat despite the chill. The conversation between the two men grew louder, and Holmes motioned for Watson to listen carefully. "I'm telling you, the geese were sold," Breckenridge barked, his voice echoing off the market walls. "Every last one of them. Gone by Christmas. I don't know what's got into you, asking me the same blasted question again and again." The nervous man clenched his fists. "But you must have kept a record. Please, I need to know where they came from." Breckenridge laughed bitterly. "You and every other fool in this city, it seems. I've had enough of this nonsense for one day. If you've got business, make it quick. Otherwise, be off with you." Holmes's eyes narrowed slightly as he studied the stranger's posture, the tremor in his voice, the desperation barely contained in each word. There was a kind of fear written all over the man, something deeper than mere frustration. Watson leaned in closer to Holmes and whispered, "Do you think that's our man?" Holmes nodded almost imperceptibly. "Without question, Watson. That is James Ryder." Watson blinked in surprise. "The very man the police are holding responsible for the theft?" Holmes shook his head, eyes still fixed on the scene unfolding before them. "The very man who was under suspicion, yes. But it seems he's not in police custody, which tells me one of two things. Either the police have released him for lack of evidence, or he slipped through their grasp altogether." As Holmes and Watson watched, Ryder grew more agitated. His voice rose, his hands flailed helplessly in front of him. "You must tell me? I'm desperate. Please, just tell me where those geese came from." Breckenridge had clearly had enough. He slammed both hands onto the counter, leaning forward with a menacing glare. "I told you once already, and I'll tell you again for the last time. The geese came from Mrs. Oakshott in Brixton, and if you don't stop pestering me, I'll have the constable over here to take you." At the mention of the police, Ryder visibly paled. His hands dropped to his sides, and for a brief second, he looked as though he might collapse right there in the middle of the market. Holmes seized the moment. "Now, Watson, follow my lead." Holmes stepped out from behind the crates, the square with calm, unhurried steps. "Mr. Breckenridge," Holmes called out. "A word." Breckenridge turned, still red-faced from the argument, but recognizing Holmes at once. "You again? I thought I answered all your questions already." Holmes smiled disarmingly. "And you've been most helpful. But I wonder, could I trouble you for just one more piece of information?" Before Breckenridge could respond, Holmes shifted his attention toward Ryder, who stood frozen, as though considering flight. Holmes's voice dropped into something softer. "And you, sir? I believe you and I have business discussing. Why not accompany me back to Baker Street? I promise you'll find it worth your time." Ryder's mouth opened slightly, but no sound came out. His eyes darted between Holmes, Watson, and Breckenridge. For a moment, Watson wondered if the man might bolt for the nearest alleyway, but something in Holmes's steady gaze, perhaps its quiet authority, perhaps its unspoken promise of understanding, seemed to sap the resistance. The color drained from Ryder's face, and he gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. Holmes turned back to Breckenridge, giving the poulterer a final courteous "Thank you again for your patience, Breckenridge. I wish you a pleasant evening." Without waiting for a reply, Holmes placed a firm hand on Ryder's trembling shoulder and gently but insistently steered him away from the market, Watson following close behind. As they walked toward the main road, he could hail a cab back to Baker Street. Ryder stumbled once, catching himself against a lamppost. Holmes said nothing, giving the man space to collect what little composure he had left. Watson, watching Ryder's ashen face and shaking hands, felt a growing certainty. The mystery was nearly at its end. But, as always with Holmes, there was one last scene yet to play out, and it would take place within the quiet walls of 221B Baker Street. The cab ride back to Baker Street passed in heavy silence. James Ryder sat squeezed into the corner of the vehicle, staring at his hands, which trembled uncontrollably despite his attempts to keep them still. Every few moments, he wiped at the perspiration gathering on his brow, even though the cold air seeping in through the edges of the cab window made the temperature inside anything but warm. Holmes sat directly opposite, his gaze steady and unblinking, like a predator studying its prey. Watson, positioned beside Ryder, watched the man with a doctor's eye, observing the shallow breathing, the quick pulse at the base of his neck, the frequent nervous swallowing. Ryder was a man on the edge of collapse. When they reached 221B Baker Street, Holmes stepped down first, motioning for Ryder to follow. The man obeyed without question, moving as though in a daze, his shoulders hunched, his head bowed. Watson brought up the rear, casting one final glance at the fog-choked street before closing the door behind them. Inside, the familiar sitting room felt warmer than usual, though the atmosphere was charged with something tense and electric. Holmes motioned for Ryder to sit in the chair nearest. Ryder lowered himself slowly, his trembling hands gripping the edges of the seat. Holmes crossed to the side table and unlocked the drawer that held the blue carbuncle. Without ceremony, he retrieved the gemstone and placed it on the table between them. The stone sat there in the lamplight, cold and brilliant, its facets catching the glow of the fire and refracting it into sharp, dazzling blues and silvers. For a long, suspended moment, nobody spoke. The air in the room felt heavy, the crackle of the fire and the distant ticking of the wall clock, the only sounds breaking the silence. Finally Holmes spoke, his tone soft, but carrying an unmistakable, "You recognize." Ryder's gaze flickered toward the gem and then away again, his throat worked. He struggled as, I don't know what he began, but his voice cracked. Holmes cut him off with a simple raised hand. "Let us not waste time with lies. You know perfectly well what that is, and I know perfectly well how it came to be inside a Christmas goose." Ryder's composure broke instantly. His body slumped forward, his hands covering his face as a low, shuddering groan escaped him. For several moments he remained motionless, except for the trembling in his shoulders. Watson watched in silence, noting the physical signs of complete emotional collapse, the pale complexion, the perspiration, the uncontrolled shaking. It was clear the man had been holding back this flood of emotion for far too long. Holmes, still calm and steady, remained standing. "Mr. Ryder," Holmes continued, his voice low but unwavering, "you stand at a crossroad. The next words you speak and the truth you choose to tell will determine the course of your future." Ryder lowered his hand slightly, looking up at Holmes with eyes that were red and wild. I didn't mean to," he stammered. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. I never wanted. I only—" Holmes remained silent, allowing the man's own conscience to unravel the long choke. Ryder seemed to gather himself enough to speak coherently. "Catherine, she works for the Countess. It was her idea. She said it would be easy. No one would suspect." Holmes raised an eyebrow, but said nothing, allowing Ryder to continue. "We knew where the Countess kept the stone, in her dressing room, in the little blue leather case. Catherine left the door unlatched while the Countess was at dinner, took it, and got out before anyone noticed." Ryder's hands began to shake again, but then I panicked. I didn't know where to hide it. The police were asking questions, looking at everyone, especially me. Holmes's voice remained quiet, but there was a new edge of cold precision to it. And so? Ryder wiped his sleeve across his face. I had an idea. I knew my sister, Mrs. Oakshott, had a pen of geese in Brixton. I thought, if I could hide the stone inside one of the birds, I could collect it later, when everything calmed down. Watson sat forward slightly, his interest deepening. So you came to Brixton? Yes, late that night. I went to her yard, picked out one of the fattest geese, and forced the stone down its throat. Holmes's eyes narrowed, but there was one critical mistake, wasn't there? Ryder nodded miserably. The geese had been marked 2 separate lots. I must have taken the wrong bird. By the time I got back, the geese had already been sent off to market, mixed with the others. I couldn't tell which was which. I tried asking Breckenridge. I begged him, but he wouldn't tell me. That's when you found me tonight. Holmes turned away for a moment, crossing to the window and staring out into the fog outside. For a long time, he said nothing. The weight of Ryder's confession hung thickly in the room. Watson cleared his throat, breaking the stillness. Holmes, what do you intend to do? Holmes remained silent for several more seconds before finally turning back toward Ryder. I should hand you over to the police this very night, Mr. Ryder, Holmes said evenly. Theft of this magnitude, planned and executed with the help of an accomplice, and your willingness to let an innocent man sit in a prison cell in your place, all of it points toward a lengthy sentence, perhaps worse. Ryder collapsed into a low, hopeless moan, burying his face again. Holmes stood still, watching him with a gaze that was both analytical. Then, without warning, Holmes's expression shifted. A faint trace of weariness, almost regret, crossed his face. But not tonight, Holmes said at last. Ryder's head jerked upward, eyes wide and disbelieving. What do you mean? Holmes moved back to his chair, sinking into it with measured calm. That I will not turn you over to the authorities. Not tonight, not for this. You are broken, Mr. Ryder, thoroughly and completely. Prison would only harden you, turn you from a desperate fool into a hardened criminal. Holmes's voice remained soft but carried a new firmness. Go. Leave this house. Disappear from London if you must. But if ever again you allow your life to drift toward dishonesty, you will not receive mercy a second time. Ryder seemed too stunned to speak. His mouth opened, but no words came. Slowly, as though struggling to believe his own fortune, he stumbled to his feet. Without another glance at either Holmes or Watson, he hurried from the room, down the stairs, and into the cold London. When the door finally clicked shut behind him, Watson let out, "That was expected." Holmes leaned back in his chair, his gaze settling on the blue carbuncle still resting on. There is enough evil in this world, Watson, without my adding to it tonight. Let the Countess have her jewel back. Let Ryder have his chance at redemption, and let us both enjoy what little remains of this quiet winter evening. Watson nodded slowly, rising to pour them each a glass of port as the fire crackled warmly behind them. And so, with the stone safe and the man, the case of the blue carbuncle drew to its strange and gentle. The room remained still long after James Ryder had fled into the night. The fire continued its quiet crackle, casting soft, shifting shadows along the walls, while the blue carbuncle sat undisturbed on the small oak table at the center of the room. Holmes, settled deep into his chair, seemed to withdraw into himself for several long minutes, staring at the gemstone as though contemplating something far beyond its physical presence. Watson, too, remained quiet, feeling the emotional residue that always seemed to linger after such intense confrontation. He studied Holmes carefully, watching the small, almost imperceptible changes in his friend's expression. There was no triumph in Holmes's face, no visible satisfaction at having cracked the case. Instead, there was only thoughtfulness, melancholy. Holmes finally stirred, breaking the silence with a single, deliberate motion. He rose slowly from his chair, the room with his usual unhurried grace, and began placing items back into their proper place. The pipe back on the mantel, his notebook back into the desk drawer, and at last the blue carbuncle itself, which he carefully wrapped in clean linen before securing it in the small lockbox reserved for such delicate matters. Watson took the opportunity to speak. Holmes, did you already suspect Ryder from the beginning? Holmes gave a slow, thoughtful nod without turning around. Not from the beginning, Watson. At first, the matter seemed no more than a charming puzzle about a lost hat and an unfortunate goose. But as soon as the blue carbuncle appeared, the true nature of the situation revealed itself. Holmes returned to his chair, stretching his long legs toward the fire. I followed the trail backward in the stone, as one must in cases like from Peterson's dining table, to Baker Street, to Mr. Breckenridge, and finally to Mrs. Oakshott. And when Ryder appeared at the market this evening, desperate and agitated, asking for the origin of that particular goose, there could be no doubt. Watson leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees. But why did he hide the gem in such a way? Inside a goose? Holmes gave a faint smile, one tinged with irony. Panic, Watson. Pure, blinding panic. Ryder was inexperienced in crime. Faced with the threat of immediate arrest, he lacked the cunning and calm necessary to plan a proper concealment. The first thing he could think of was to hide the gem inside something commonplace and easily overlooked. Holmes's eyes drifted toward the window, though the fog outside obscured any view of the street. Hiding the stone inside a goose, then intending to retrieve it once the danger passed, seemed, in his terrified mind, both clever and low risk. Watson shook his head slowly. And yet, the plan unraveled almost at once, as such plans usually do when built on fear and haste. Holmes replied softly. Watson sat back in his chair, exhaling deeply. There's something tragic about him, Holmes. Desperate, foolish, but not truly evil. Holmes nodded, the firelight catching the edge of his profile. True. A weak man caught in a moment of temptation, and now, with luck, a man who will carry this shame with him for the rest of his life, and perhaps choose a better path because of it. Watson paused, looking toward the small lockbox now resting on Holmes's desk. And what of Catherine Cusack? Holmes's eyes darkened slightly. Her involvement is more troubling, more calculated. But without clear proof, and with Ryder unwilling to speak her name again, it remains outside my reach for now. Holmes rose once more, stepping lightly to the window. He pulled back the curtain just enough to peer into the street below. Through the thick fog, he could just make out the faint glow of gas lamp, the occasional shape of a passerby, and the blurred outline of a hansom cab rattling down Baker Street. After several moments, Holmes let the curtain fall back into place and turned toward Watson. You know, Watson, he said quietly, there is something almost refreshing about a case like. Watson tilted his head. Refreshing? Holmes nodded, moving to pour himself a small measure of brandy. Yes, so many of our cases involve cold-blooded criminals, acts of violence, cruelty without remorse. But here, in this small, ridiculous affair, we find fear, poor judgment, moral weakness, yes, but also a chance for redemption. Rare, Watson, and worth preserving. Holmes lifted his glass as though toasting some unseen audience to second chances. Watson smiled faintly, raising his own glass in return. 2 second chances. They sat in companionable silence for a while longer, letting the warmth of the fire and the quiet rhythm of the night fill the room. The fog continued to press against the windows, the sounds of the city reduced to a distant, ghost-like murmur. For tonight, the mystery was solved, the stone was, and Baker Street returned once more to its familiar peace. The fire burned low in the grate, casting soft amber light across the sitting room at 221B Baker Street. Outside, the London fog pressed heavily against the windowpane, turning the glass into pale blue. Holmes stood near the hearth, one hand resting on the mantel, his gaze distant yet focused, as though considering the weight of his own decision. Watson, seated nearby, remained quiet for a long time. He observed his friend closely, recognizing the rare moment of moral reflection that Holmes now occupied. The famous detective, usually so quick to act with logic and precision, stood unusually still, lost in quiet. Finally, Watson spoke, his voice low but steady. You could have turned him in, Holmes. No one would have questioned it. The law would have been on your side. Holmes turned slightly, just enough to meet Watson's gaze. I could have, and in most cases, I would have. He walked slowly to his desk and opened the lockbox where the blue carbuncle now rested, safely wrapped and ready for return to its rightful owner. He lingered for a moment, fingers resting on the polished surface of the box, before closing the lid with a soft but decisive click. But this case, Watson, returning to stand near the fire, was different. Ryder is no hardened criminal. He is no Moriarty, no cold-blooded schemer. What I saw tonight, what we both saw, was a man pushed to desperation, frightened, weak, and ill-prepared for the consequences. Watson nodded slowly, understanding but still thoughtful. Yet he would have let another man suffer in his place. Let that hotel attendant remain accused of the crime. Holmes sighed, moving to pour himself a small glass of brandy, a moral failure, without doubt. But the punishment, Holmes paused, swirling the liquid in his glass. The punishment he's endured these past days, the fear, the sleepless night, the shame, the dread of discovery, that, Watson, its own form of justice. Watson leaned back, staring at the ceiling for a moment, allowing the thought to settle. Do you truly believe, Holmes, that this experience will change him? Holmes's gaze drifted to the window, where the fog seemed thicker than ever. The gas lamps outside reduced to faint, blurred halos. I cannot say, Holmes admitted. Some men learn, some do not. But this, he gestured toward the door, through which Ryder had fled. This is his one opportunity. I've given him that much. What he does with it is no longer my concern. Holmes turned back, his features softening slightly. Besides, it is Christmas, Watson. Watson offered a faint smile, recognizing the rare but genuine sentiment behind the words. Holmes seated himself with slow, deliberate movements, taking a sip of brandy, letting the warmth settle through him. The room returned to a gentle quiet. The only sounds were the crackle of the fire and the faint, rhythmic ticking of the mantel clock. They sat like that for several minutes, neither feeling the need to fill the silence with unnecessary conversation. After a while, Holmes spoke again, his tone lighter now. You know, there is a certain irony in all this. So much fuss over a goose and a hat, and chuckled softly. And yet, here we are. Another case closed, in the most unexpected of ways. Holmes smiled faintly, setting his glass down. Indeed, sometimes, Watson, it is not the grand conspiracies that test a man's judgment, but the small, ridiculous incidents that creep up on us without warning. The two men shared a brief look of quiet understanding. No further words were needed. Holmes reached for his pipe, tapping it gently against the edge of the fireplace, and began to fill it with slow, practiced motions. The blue-gray smoke curled upward as he lit the first match, blending with the fog that lingered just outside the window. And so, on this quiet winter night, with the city still wrapped in mist and silence, Sherlock Holmes chose compassion over punishment, a small mercy offered freely and without regret. The final hours of the night moved slowly. The streets remained shrouded in fog, their usual energy subdued by the lingering cold and the late hour. Inside 221B Baker Street, the air had grown warmer, the fire now little more than glowing embers, casting a soft orange hue across the walls, lined with books, case files, and personal mementos of Holmes's countless. Holmes sat comfortably in his armchair, his legs stretched out toward the hearth, his pipe resting between his fingers as thin trails of smoke drifted lazily toward the ceiling. Watson remained by the window, gazing out at the near invisible street below, where only the faintest outlines of passing carriages and distant figures moved within the veil of mist. Neither man spoke for several long minutes. The tension that had dominated the day had finally begun to lift, replaced now by a deep, almost meditative calm. Holmes broke the silence first, his voice softer than usual, as though speaking to himself as much as to Watson. It's a curious thing, Watson, how something so small, so seemingly trivial, can open the door to something far greater. Watson turned from the window, smiling faintly. The hat and the goose? Holmes nodded. Exactly. A forgotten hat, a lost bird, and yet here we are, recovering one of the most valuable jewels in Europe and setting a frightened man back onto what I can only hope will be the right path. Watson returned to his chair, pouring 2 final glasses of brandy from the decanter resting on the side table. You surprised me tonight, Holmes, Watson said, handing one glass to his friend. Holmes accepted it with a small, knowing smile. Perhaps But even I have limits to my severity. The law is a blunt instrument, Watson. It serves its purpose, but it cannot see into the soul of a man, or measure his capacity for fear, for regret, or for change. He sipped the brandy, letting its warmth spread slowly through him. Tonight? Holmes continued, staring into the glass as though searching for answers. It seemed right to let mercy take precedence over justice. Watson nodded thoughtfully. It is Christmas, after all. Holmes's gaze softened at the mention of the word. Yes, Christmas. A season built on charity, forgiveness. For a brief moment, the crackle of the remaining coals became the only sound between them. The room seemed to settle into an almost sacred stillness, as though even the city outside paused to acknowledge the rare display of compassion. Holmes stood and crossed to his writing desk, unlocking the drawer. He lifted the blue carbuncle, still wrapped securely, and examined it under the lamplight. The gem's facets caught the light beautifully, sending small prisms of blue and silver dancing along the wall. It's strange, Holmes murmured, how such a small thing can cause so much trouble. Watson smiled. And yet, perhaps tonight, it has also done some good. Holmes nodded, carefully placing the jewel back inside the drawer, securing it with the same meticulous care he gave to every piece of evidence. Tomorrow morning, Holmes said, I will arrange for its safe return to the Countess of Morcar. Discreetly, of course. There is no need to embarrass her further, or to involve the police now that the matter is... Watson stood, stretching, and with that, I believe I will retire for... This has been quite a day. Holmes offered a small, satisfied smile. Indeed it has, Watson. As Watson made his way toward the guest room in the hall, Holmes lingered by the window, parting the curtain just enough to glance out into the sleeping city. The fog still hung low over the streets, but in the distance, the faint glow of a gas lamp flickered with surprising clarity. Holmes stood there for a long while, pipe in hand, watching as the first flakes of snow began to drift down from the blackened sky, settling quietly over rooftops, lampposts, and empty streets. The city breathed slowly beneath its winter blanket, and with that, Holmes turned back toward the hearth, poured himself the last of the brandy, and sank once more. Another case closed, another mystery solved. And somewhere out there, a man named James Ryder walked into the night, given by some rare and fleeting grace a second chance. Holmes closed his eyes, letting the warmth of the room settle over him as the snow continued to fall. The spirit of Christmas, it seemed, had found its way to Baker Street after all.